The absolute equality of all men before the law, the only true basis of Reconstruction. An Address by William M. Dixon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Delivered at Oberlin, Ohio, October 3, 1865. Fellow Citizens: The long war with its destruction of precious life, its fearful waste, its harrowing anxieties, is now happily over. It has not been a failure. The object for which it was waged has been completely attained. The rebellion is suppressed, and the territorial integrity of the Union is secure. The Constitution and laws made in pursuance thereof are everywhere supreme. All this, too, has been accomplished without any degrading or embarrassing compromise. The original purpose, in this respect, of loyal men has been carried out to the letter. The rebellion has gained nothing by its violation of law, nothing by its appeal from the decision of the ballot box to the trial by battle. Its results hold out no premium for a future one, and it is a precedent not likely soon to be followed. If its strength and prowess were remarkable, not less so is its complete discomfiture. The position of its chief now and then presents one of the most striking as well as instructive contrasts of history. For these auspicious results we are indebted under God to the patriotism, intelligence, and constancy of the whole loyal people, seen in the endurance and bravery of their citizen soldiery, in the skill of their military chieftains, in their vast loans to their country, and in the wisdom of the administration of their government. Our gratification at these results is the more complete when we remember the dangers we have escaped. All this, indeed, might have been otherwise, and there have been hours when the stoutest heart almost failed, and the most sanguine began to grow faint-hearted. It may be profitable to call some of these occasions to mind. When our wayward sisters were abandoning the parental roof that they might be free from its salutary restraints, they did not profess to do so in violation of the sacred proprieties of life, but claimed that they were acting in strict conformity therewith. They would not merely live the lives of an abandon, but they would commend their conduct as an example for the guidance of others. Dropping the figure, suggested by General Scott's famous letter, the rebel states did not place their action upon the ground of the right of revolution, but claimed that they were acting in strict conformity with the Constitution, and that any attempt upon the part of the government to prevent them going would be in violation of that instrument. This insidious assumption accomplished a double purpose. In the South it removed any scruples of conscience, on the part of those who had taken an oath to support the Constitution, and it made it the duty, as in the performance of a constitutional obligation, of the minority to take up arms in behalf of the rebel majority, against the government, which sought by force to preserve the integrity of the nation. By this sort of reasoning, a large minority throughout the South came to the support of the original seceders, and fought as bravely as any in behalf of the rebellion; and thus a complete unity was established in almost all the seceding states. In the North, this insidious assumption was successfully used to divide opinion and to paralyze the government, then in the hands of Mr. Buchanan. A large party of the North, in harmony of principle and feeling with the rebels, either declared that the rebel states had a right to secede, or, maintaining silence on this point, furiously denounced as unconstitutional any use of force to preserve the Union. This latter point was helped out by another and subsidiary assumption, namely, that there was no constitutional power to make war upon a state; and the exercise of the customary power, ever since the Constitution was framed, of compelling obedience on the part of individuals to the laws of the Union, was denounced as making war upon a state. So it came to this, that all efforts upon the part of the government to defend its own existence were unconstitutional, while all efforts upon the part of the rebels to break it up were legitimate and constitutional. Thus were the ordinary relations of things changed. The rebel states were the legitimists, and the government itself the outlaw. The part became greater than the whole, the state than the general government. These assumptions had complete mastery of Mr. Buchanan, and to so great an extent was the country demoralized by them, that able, loyal men, as a matter of policy, had come to the conclusion that the rebel states had better be permitted to go, and the Union be given up. This, perhaps, was the darkest hour of our cause, darker than the days of Bull Run. But fortunately the intelligence and patriotism of the people prevailed. They did not stop to analyze this subtle reasoning. They knew it was false. They knew if any state was permitted to secede, it would be but the beginning of an era of anarchy. And before the rebel guns had ceased firing upon Sumter, a nation was springing to arms. The Union was to be saved. Secession, with all its assumptions, was to die. And this danger passed away. But now, my friends, shall we transfer the government of our state to the party who even at this day, when secession is dead, takes up its rotten carcass, the resolutions of '98, and puts them on their banner? The rebels had large expectations of foreign intervention. They counted much in this connection upon the aid of their monarch, whom they were pleased to designate King Cotton. This monarch, however, proved to be of less consequence than they supposed. But they were making war in behalf of an aristocratic institution, and any dismemberment of the republic would be to the injury of democratic institutions. These considerations gave the rebels the ear of the crowned heads and ruling classes of Europe. This was early, by words and deeds, manifested. There was an indecent haste to recognize the rebels as belligerents, which gave them a status and opened the way for the pirate ships and blockade runners. But formal recognition was not yet given. In the gloomy days of 1862, when McClellan had been disastrously driven from before Richmond, when the second Bull Run defeat had occurred, and the rebels were again before Washington and invading Maryland, there were threatening rumors of foreign intervention. France and England were then in consultation on this subject. But recognition did not come. We have now, from what I regard as the highest authority on this point, the reason it did not come. Mr. Stevens, in his letter to Semmes, written last year, says, it was prevented by Mr. Lincoln's proclamation of emancipation. Mr. Stevens was then Vice President of the Confederacy, and doubtless learned what he said on this point from the rebel emissaries in foreign countries. Besides, the circumstances of the time give probability to this statement. While the aristocratic classes in England and other foreign countries were in sympathy with the rebellion, the working classes and the liberals of those countries were not, and in England these had so much power that the government was bound to respect their opinions. But the labors of the eminent liberal leaders were much paralyzed by the fact that our government had steadily refused to emancipate the slaves. So that the rebel emissaries could plausibly say, as they did, that slavery was not involved in the contest, that the United States were no more for freedom than the Confederacy. In those days of our disasters, these arguments were being pressed with great effect. Fortunately for the country, Mr. Lincoln came to the relief of our liberal friends abroad. The proclamation of emancipation was issued, and the danger of foreign intervention passed away. Much in this relation do we owe to Abraham Lincoln. Much, very much also, to our own first citizen, Salmon P. Chase. Nor should we ever forget the debt of gratitude we are under to those noble and liberal Englishmen, Mill, Cobden, Bright, and others. Doubtless they will feel that we have fully paid it, if we now reconstruct upon the basis of justice and equal rights. And now, my friends, shall we give over the government of our state to that party which so violently opposed the proclamation and the whole policy of emancipation, and who even now would justify what they did in this respect at that time? We have already seen that the seceding states were, in the main, thoroughly united in the prosecution of the war, and we have seen the cause of this unity. They had also counted much upon divisions at the North. We have seen that Sumter silenced these. But the leaders of the party of the North, which sympathized with the rebels, were only silenced, they were not converted. For a time they kept quiet, but with the early disasters of the war and the general ill fortune attending our cause at that time, they became emboldened. Taking advantage of the discontent of the loyal at the mismanagement of affairs, they sought to depress the hopes of the people of final success, and to induce them to abandon the cause. You have not forgotten how, day after day, Mr. Vallandigham and his compeers were taunting loyal people with the want of success; how they proclaimed endlessly that the South could never be conquered, and that war was inevitable and final dissolution. In those gloomy days their words were not without effect. There are always faint-hearted men who grow weary in any cause and fall out by the way. There are also numbers of persons who abandon an administration which they have helped to put in, because they do not get the rewards they expected. Such as these readily attached themselves to the opposition party, and it was becoming somewhat formidable. In a military point of view, the rebellion culminated at Gettysburg. From that day dates its decadence. So, in a political point of view, it culminated in the same year, 2 years since, in the contest of Vallandigham for the governorship of this state. Then was the greatest effort put forth to divide the North. In the language of Maury, an emissary of the rebellion in Europe, Vallandigham was waiting and watching over the border, "pledged, if elected governor of Ohio, to array it against Lincoln and the war." But happily that event never took place, and the redoubtable Vallandigham was left waiting and watching. I will not soon forget that election day in Cincinnati. It was unlike any other I ever witnessed. The day itself was calm and pleasant. Business had voluntarily ceased. The streets had a Sabbath-like quietness. There was no noise or confusion at the polls. The number in attendance was less than usual, no military whatever. I felt at first that there was to be a small vote, and it caused me some apprehension, but I was soon undeceived. A steady stream of voters poured along. They formed themselves into line of their own motion. Each awaited his turn, holding his ballot securely in his hand, with steady step and firm countenance, such as men put on when engaged in solemn business, he approached the ballot box, deposited his ballot, and passed on in silence and thoughtfulness to his home. It was indeed a solemn thing. It was a vote for the draft and for taxes. Many a noble son of Ohio, who on that day cast his vote for his country, has since then given up his life for the same great cause. But with that election the hope of dividing the country passed away forever, and the capacity of the people for self-government was nobly vindicated. My friends, Mr. Vallandigham is not now a candidate, but his man is, the man who voted for him then. Will you reverse that election this fall? In the contemplation of these great dangers, and others that might be mentioned, through which we have happily passed, let us rejoice that the war has not indeed been a failure, that the rebellion is suppressed, and that the national authority is everywhere re-established. But, my friends, our work is only half done. Reconstruction remains. Force produces physical unity. This is not the basis of our institutions. We may not, with safety to ourselves, maintain permanently military control of the rebel states. Proconsular governments are alien to our system. Yet the rebels have invoked the war power. It is not for them to say when or how we shall lay it aside. We may not do this until the public safety permits. War powers are the defensive armor of a free people, to be put on in times of danger, but to be laid aside as soon as the danger is past. All patriots must desire that the 11 seceding States shall, as speedily as the public safety will permit, become in fact as well as in form members of our common body politic, equal in right with the other members, and clothed with the powers of self-government. How this shall be done is the problem of our politics that now presses for solution. In seeking this solution, we must carefully consider the character and condition of the people of these States. The distinction, known in these States, between original secessionists and original Unionists, is thought to be of value in this connection. But this has been greatly overestimated. Indeed, many of the original secessionists accept the results of the war more cheerfully than many original Unionists. In the recent canvass in Kentucky as to the constitutional amendment, secessionist Magoffin supported it, and Unionist Garrett Davis opposed it. Nor is this strange. It is a part of the constitution of our nature to pass readily from extreme to extreme. Besides, the original Unionists do not feel the same degree of guilt, and are loath to pay, with the secessionists, the common penalty of the liberation of their slaves. Still, this distinction may have some value. Again, the distinction between the rich and the poor is put forward as important in this connection, the former being looked upon as the authors of the rebellion, the latter as their dupes. Yet this distinction has not much value. The poor whites of the South accept with even more reluctance than the rich the emancipation of the slaves. The spectre of negro equality haunts them. Were I compelled to give the colored people into the control of either of these, I would prefer the master. The fact is, and we might as well look at it squarely in the face, with a few unimportant exceptions, the Southern whites yield sullenly and reluctantly to the decision of the sword. They are conquered, not converted. Do not mistake me. I ask of them no unmanly self-abasement. I would not have them otherwise than proud of the prowess they have exhibited in the contest. But before I would give them a voice in the affairs of the nation, a vote to control your and my concerns, I would have a guarantee that this voice and this vote would be directed to the common good, that these would not be merely new and more dangerous weapons in their hands to carry on the war against the Union. Is it wrong that I should require this guarantee? Is it contrary to the laws of human conduct that these mortified and embittered and unconverted men should use their voices in the national councils, rather in the direction of their desires and special interests than in behalf of the common good? For example, many of these men are largely interested in the rebel debt. Can it be expected that they will vote for the repudiation of this debt, and the payment of the national debt incurred in their coercion? Nay, would not their 58 votes in the House of Representatives, almost 1/4 of the whole number, and their 22 in the Senate, nearly 1/3 of the whole number, be a constant quantity for repudiation? As Mr. Mill says, they would be the only congressmen who could in their own estimation honestly vote for repudiation. But it is not necessary that there should be a direct vote to this effect. It is enough to vote against taxation. And how easily a purpose of this kind could be concealed, under the guise of objecting to this or that form of taxation, while pretending to be in favor of some sort of taxation. And now, my friends, this is a matter of the gravest concern. Our free institutions cannot permanently survive so gross a breach of faith as the repudiation of our war debt. I would not give these 11 States a vote in the national councils unless I had a guarantee that this vote would not be for this breach of faith. Again, these rebel men have been accustomed all the days of their lives to eat their bread by the sweat of another's face. To make this condition of things perpetual, they have imbrued their hands in a brother's blood. They have failed. Henceforth they must share the common doom of the sons of Adam. They must work. The slave is free, and the immortal proclamation pledges the public faith by the most sacred of obligations to the maintenance of his freedom. Now may we rationally expect these men to labor faithfully to make this pledge good? Yet the Republic cannot permanently survive the breach of this plighted faith. I would not give them power in this matter until I had a guarantee that this power would not be used for this breach of faith. But what then? Will you forever exclude these states? If not, what guarantees do you want? Upon what conditions would you admit them? Fortunately, these questions can be satisfactorily answered. At the commencement of this war, it was a common declaration of those who were in sympathy with the rebels, that the rebellion could not be put down, that history did not furnish an example of 8 or 10 millions of people determined upon independence being conquered. These opinions were generally held by the rulers of Europe. But there was one important element left out of the calculation, namely, nearly 1/2 of the population of the rebel states were the determined enemies of the rebellion, and this half constituted the laboring class. This half neutralized, in the long run, the other half. While I am not one of those who place the bravery of the negro soldiers above that of the white, it is a fact which will hardly be denied that but for the opposition of the entire negro population to the rebel cause, we could scarcely have succeeded. Surely, had this force been added to the rebel side, we could not. Mr. Lincoln's proclamation of emancipation, derided at the time as a Pope's bull against the comet, was the death blow of the rebellion. This loyal half still remain. They, who never in a single instance failed the Union cause, are now as loyal and faithful as ever. We have seen that this half of the Southern population neutralized the other half in the war. I would have it continue this good work. I would so reconstruct the Southern States that while I gave to the disloyal half their full equality before the law, I would paralyze their disloyal purposes by giving a like equality to the loyal half. What wrong is there in this? I give to the men who, for 4 years have been laboring to destroy the nation, full rights, the same which you and I have. The only condition imposed is, that their loyal fellow citizens shall have the same rights, neither more nor less. This solution of the problem of Reconstruction is in full harmony with the representative principle and all our institutions. It will in a brief time remove proconsular governments, and restore the normal condition of all the states. The country can then rest satisfied that it has a full guarantee against any efforts of the rebels to do injury, under a restored government. This solution introduces no new element, no new principle into our government. It is but the complete application of the principles of our fathers, set forth in the Declaration of Independence. The exception which they reluctantly permitted against the negro is removed. It gives representation to those whom we subject to drafts and taxes. It rests upon the golden rule of right. It is but doing unto others what we would that they should do unto us. Why shall it not be adopted? And here the false theory of state rights is again thrust forward, by certain parties, in the precise same sense, and for the same purpose with which it was introduced at the beginning of the war, to support the proposition that the government had no right to defend itself against rebellion. Then the government had no power to resist those who sought its life. Now, these being captured, it has no power to require them to give bonds to keep the peace. Here again the true relation of things is perverted. Grant indeed, not Lee, has surrendered. The Union forces, not the rebels, have been disarmed. It is no part of my present purpose to elaborate the argument, establishing the power of the government to impose conditions, looking to the public safety, upon the rebels. If it has no power to do this, it had no power to make the war. The one follows from the other. The rebels well knew, when they appealed to the tribunal of the sword, what the judgment must be if the decision should be adverse to them. By the universal laws of war, the conquering power may impose such conditions of settlement, looking to its own safety and welfare, as it pleases. Only these must not be in violation of the laws of humanity. This principle clearly gives the government power to adopt the plan of reconstruction proposed. Surely it is not at variance with the laws of humanity. This power also may be derived from the present condition of the rebel states, and the peculiar structure of our government. But it is unnecessary to elaborate this point. Happily in their zeal to divide the Union party, and not because they really approved of it, the parties above alluded to, the so-called Democracy, have given an eager assent to President Johnson's policy of Reconstruction, and thereby have stopped themselves from declaring this plan of Reconstruction unconstitutional. President Johnson ignores the state authorities, and calls upon a part of the population, whom he designates to come forward and reconstruct the state governments. This the Democracy approve. Now there is no escaping the proposition that the power which authorizes the President to disregard the constitutions of the rebel states, and to confide the work of reconstruction to such part of their inhabitants as he may elect, gives him plenary authority in the premises. The state constitutions are a complete rule, or they are no rule. If the President may disregard one provision, he may disregard all. If he may confide reconstruction to the loyal whites, he may also to the loyal blacks. I repeat, there is no escaping this argument. Words will not add to its force. Then by the agreement of all parties, there is no constitutional difficulty in the way of this plan of reconstruction. What other objection is there? But in this connection, permit a word in relation to the President's policy. While I would have pursued a different one, while I would have called upon all the loyal people, irrespective of color, to come forward and reconstruct their state governments, I have no quarrel with the President. Whatever he may do in the future, he is entitled to the lasting gratitude of anti-slavery men for the firmness with which he has insisted upon the abolition of slavery. In this respect he has gone further than Mr. Lincoln, who proposed to leave the effect of his proclamation to the courts. I would have been glad if President Johnson had gone further, but it would have been an advance step then, and perhaps there was wisdom in the policy of giving the rebels opportunity to do of their own motion what they ought to do. If they fail, the remedy is with Congress. As an experiment, the policy of Mr. Johnson may serve the cause of enfranchisement in the same way that Mr. Lincoln's early policy of not touching slavery served in the long run the cause of emancipation. It may the better prepare the minds of the people for enfranchisement. But to return, what other objection is there to the plan of reconstruction under consideration? It is said there is a deeply rooted antagonism between the black and white races, forbidding their remaining together in the same country. If this is a fact, it is a very sad one. But it would not furnish an objection specially against the plan of reconstruction under consideration. It would seem to apply equally to all plans. It is rather the statement of an insurmountable difficulty than the solution of one. It is as if one were to complain of the light of the sun, or of the alternation of the seasons. For this is not a question of introducing 4 millions of negroes here. They are here now, and all plans that have ever been suggested for effecting their separation are purely chimerical. They cannot be separated, and yet, the declaration is, they cannot remain together. The case would seem to be hopeless. But happily this declaration is not true. The prejudices between these races are not different in character from other prejudices. There are prejudices between Irishmen and Englishmen, between Catholics and Protestants, between Christians and Jews. These have often been very violent, and wars have grown out of them. Not, however, because of their differences, but because one race sought to subordinate to itself another, or one sect sought to impose its tenets upon another. Peace prevailed when each race and each sect attended to its own business. When our fathers framed our Constitution, they understood these principles and applied them. They restrained the different races and sects, by securing to each absolute equality before the law. They, however, excepted the negro race, it then being in slavery, and they seeing no way of securing its freedom, permitted this violation of their principles to remain. But now we have the opportunity of applying these principles to this race, and of thus removing the last exception. I would make the application. Prejudice yields to power and interest. The votes of the black men will be too valuable to be slighted. It is said, however, that the blacks could only vote at the point of the bayonet, that the Southern whites would not otherwise permit them. Then the rebellion is not subdued. We have a truce, not lasting peace. If this is the case, the sooner we know it, the better. At least it were better to know it before we disband our armies. But I do not believe this. Doubtless the masters are averse to the negroes voting. Not any more, however, than they were to their freedom. They profess to acquiesce in the latter, they will also in the former. The rebels are not now in a condition to fight the United States and the freedmen at the polls. And in a short time the soldiers of the government can be safely removed. Every day the negro will acquire knowledge and power, all of which will be respected at the polls. This thing of fighting is an easy matter to the armed dominant party over his unarmed subordinate. But between equals it is a very different affair. Men count the cost. The capacity to do this is attained at a very early age. "My son," said a father the other day in my hearing to his little boy in his first breeches, "why didn't you strike Sam?" "Well, father," replied the urchin, "wouldn't he have hit me back?" In those rebel states in which the negroes are more numerous, the whites will be slow to provoke a contest. They will, everywhere, rather endeavor in a different way to control the negro votes. They will seek them by kindness. Such is human nature. I expect to see the day when a Southern Democrat will be seen carrying arm in arm to the polls 2 negro voters. For the white race has no monopoly of worthless men. They belong to all races. Again, it is objected that the Southern negro is ignorant and unfit to vote. He seems to have been intelligent enough to be loyal, which was more than his master was. But I do not deny the ignorance. Their condition of slavery forbids that it could be otherwise. Yet they share this ignorance in common with the poor whites. And I would be willing to apply to both these classes an educational test. Still I would not recommend this. Freedom is the school in which free men are to be taught, and the ballot box is a wonderful educator. We cannot too constantly keep in our minds that this is not a question as to the policy of introducing into our country 4 millions of ignorant negroes. They are here, are to remain with us in the indefinite future. We cannot escape, if we desired, their influence upon our civilization. Were it possible for them to remain with us, and yet to be so excluded from us that they could have no influence upon the common welfare, then we might selfishly put them into such imaginary condition, and relieve ourselves of all further trouble concerning them. But we cannot do this. Their force must enter as one of the constituent elements in the formation of our American civilization. Let no one make the mistake of supposing that we escaped their influence when they were in slavery. Far from it. What that influence was, Jefferson tells us. "The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submission on the other. Our children see this and learn to imitate it, for man is an imitative animal. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, gives a loose rein to the worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manners and morals undepraved by such circumstances." Who would desire a continuation of this influence, or of an influence approximating it? As the force of the negro must enter into the formation of our civilization, it is to the interest of the white man not less than of the black man, that this force should be for good. It cannot be, however, unless the negro is moral, intelligent, and industrious. How can we give him these desirable characteristics? We have only to consider the conditions under which white men have become moral, intelligent, and industrious, and apply these to the black man. Our proposition thus becomes very simple. We must educate him, and place before him the rewards of good conduct and the penalties of bad conduct. We must give him entire equality before the law, and all these things will follow. Let not the law be a respecter of persons. The humbler the man, the greater the necessity that the law should not oppress him. The rich and great can take care of themselves. With all the opportunities of equal laws, the poor man's lot is hard enough. He requires the protection of the law and the self-respect which an equality of right before the law engenders. In a country where equality is the rule, we cannot have an exception founded on caste. The ballot is here the evidence of manhood. When we deny it to a race, we at once degrade that race in the respect of others, and what is of greater consequence, in its own respect. Every man, the humbler he is, the more, requires the right of suffrage for his protection, and the negro, as the most unprotected of all, needs it most of all. We must educate him, and give him the condition of self-respect, if we would have his influence for good upon our civilization. But while we thus see the necessity of giving to the negro equality before the law, even upon the assumption that his presence is a necessary evil, let us not forget that this is indeed far from the truth. We need his labor in the South, and we need the protection of his ballot against the ballot of his former traitorous master. And further, if we educate him and place him in a position in which he will respect himself, we may expect the most gratifying results to the common good. In an economic view, this is a matter of the greatest moment. The increased production of an intelligent, self-respecting, and industrious population can hardly be estimated. In the South, thrift will take the place of waste. Voluntary labor directed by an enlightened self-interest will take the place of compulsory labor directed by the lash. Provident abstinence will save for a reserved fund that which has heretofore been lost in careless expenditure. Fixed capital will thus arise. Towns will spring up. The industrial arts will be cultivated, and prosperity and wealth will abound where want and poverty have prevailed. That rich southern soil, with its generous climate, is a mine of untold wealth. It needs but the hand of free industry to bring it forth. All this would greatly contribute to lightening the load of our debt. These grateful people would gladly aid in the payment of the ransom for their redemption. My friends, every consideration which ought to influence human conduct requires that the ballot should be given to the black man. The protection of the black man himself requires it. Gratitude for his devoted loyalty requires it. The protection of our civilization from the influence of a degraded and barbarous element requires it. The protection of ourselves from the insidious rebel ballot requires it. The speedy restoration of the rebel states to their proper relation to the general government requires it. The fundamental principles of our government require it. The golden rule of our most holy religion, commanding us to do unto others as we would that they should do unto us, requires it. Can we withhold it? My friends, when I leave here, should you think of what I have said, remember that I have not proposed to take anything from any man. No, not even from the rebels. I indeed propose to them their full restoration to all the rights of citizenship as fully as we possess them ourselves. I seek nothing which need be offensive to them, nothing which is unknown to their own history. In their better days, before slavery became their absorbing thought, free black men voted in many if not all the Southern States. While we are in the way of restoring the forfeited rights of the rebels, let us give to the loyal black man, now free, his ancient right to vote, a gift that costs no one anything, but the withholding of which from him makes him poor indeed. Nay, it is for the interest of the South far more than of the North that this should be done. There is no safety between absolute slavery and absolute freedom. If this plan of Reconstruction is adopted, a great and happy and prosperous future is open to the South. But if the contrary course is taken, if the negro is to continue a poor and despised being, with no rights which a white man is bound to respect, if he is to be the subject of insult and outrage, with no other protection than the strength of his arm, then indeed the future of the South is very dark. The negro will soon know too much, know his strength too well, to submit. Our fathers, yielding to the embarrassments of the day, permitted negro slavery to remain, with the expectation, it is true, that it would soon pass away. Alas, what a fearful mistake! This action has been the cause of all our woe. Shall we repeat this mistake? Shall we learn no lesson from this sad experience? God grant that it may be otherwise. Let us catch the inspiration of our martyr president at the field of Gettysburg. Let us join in his prayer, "that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth." End of The Absolute Equality of All Men Before the Law, the Only True Basis of Reconstruction. An address by William M. Dixon.
Bottlenose Whale by Encyclopedia Britannica. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perord. Bottlenose Whale by Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. Bottlenose whale, Hyperoodon rostratus, a member of the sperm whale family, which is an inhabitant of the North Atlantic, passing the summer in the Spitzbergen seas and going farther south in winter. It resembles the sperm whale in possessing a large store of oil in the upper part of the head, which yields spermaceti when refined. On this account, and also for the sake of the blubber, which supplies an oil almost indistinguishable from sperm oil, this whale became the object of a regular chase in the latter half of the 19th century. In length these whales vary between 20 feet and 30 feet, and in color from black on the upper surface in the young to light brown in old animals, the underparts being grayish white. There is no notch between the flukes, as in other whales, but the hinder part of the tail. Bottlenoses feed on cuttlefishes and squills, and are practically toothless, the only teeth which exist in the adult being a small pair at the front of the lower jaw, concealed beneath the gum during life. Examples have frequently been recorded on the British coasts. In November 1904, a female, 24 foot long, and a calf, 15 feet long, were driven ashore at Whitstable. See Cetacea. End of Bottlenose Whale by Encyclopedia Britannica. Botrytis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perord. Botrytis. by the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition. Botrytis, a minute fungus which appears as a brownish-gray mold on decaying vegetation or on damaged fruits. Under a hand lens it is seen to consist of tiny upright brown stalks which are branched at the tips, each branchlet being crowned with a naked head of pale-colored spores. It is a very common fungus, growing everywhere in the open or in greenhouses, and can be found at almost any season. It has also a bad record as a plant disease. If it once gains entrance into one of the higher plants, it spreads rapidly, killing the tissues and reducing them to a rotten condition. Seedling pines, lilies, and many other cultivated plants are subject to attack by botrytis. Some of the species exist in two other growth forms, so different in appearance from the botrytis that they have been regarded as distinct plants. A sclerotium, which is a hard, compact mass of fungal filaments, or mycelium that can retain its vitality for a considerable time in a resting condition, and a stalked peziza, or cup fungus, which grows out of the sclerotium. The latter is the perfect form of fruit. The botrytis mold is known as the conidial form. End of Botrytis by Encyclopaedia Britannica.
The Conservation of Races by W.E. Burkhardt Dubois, 1897. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Announcement. The American Negro Academy believes that upon those of the race who have had the advantages of higher education and culture rests the responsibility of taking concerted steps for the employment of these agencies to uplift the race to higher planes of thought and action. Two great obstacles to this consummation are apparent: A, the lack of unity, want of harmony, absence of self-sacrificing spirit, and no well-defined line of policy seeking definite aims; and B, the persistent, relentless, at times covert opposition employed to thwart the Negro at every step of his upward struggles to establish the justness of his claim to the highest physical, intellectual, and moral possibilities. The Academy will, therefore, from time to time, publish such papers as in their judgment aid, by their broad and scholarly treatment of the topics discussed, the dissemination of principles tending to the growth and development of the Negro along right lines, and the vindication of that race against vicious assaults. The American Negro Academy Occasional Papers, No. 2. The Conservation of Races. The American Negro has always felt an intense personal interest in discussions as to the origins and destinies of races, primarily because back of most discussions of race with which he is familiar have lurked certain assumptions as to his natural abilities, as to his political, intellectual, and moral status, which he felt were wrong. He has consequently been led to deprecate and minimize race distinctions, to believe intensely that out of one blood God created all nations, and to speak of human brotherhood as though it were the possibility of an already dawning tomorrow. Nevertheless, in our calmer moments, we must acknowledge that human beings are divided into races, that in this country the two most extreme types of the world's races have met, and the resulting problem as to the future relations of these types is not only of intense and living interest to us, but forms an epoch in the history of mankind. It is necessary, therefore, in planning our movements, in guiding our future development, that at times we rise above the pressing but smaller questions of separate schools and cars, wage discrimination and lynch law, to survey the whole question of race in human philosophy, and to lay on a basis of broad knowledge and careful insight those large lines of policy and higher ideals which may form our guiding lines and boundaries in the practical difficulties of every day. For it is certain that all human striving must recognize the hard limits of natural law, and that any striving, no matter how intense and earnest, which is against the constitution of the world, is vain. The question, then, which we must seriously consider is this: what is the real meaning of race? What has in the past been the law of race development, and what lessons has the past history of race development to teach the rising Negro people? When we thus come to inquire into the essential difference of races, we find it hard to come at once to any definite conclusion. Many criteria of race differences have in the past been proposed, as color, hair, cranial measurements, and language, and manifestly in each of these respects human beings differ widely. They vary in color, for instance, from the marble-like pallor of the Scandinavian to the rich dark brown of the Zulu, passing by the creamy Slav, the yellow Chinese, the light brown Sicilian, and the brown Egyptian. Men vary too in the texture of hair, from the obstinately straight hair of the Chinese to the obstinately tufted and frizzled hair of the Bushman. In measurement of heads, again, men vary from the broad-headed Tartar to the medium-headed European and the narrow-headed Hottentot, or again in language from the highly inflected Roman tongue to the monosyllabic Chinese. All of these physical characteristics are patent enough, and if they agreed with each other, it would be very easy to classify mankind. Unfortunately for scientists, however, these criteria of race are most exasperatingly intermingled. Color does not agree with texture of hair, for many of the dark races have straight hair, nor does color agree with the breadth of the head, for the yellow Tartar has a broader head than the German, nor again has the science of language as yet succeeded in clearing up the relative authority of these various and contradictory criteria. The final word of science so far is that we have at least two, perhaps three great families of human beings, the whites and Negroes, possibly the yellow race. That other races have arisen from the intermingling of the blood of these two. This broad division of the world's races, which men like Huxley and Ratzel have introduced as more nearly true than the old five-race scheme of Blumenbach, is nothing more than an acknowledgment that, so far as purely physical characteristics are concerned, the differences between men do not explain all the differences of their history. It declares, as Darwin himself said, that great as is the physical unlikeness of the various races of men, their likenesses are greater, and upon this rests the whole scientific doctrine of human brotherhood. Although the wonderful developments of human history teach that the grosser physical differences of color, hair, and bone go but a short way toward explaining the different roles which groups of men have played in human progress, yet there are differences, subtle, delicate, elusive though they may be, which have silently but definitely separated men into groups. While these subtle forces have generally followed the natural cleavage of common blood, descent, and physical peculiarities, they have at other times swept across and ignored these. At all times, however, they have divided human beings into races which, while they perhaps transcend scientific definition, nevertheless are clearly defined to the eye of the historian and sociologist. If this be true, then the history of the world is the history not of individuals but of groups, not of nations but of races, and he who ignores or seeks to override the race idea in human history ignores and overrides the central thought of all history. What, then, is a race? It is a vast family of human beings, generally of common blood and language, always of common history, traditions, and impulses, who are both voluntarily and involuntarily striving together for the accomplishment of certain more or less vividly conceived ideals of life. Turning to real history, there can be no doubt, first, as to the widespread, nay, universal prevalence of the race idea, the race spirit, the race ideal, and as to its efficiency as the vastest and most ingenious invention for human progress. We who have been reared and trained under the individualistic philosophy of the Declaration of Independence and the laissez-faire philosophy of Adam Smith are loath to see and loath to acknowledge this patent fact of human history. We see the Pharaohs, Caesars, Toussaint, and Napoleons of history and forget the vast races of which they were but epitomized expressions. We are apt to think in our American impatience that while it may have been true in the past that closed race groups made history, that here in conglomerate America, nous avons changé tout cela. We have changed all that, and have no need of this ancient instrument of progress. This assumption, of which the Negro people are especially fond, cannot be established by a careful consideration of history. We find upon the world's stage today 8 distinctly differentiated races, in the sense in which history tells us the word must be used. They are the Slavs of Eastern Europe, the Teutons of Middle Europe, the English of Great Britain and America, the Romance nations of Southern and Western Europe, the Negroes of Africa and America, the Semitic people of Western Asia and Northern Africa, the Hindus of Central Asia, and the Mongolians of Eastern Asia. There are, of course, other minor race groups, as the American Indians, the Esquimaux, and the South Sea Islanders. These larger races, too, are far from homogeneous. The Slav includes the Czech, the Magyar, the Pole, and the Russian. The Teuton includes the German, the Scandinavian, and the Dutch. The English include the Scotch, the Irish, and the conglomerate American. Under Romance nations, the widely differing Frenchman, Italian, Sicilian, and Spaniard are comprehended. The term Negro is perhaps the most indefinite of all, combining the mulattoes and Zambois of America and the Egyptians, Bantus and Bushmen of Africa. Among the Hindus are traces of widely differing nations, while the great Chinese, Tartar, Korean, and Japanese families fall under the one designation, Mongolian. The question now is, what is the real distinction between these nations? Is it the physical differences of blood, color, and cranial measurements? Certainly we must all acknowledge that physical differences play a great part, and that with wide exceptions and qualifications, these 8 great races of today follow the cleavage of physical race distinctions. The English and Teuton represent the white variety of mankind, the Mongolian the yellow, the Negroes the black. Between these are many crosses and mixtures, where Mongolian and Teuton have blended into the Slav, and other mixtures have produced the Romance nations and the Semites. But while race differences have followed mainly physical race lines, yet no mere physical distinctions would really define or explain the deeper differences, the cohesiveness and continuity of these groups. The deeper differences are spiritual, psychical differences, undoubtedly based on the physical, but infinitely transcending them. The forces that bind together the Teuton nations are then, first, their race identity and common blood; secondly, and more important, a common history, common laws and religion, similar habits of thought, and a conscious striving together for certain ideals of life. The whole process which has brought about these race differentiations has been a growth, and the great characteristic of this growth has been the differentiation of spiritual and mental differences between great races of mankind, and the integration of physical differences. The age of nomadic tribes of closely related individuals represents the maximum of physical differences. They are practically vast families, and there were as many groups as families. As the families came together to form cities, the physical differences lessened, purity of blood was replaced by the requirement of domicile, and all who lived within the city bounds became gradually to be regarded as members of the group, i.e., there was a slight and slow breaking down of physical barriers. This, however, was accompanied by an increase of the spiritual and social differences between cities. This city became husbandmen, this merchants, another warriors, and so on. The ideals of life for which the different cities struggled were different. When at last cities began to coalesce into nations, there was another breaking down of barriers which separated groups of men. The larger and broader differences of color, hair, and physical proportions were not by any means ignored, but myriads of minor differences disappeared, and the sociological and historical races of men began to approximate the present division of races as indicated by physical researches. At the same time, the spiritual and physical differences of race groups which constituted the nations became deep and decisive. The English nation stood for constitutional liberty and commercial freedom, the German nation for science and philosophy, the Romance nation stood for literature and art, and the other race groups are striving, each in its own way, to develop for civilization its particular message, its particular ideal, which shall help to guide the world nearer and nearer that perfection of human life for which we all long, that, quote, one far-off divine event, unquote. This has been the function of race differences up to the present time. What shall be its function in the future? Manifestly, some of the great races of today, particularly the Negro race, have not as yet given to civilization the full spiritual message which they are capable of giving. I will not say that the Negro race has as yet given no message to the world, for it is still a mooted question among scientists as to just how far Egyptian civilization was Negro in its origin. If it was not wholly Negro, it was certainly very closely allied. Be that as it may, however, the fact still remains that the full, complete Negro message of the whole Negro race has not as yet been given to the world, that the messages and ideal of the yellow race have not been completed, and that the striving of the mighty Slavs has but begun. The question is, then, how shall the message be delivered? How shall these various ideals be realized? The answer is plain: by the development of these race groups, not as individuals but as races. For the development of Japanese genius, Japanese literature and art, Japanese spirit, only Japanese bound and welded together, Japanese inspired by one vast ideal, can work out in its fullness the wonderful message which Japan has for the nations of the earth. For the development of Negro genius, a Negro literature and art, of Negro spirit, only Negroes bound and welded together. Negroes inspired by one vast ideal can work out in its fullness the great message we have for humanity. We cannot reverse history. We are subject to the same natural laws as other races, and if the Negro is ever to be a factor in the world's history, if among the gaily colored banners that deck the broad ramparts of civilization is to hang one uncompromising black, then it must be placed there by black hands, fashioned by black heads, and hallowed by the travail of 200 million black hearts beating in one glad song of jubilee. For this reason, the advance guard of the Negro people, the 8 million people of Negro blood in the United States of America, must soon come to realize that, if they are to take their just place in the van of pan-Negroism, then their destiny is not absorption by the white Americans. That if in America it is to be proven for the first time in the modern world that not only Negroes are capable of evolving individual men like Toussaint, the Savior, but are a nation stored with wonderful possibilities of culture, then their destiny is not a servile imitation of Anglo-Saxon culture, but a stalwart originality which shall unswervingly follow Negro ideals. It may, however, be objected here that the situation of our race in America renders this attitude impossible, that our sole hope of salvation lies in our being able to lose our race identity in the commingled blood of the nation, and that any other course would merely increase the friction of races, which we call race prejudice, and against which we have so long and so earnestly fought. Here, then, is the dilemma, and it is a puzzling one, I admit. No Negro who has given earnest thought to the situation of his people in America has failed, at some time in life, to find himself at these crossroads, has failed to ask himself at some time, what, after all, am I? Am I an American, or am I a Negro? Can I be both? Or is it my duty to cease to be a Negro as soon as possible and be an American? If I strive as a Negro, am I not perpetuating the very cleft that threatens and separates black and white America? Is not my only possible practical aim the subduction of all that is Negro in me to the American? Does my black blood place upon me any more obligation to assert my nationality than German or Irish or Italian blood would? It is such incessant self-questioning and the hesitation that arises from it that is making the present period a time of vacillation and contradiction for the American Negro. Combined race action is stifled, race responsibility is shirked, race enterprises languish, and the best blood, the best talent, the best energy of the Negro people cannot be marshaled to do the bidding of the race. They stand back to make room for every rascal and demagogue who chooses to cloak his selfish deviltry under the veil of race pride. Is this right? Is it rational? Is it good policy? Have we in America a distinct mission as a race, a distinct sphere of action and an opportunity for race development? Or is self-obliteration the highest end to which Negro blood dare aspire? If we carefully consider what race prejudice really is, we find it historically to be nothing but the friction between different groups of people. It is the difference in aim, in feeling, in ideals of two different races. If now this difference exists touching territory, laws, language, or even religion, it is manifest that these people cannot live in the same territory without fatal collision. But if, on the other hand, there is substantial agreement in laws, language, and religion, religion, if there is a satisfactory adjustment of economic life, then there is no reason why in the same country and on the same street 2 or 3 great national ideals might not thrive and develop, that men of different races might not strive together for their race ideals as well, perhaps even better than in isolation. Here, it seems to me, is the reading of the riddle that puzzles so many of us. We are Americans, not only by birth and by citizenship, but by our political ideals, our language, our religion. Farther than that, our Americanism does not go. At that point we are Negroes, members of a vast historic race that from the very dawn of creation has slept, but half awakening in the dark forests of its African fatherland. We are the first fruits of this new nation, the harbinger of that black tomorrow which is yet destined to soften the whiteness of the Teutonic today. We are that people whose subtle sense of song has given America its only American music, its only American fairy tales, its only touch of pathos and humor amid its mad money-getting plutocracy. As such, it is our duty to conserve our physical powers, our intellectual endowments, our spiritual ideals. As a race, we must strive by race organization, by race solidarity, by race unity to the realization of that broader humanity which freely recognizes differences in men, but sternly deprecates inequality in their opportunities of development. For the accomplishment of these ends we need race organizations, Negro colleges, Negro newspapers, Negro business organizations, a Negro school of literature and art, and an intellectual clearinghouse for all these products of the Negro mind, which we may call a Negro Academy. Not only is all this necessary for positive advance, it is absolutely imperative for negative defense. Let us not deceive ourselves at our situation in this country, weighted with a heritage of moral iniquity from our past history, hard-pressed in the economic world by foreign immigrants and native prejudice. Hated here, despised there, and pitied everywhere. Our one haven of refuge is ourselves, and but one means of advance, our own belief in our great destiny, our own implicit trust in our ability and worth. There is no power under God's high heaven that can stop the advance of 8,000 honest, earnest, inspired, and united people. But, and here is the rub, they must be honest, fearlessly criticizing their own faults, zealously correcting them. They must be earnest. No people that laughs at itself and ridicules itself and wishes to God it was anything but itself ever wrote its name in history. It must be inspired with the divine faith of our black mothers, that out of the blood and dust of battle will march a victorious host, a mighty nation, a peculiar people, to speak to the nations of earth a divine truth that shall make them free. And such a people must be united, not merely united for the organized theft of political spoils, not united to disgrace religion with whoremongers and ward healers, not united merely to protest and pass resolutions, but united to stop the ravages of consumption among the Negro people, united to keep black boys from loafing, gambling, and crime, united to guard the purity of black women, and to reduce that vast army of black prostitutes that is today marching to hell, and united in serious organizations to determine by careful conference and thoughtful interchange of opinion the broad lines of policy and action for the American Negro. This is the reason for being which the American Negro Academy has. It aims at once to be the epitome and expression of the intellect of the black-blooded people of America, the exponent of the race ideals of one of the world's great races. As such, the Academy must, if successful, be A. representative in character, B. impartial in conduct, C. firm in leadership. It must be representative in character, not in that it represents all interests of all factions, but in that it seeks to comprise something of the best thought, the most unselfish striving, and the highest ideals. There are scattered in forgotten nooks and corners throughout the land Negroes of some considerable training, of high minds and high motives, who are unknown to their fellows, who exert far too little influence. These the Negro Academy should strive to bring into touch with each other, and to give them a common mouthpiece. The Academy should be impartial in conduct while it aims to exalt the people. It should aim to do so by truth, not by lies, by honesty, not by flattery. It should continually impress the fact upon the Negro people that they must not expect to have things done for them. They must do for themselves, that they have on their hands a vast work of self-reformation to do, and that a little less complaint and whining and a little more dogged work and manly striving would do us more credit and benefit than 1,000 force or civil rights bills. Finally, the American Negro Academy must point out a practical path of advance to the Negro people. There lie before every Negro today hundreds of questions of policy and right, which must be settled and which each one settles now, not in accordance with any rule but by impulse or individual preference, for instance. What should be the attitude of Negroes toward the educational qualification for voters? What should be our attitude towards separate schools? How should we meet discriminations on railways and in hotels? Such questions need not so much specific answers for each part as a general expression of policy, and nobody should be better fitted to announce such a policy than a representative, honest Negro Academy. All this, however, must come in time after careful organization and long conference. The immediate work before us should be practical and have direct bearing upon the situation of the Negro. The historical work of collecting the laws of the United States and of the various states of the Union with regard to the Negro is a work of such magnitude and importance that no body but one like this could think of undertaking it. If we could accomplish that one task, we would justify our existence. In the field of sociology, an appalling work lies before us. First, we must unflinchingly and bravely face the truth, not with apologies, but with solemn earnestness. The Negro Academy ought to sound a note of warning that would echo in every black cabin in the land. Unless we conquer our present vices, they will conquer us. We are diseased, we are developing criminal tendencies, and an alarmingly large percentage of our men and women are sexually impure. The Negro Academy should stand and proclaim this over the housetops, crying with Garrison, "I will not equivocate, I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard." The Academy should seek to gather about it the talented, unselfish men, the pure and noble-minded women, to fight an army of devils that disgraces our manhood and our womanhood. There does not stand today upon God's earth a race more capable in muscle, in intellect, in morals than the American Negro, if he will bend his energies in the right direction, if he will burst his birth's invidious bar, and grasp the skirts of happy chance, and breast the blows of circumstance, and grapple with his evil star. In science and morals I have indicated 2 fields of work for the Academy. Finally, in practical policy, I wish to suggest the following Academy Creed. 1. We believe that the Negro people as a race have a contribution to make to civilization and humanity which no other race can make. 2. We believe it the duty of the Americans of Negro descent as a body to maintain their race identity until this mission of the Negro people is accomplished and the ideal of human brotherhood has become a practical possibility. 3. We believe that unless modern civilization is a failure, it is entirely feasible and practicable for 2 races in such essential political, economic, and religious harmony as the white and colored people of America, to develop side by side in peace and mutual happiness the peculiar contribution which each has to make to the culture of their common country. 4. As a means to this end, we advocate not such social equality between these races as would disregard human likes and dislikes, but such a social equilibrium as would, throughout all the complicated relations of life, give due and just consideration to culture, ability, and moral worth, whether they be found under white or black skins. 5. We believe that the first and greatest step toward the settlement of the present friction between the races, commonly called the Negro problem, lies in the correction of the immorality, crime, and laziness among the Negroes themselves, which still remains as a heritage from slavery. We believe that only earnest and long-continued efforts on our own part can cure these social ills. 6. We believe that the second great step toward a better adjustment of the relations between the races should be a more impartial selection of ability in the economic and intellectual world, and a greater respect for personal liberty and worth regardless of race. We believe that only earnest efforts on the part of the white people of this country will bring much needed reform in these matters. 7. On the basis of the foregoing declaration and firmly believing in our high destiny, we as American Negroes are resolved to strive in every honorable way for the realization of the best and highest aims, for the development of strong manhood and pure womanhood, and for the rearing of a race ideal in America and Africa, to the glory of God and the uplifting of the Negro people. End of The Conservation of Races by W.E. Burkhardt Du Bois, 1897.
Excerpt from History and Physiography of the Most Remarkable Cases of the Earthquake, which towards the end of 1755 shook a great part of the earth, by Immanuel Kant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nature has not spread everywhere in vain, a treasure of rarities for contemplation and admiration. Man, who is entrusted with the oeconomy of the earth, not only possesses a capacity, but takes a pleasure in learning to know it, and through his introspections glorieth the Creator. Even the terrible instruments of the visitation of the human species, the shakings of countries, the raging of the ocean, that is violently agitated to its very bottom, the volcanoes or mountains that cast out flames, summon men to contemplation, and are not less implanted in nature by God as a just consequence of constant laws than the other usual causes of incommodity, unpleasant consequences, which are holden more natural only because we are better acquainted with them. The contemplation of such dreadful events is edifying. It humbles man by showing him that he has no right, or at least that he has lost it, to expect convenient consequences only from the laws of nature, which God hath ordered, and he perhaps learns in this manner to prospect that this arena of his desires ought not equitably to contain the aims of all his views. Preparation of the nature of the earth in its interior. We know pretty completely the surface of the earth when the ampliation is concerned, but we have under our feet a world still with which we at present are but little acquainted. The chasms of the mountains unfathomable to our plummet, the caverns which we meet in the bowels of the mountains, the deepest shafts of the mines that we enlarge during centuries, are far insufficient to procure us distinct knowledge of the internal structures of the great globe we inhabit. The greatest depth to which men have descended does not amount to 500 fathoms, that is, the 6,000th part of the distance to the centre of the earth, and yet these caverns are still found in the mountains, and even all terra firma is a mountain, in which, in order to arrive but at an equal depth with the bottom of the sea, we must go down at least thrice as deep. But what nature hides from our eye and from our immediate essays, she herself discovers by her effects. The earthquakes have revealed to us that the surface of the earth is full of vaults and cavities, and that under our feet hidden mines with various labyrinths run everywhere. The progress of the history of earthquakes will put this beyond doubt. These cavities we have to ascribe to the very same cause which prepared the beds of the seas. For it is certain, when one is informed of the remains of the ocean's former stay over the whole earth, and of the immense heaps of mussels that are found even in the bowels of the mountains, of the petrified sea animals which are brought up from the deepest shafts, I say when one is in some measure informed of all these, he may easily prospect that formerly the sea covered all the land, that its stay continued long and is older than the deluge, and that the water could not possibly retire otherwise than by its bottom here and there sinking into deep cavities, and preparing the same deep basin into which it has run, and to whose brims it is still confined, while the elevated parts of this sunk-in crust are become terra firma, which is everywhere undetermined by cavities, and whose tract is occupied by the steep ridges, which under the name of mountains run through the highest parts of the land according to all those directions, in which it extends itself to any considerable length. All these cavities contain a glowing fire, or at least that combustible matter which requires but a small stimulation in order to break out into a violent flame all around it, and to shake or even to split the earth above it. When we consider the territory of this subterraneous fire in the whole circuit in which it extends, we must allow that there are few countries upon the earth which have not sometimes felt its effect. The island of Iceland, in the remotest part of the north, is subjected, and indeed not seldom, to its most violent shocks. In England and even Sweden there have been a few gentle concussions. They are, however, to be found in the southern countries, in my opinion, in those that lie nearer the equator, more frequent and stronger. Italy, the islands of all the seas, which lie near the equinoctial line, chiefly those of the Indian Ocean, are disturbed by this agitation of their bottom. Among the latter there is scarcely a single one that has not a mountain, which either burns sometimes still, or at least did formerly burn, and they are just as much subjected to concussion. It is a curious precaution, if we may believe Hübner's account of it, that the Dutch take in order not to expose the valuable spices of the nutmegs and cloves which they allow to be cultivated on the islands of Banda and Abonia only, to the danger of being extirpated from the earth, if a total destruction by an earthquake should happen to those islands, by always having a nursery of both plants upon another island at a great distance. Peru and Chile, that lie near the line, are more tormented by this evil than any other country in the world. In the former, a day seldom passes without a few small shocks of an earthquake being felt. This must not be considered as a consequence of the far greater heat of the sun which acts upon the earth of these countries. In a cave that is not quite 40 feet deep there is hardly any difference to be distinguished between summer and winter. So little is the solar heat able to penetrate the earth to great depths in order to act upon the inflammable matter and to put it into combustion. The earthquakes rather accommodate themselves to the nature of the subterranean caverns, and these to those laws according to which must have taken place at the beginning the sinking of the uppermost crust of the earth, which, the nearer to the line, have made the deeper and more various bendings inwards, whereby these mines that contain the tinder for the earthquakes are grown more extensive, and thereby fitter for its ascension. This preparation, by what we have said on the subterraneous passages, is of no small importance to the insight of that which will afterwards occur in the wide extending of earthquakes in great countries, of the tracks they put in the places where they rage the most, and of those where they first take their rise. I shall now begin from the history of the earthquake of '55 itself. I understand by it no history of the misfortune which men have thereby suffered, no list of cities destroyed and inhabitants buried under their ruins. Everything horrible which the imagination can represent to itself must be collected in order in some measure to figure to one's self the consternation in which men must be when the earth under their feet moves and is torn with convulsions, when everything around them falls to the ground, when the water, put in violent motion, completes the misfortune by overflowing, when the fear of death, the despair on account of the total loss of all property, and finally the sight of others in misery discourage the most steadfast mind. Such a narrative would be moving. It would, as it has an effect on the heart, perhaps have one likewise on its amendment. But I leave this history to more able hands, and shall here describe the work of nature only, the remarkable natural circumstances which accompanied the dreadful event and their causes. Of the forerunners of this earthquake, I look upon the prelude of the subterranean inflammation that afterwards grew so amazing to be the meteor which we received at Locarno in Switzerland on the 14th October 1754 at 8 o'clock in the morning. A warm vapour, as if coming out of an oven, diffused itself and in 2 hours turned into a red fog, which towards evening occasioned a rain red as blood, that, when it was caught, deposited 1/9 of a reddish gluey sediment. The snow 6 feet deep was likewise tinged red. This purple rain was perceived to extend about 20 German miles in quadratum, nay, even to Swabia. On these meteors followed unnatural rains, that in 3 days made the water rise 23 inches, which is more than falls throughout the whole year in a country of a moderately damp nature. This rain continued upwards of 14 days, though not always with the same violence. The rivers of Lombardy, that have their source in the mountains of Switzerland, as also the Rhone, swelled and overflowed their banks. From this time prevailed in the air frightful hurricanes, which raged everywhere furiously. In the middle of November such a purple rain fell in Ulm, the disorder in the atmosphere, the whirlwinds in Italy, and the extremely wet weather continued. If we could form a conception of the causes of this phenomenon and of its consequences, we must observe the nature of the ground upon which it happened. All the mountains of Switzerland contain extensive cavities, which without doubt are connected with the deepest subterranean passages. Schutzer numbers nearly 20 gulfs, which at certain times emit wind. If we suppose that the mineral substances hidden in these cavities are mixed, and thereby occasion with those fluidities with which they effervesce, an internal fermentation, which may prepare the materials nourishing the fire for that inflammation that in a few days is to break out entirely. If, for instance, we represent to ourselves that acid which is contained in the spirit of nitre, and which nature herself necessarily prepares, how it put in motion either by the afflux of water or by other causes, attacked the earth containing iron upon which it fell, these substances must have been heated by their being mixed, and have ejected red warm vapours from the caverns of the mountains, wherewith by the violence of the ebullition the particles of the red earth containing iron were at the same time mingled and carried away. This occasioned the gluey red rain as blood, which we have made mention. The nature of such vapours tend to diminish the expansive power of the air, and thereby to make the aqueous exhalations suspended in it run together, as also by the attraction of all the humid clouds floating in the ambient atmosphere, by means of the natural declivity towards the region, where the height of the columns of air is lessened, to occasion that violent and constant rain in the countries aforementioned. In this manner the subterranean fermentation previously announced by ejected vapours the misfortune which it prepared in secret. The achievement of destiny followed it with slow steps. The fermentation does not immediately break out into inflammation. The fermenting and heating substances, in order to produce incension, must meet with a combustible oil, sulphur, petrol, or something of the same sort. The heating extends itself here and there in the subterraneous passages, and the moment when the dissolved combustible substances are heated in the mixture with the others to the degree to catch fire, the vaults of the earth are shaken, and the decree of the fates is fulfilled. The earthquake and the agitation of the water of the 1st November 1755. The moment at which this shock happened seems to be the most accurately determined at 50 minutes past 9 o'clock a.m. at Lisbon. This time exactly agrees with that at which it was perceived in Madrid from 17 to 18 minutes after 10 o'clock, when the difference of latitude of both cities is turned into the difference of time. And at the same time the waters, as well as those that have a visible, as those that may have a hidden communication with the ocean, are shaken to an astonishing circuit. From Abo to Finland to the archipelago of the West Indies few or no coasts were free from it. Almost at the same time it commanded a tract of 1,500 German miles. Were one assured that the time at which it was felt at Gluckstadt on the Elbe might, according to the public accounts, be fixed at 30 minutes past 11 o'clock, it would hence be concluded that the agitation of the water took 15 minutes to come from Lisbon to the coasts of Holstein. At this very time it was likewise felt on all the coasts of the Mediterranean, and its whole extent is not yet known. The waters that appear to be deprived of every communication with the sea, the sources of mineral water, the lakes, were at the same time put into an extraordinary commotion in many countries far distant from one another. Most of the lakes in Switzerland, and the lake near Tubman in the marsh, some lakes in Norway and Sweden, were put into an undulation far more boisterous than in a storm, and the air was at the same time calm. Both the lakes at Neuchâtel and of Mainungen, if we may rely upon the accounts, ran into hidden cavities, but soon returned. At this very moment the mineral water of Toplitz in Bohemia stopped, and returned red as blood. The force with which the water was driven widened its old passage, and it thereby acquired a greater afflux. The inhabitants of this place might well sing Te Deum Laudamus, while those of Lisbon uttered quite other tones. Such is the nature of the incidents that befall the human species. The joys of the one and the misfortunes of the other have frequently a common cause. In the kingdom of Fez in Africa, a subterranean power split a mountain and poured water out of its gulf. Near Angoulême in France a subterranean noise was heard. A deep cavern opened itself on the plain and contained unfathomable water. At Grémeneau in Provence a fountain grew suddenly slimy and ran afterwards of a reddish colour. The surrounding countries gave notice of similar alterations in their sources. All these took place at the same minute that the earthquake laid waste the coasts of Portugal. Here and there during this short term of time a few concussions of the earth were perceived in far distant countries, but they almost all happened near the coast. At Cork in Ireland, as also at Gluckstadt, and at several other places that lie near the sea, small quakings happened. Milan is perhaps at the greatest distance from the sea of any place that was this day shaken. This morning at 8 o'clock Vesuvius raged, and was quiet towards the time when the concussions happened in Portugal. End of excerpt from History and Physiography of the Most Remarkable Cases of the Earthquake, which towards the end of 1755 shook a great part of the earth. By Immanuel, Kant.
Harriet Tubman, The Moses of Her People, 1820-1913. From Elizabeth Ross Haynes' Unsung Heroes, published in 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. About 100 years ago, people in every civilized country were talking about the Underground Railroad in the United States. The Underground Railroad was not really a railroad under the ground, but a secret way by means of which slaves escaped from their masters in the South and reached free territory. Reaching free territory sometimes meant escape from this country into Canada. Passengers, those seeking to escape to free territory on the Underground Railroad, were led by very brave and daring conductors. Among these conductors there was a woman whose name was Harriet Tubman. When Harriet was born in Dorchester County, Maryland, in 1820, she was named Araminta Ross. After she grew up, she called herself Harriet. When she became a woman, she was married to John Tubman and was called Harriet Tubman. Harriet almost died with the measles when she was 6 years old. Soon after she recovered from this, her master threw a heavy weight at her and injured her skull. For years she suffered from pressure on her brain, which caused her to fall asleep at any time, wherever she was, whether she was seated on a rail fence or in a chair. It also caused her to stagger sometimes as she walked. No one except her African mother seemed to care for her or to pay any attention to her. Early one morning a lady came driving up to the home of Harriet's master, who met her at the gate and inquired what he could do for her. She asked for a slave girl to care for her baby, but offered very low wages. The master shook his head, saying, "I cannot furnish you a girl for that." As the lady pleaded with him, he stood looking on the ground and knitting his brow. Suddenly he lifted his head and said, "Yes, I have just one girl whom you may take. Keep your eye on her, because she may not have all that is coming to her." Harriet was called, placed in a wagon, and driven away to the lady's home. The first thing the lady gave her to do was to sweep and dust the parlor. Harriet cautiously tiptoed into this wonderfully fine room, amazed at everything she saw. She finally began to sweep in much the same way as she had swept her mother's cabin. As soon as she had finished sweeping, she took the dusting cloth and wiped off the chairs, the table, and the mantelpiece. The particles of dust, still flying here and there over the room, soon settled on the furniture again. About this time Harriet's new mistress stepped in and began to look around. The dust lay on the table, the chairs, and the mantel in such a thick coating that she spoke very harshly to Harriet and ordered her to do the work all over. Harriet swept and dusted just as she had done before. The dust, having no other place to go, settled again on the furniture. The mistress entered the parlor again, bringing with her this time a whip. With this she lashed Harriet with a heavy hand. 5 times before breakfast that morning Harriet swept and dusted the parlor. Just as she had gotten her 3rd whipping, her mistress's sister, who had been awakened from her morning slumber, opened the parlor door. "Why do you whip the child, sister, for not doing what she has never been taught to do?" she asked. "Leave Harriet to me for a few minutes, and you will see that she will soon learn how to sweep and dust a room." The sister ordered Harriet to open the windows first, to sweep the room and leave it a while until the dust settled, and to return then and wipe the dust from the furniture. Harriet looked strangely at the big window, went to it and raised it inch by inch until it was high enough to fasten by a latch. She set in again and swept, and while the dust was settling she went out and set the table for breakfast. Then she returned and dusted the parlor. That night she was ordered to sit up and rock the baby. The baby's cradle and Harriet's chair were placed near her mistress's bed. Occasionally Harriet's eyelids dropped and her head bobbed this way and that. The cradle kept on rocking because her foot was on the rockers. Once in a great while the cradle would stop and the baby would begin to cry. The mistress would pick up her whip and give Harriet a cut across the head and shoulders, which would make her jump and almost knock the cradle over. Under such treatment Harriet became so worn and thin that the lady sent her back to her master, saying that she wasn't worth a sixpence. Harriet was turned over to her mother, who nursed her until she was again strong enough to work. She was then hired out to a man who made her plow, drive oxen, lift a barrel of flour, and sometimes cut a half cord of wood a day. Soon she became ill again. She lay on her sickbed from Christmas until March. Day after day she prayed, saying, "O Lord, convert old master, change that man's heart and make him a Christian." When someone told her that as soon as she was able to work she would be sent away, she changed her prayer, saying, "Lord, if you are never going to change that man's heart, kill him, Lord, and take him out of the way, so he will do no more mischief." Harriet's master finally died, but she continued ill for a long time. Even after she became stronger, she still prayed at every turn. When she went to the horse trough to wash her face and hands, she said, "Lord, wash me and make me clean." When she took the towel to wipe them, she cried, "O Lord, for Jesus' sake, wipe away all my sins." When she took up the broom to sweep, she groaned, "O Lord, whatever sin there is in my heart, sweep it out, Lord, clear and clean." Early one morning many of the slaves in the quarters hurried about with a scared look on their faces, whispering something to each other as they passed. The news had leaked out that Harriet and two of her brothers were to be sold and sent the next day to the far South. As soon as the news reached Harriet, she held a hurried consultation with her brothers, telling them of the terrible things that would befall them if they did not run away to the North. As they stood for a while, looking about anxiously and ready to move on, they agreed to start for the North that night. Harriet began to scratch her head and wonder how she might tell her friends that she was going away. She thought and thought, and finally hit upon the plan of telling them in an old familiar song. As she was passing the next cabin door, she sang out, "When that old chariot comes, I'm going to leave you. I'm bound for the promised land. Friends, I'm going to leave you. I'm sorry, friends, to leave you. Farewell, oh, farewell. But I'll meet you in the morning. Farewell, oh, farewell." She looked forward and backward and all around several times. No overseer was in sight. She continued to sing, casting a meaning glance at first one and then another as she passed along. "I'll meet you in the morning when you reach the promised land on the other side of Jordan, for I'm bound for the promised land." That night Harriet and her brothers spoke for a while in a whisper to their father and kissed him good bye. Without disturbing their dear old mother, each started out quietly in slightly different directions, but all towards the same place. Soon the three came together. The brothers began to say to Harriet in very low tones that they were afraid that old master would send men out for them and capture them. They stood trembling with excitement. All at once one of them, and then the other, broke away and ran towards home as fast as they could, falling now and then over a log or a stump. Harriet stood watching them as long as she could see their shadows in the starlight. Fixing her eye on the North Star, she turned her face in that direction and went forward. All night long she walked until the peep of day. Then she lay down in the tall grass in a swamp. She lay there all day. The next night she started out again. Night after night she traveled, occasionally stopping to beg bread. She crouched behind trees or lay concealed in a swamp during the day until she reached Philadelphia. On her arrival in Philadelphia, she stared at the people as they passed. She stood gazing at the fine houses and the streets. She looked at her hands, believing that they too looked new. After finding a place to stay, she walked out among the better looking houses and began to ask from door to door if any one was needed for work. Finally a woman came to the door, opened it just a little way, and peeped out as though she were afraid. As Harriet was asking for work, the lady told her to wait a moment while she ran back and pushed her frying pan further back on the stove. She appeared again at the door, questioned Harriet, and then told her to come in. Harriet walked in and stood listening to the lady's instructions about cleaning. Then she raised the windows and began to sweep. She swept and dusted and cleaned all day. She worked hard the next day and every day until pay day, when she received her first money. She hid it away with great care and continued her work. The following pay days she went to the same spot and hid away every penny of her money until she felt that she had enough to go back South. She gave up her work and traveled night after night until she was again back on the plantation. She hid around among the slaves in their cabins. She whispered to them thrilling stories of the free country, until even women with babies were getting ready to follow her back to the north. After drugging their babies with paregoric and placing them in baskets which they carried on their arms, they set out with Moses, as they called her, for the free country. They forded rivers, climbed mountains, went through the swamps, threaded the forests with their feet sore and often bleeding. They traveled during the night and kept in hiding during the day. One of the men fell by the wayside. Harriet took out her pistol and, pointing it at his head, said, "Dead men tell no tales. You go on or die." He arose, trembling, and dragged along with the party until they reached the north. As soon as Harriet had landed this party, she began working again and making preparations to go back on her next trip. One night she went back to the plantation, secured a horse and a two-wheeled cart, and drove away with her aged mother and father. After placing them on the train, she traveled in the cart night after night until she made her way through Maryland to Wilmington, Delaware, where she had sent her parents. As soon as the three of them met in Wilmington, Harriet took her parents to a well-known Underground Railroad station. This was simply the home of a Quaker friend. He gave them food and shelter and each a new pair of shoes. He furnished Harriet with money to take her parents on to Canada, and kept the horse and cart for sale. Harriet and her parents went on, making their way with difficulty until they reached Canada. Harriet remained in Canada for a short time only, then slipped back among the plantation cabins in Maryland. Again and again she went back, 19 times, leading away in the darkness in all over 300 slaves. The slave masters of that region in Maryland, whence so many were being stolen away, after trying hard to catch Harriet, offered a reward of $40,000 for her, dead or alive. They posted such a notice in all public places. After 15 years of such adventure, Harriet bought a little home place near Auburn, New York, and settled on it with her dear old parents. Frequently responding to a knock at the door, she arose and found that someone had brought to her a poor, old, homeless person. Without hesitating to ask many questions, she took in every one of them, until she had 20 old people for whom she worked and sought support. William H. Seward, Governor of New York, once said to her when she went to him for aid, "Harriet, you have worked for others long enough. If you would ever ask anything for yourself, I would gladly give it to you, but I will not help you to rob yourself for others any longer." Many years after that, Governor Seward died, and a large number of persons gathered at his funeral. Many very beautiful flowers were received by his family on that sad occasion. On the day of the funeral, just before the coffin was closed, a woman as black as night stole quietly in and laid a wreath of field flowers at his feet, and as quietly glided out again. Friends of the family whispered, "It's the Governor's friend, Harriet." Harriet continued to work and take in homeless old people until the outbreak of the Civil War. At that time Governor Andrew of Massachusetts sent for her. He asked if she would go South as a spy and a scout, and if need be, a hospital nurse for the Union soldiers. She stood thinking for a moment, then said that she would go. He bade her return home and be ready at a moment's notice. Harriet left his office and returned to Auburn. She went about asking friends to look out for the old people in her home while she was away. Soon after she reached home a messenger arrived with orders for her to report immediately. She hastily grabbed a few necessary things, kissed her parents, saying good-bye to them and to the inmates of the home, and hurried away to join the company of soldiers on its way south. They traveled several days. As soon as they arrived, Harriet was ordered to act as a scout and a spy for the soldiers. She took charge and led them through the jungle and the swamp. She approached the frightened slaves, often gaining valuable information from them. She stood in the battle line when the shots were falling like hail and the bodies of dead and wounded men were dropping like leaves in autumn. Being called upon to nurse the soldiers in the hospitals, she extracted from roots and herbs what she called a healing substance. As she went to a sick soldier and felt his burning forehead, she often poured out a spoonful of her medicine and placed it in his mouth. After a few days of such treatment, frequently a soldier smiled at her and thanked her. She often bathed the wounds of soldiers from early morning until late at night. She nursed many with smallpox. Occasionally, after a long day's toil, she went to her little cabin and made 50 pies, several pans of gingerbread, and 2 casks of root beer. One of the men went through the camp selling these things for her. Almost as soon as she obtained the money from the sale of them, she mailed it on to her old parents for the support of their home. Once, while Harriet was on this trip, she went with some gunboats up the Combahee River. The frightened slaves along the way left their work and took to the woods. Some of those who fled peeped out from behind trees at the gunboats and ran away like deer when they heard the sound of the steam whistle. One old man said, "Well, Master said the Yankees had horns and tails, but I never believed it till now." 800 of these people were taken on board the gunboats to be carried to Beaufort, South Carolina. Some of them, before going aboard, grabbed from the fire and placed on their heads pails of smoking rice. Others had on their backs a bag with a pig in it, and some carried 2 pigs in their bags. Soon after this trip, Harriet returned to her little home place, which was about to be sold to pay off a mortgage. A friend, the daughter of a professor of Auburn Theological Seminary, hearing of Harriet's trouble, came to see her. Harriet greeted her friend as usual and invited her to sit down. She too sat down and began to tell about the war. Her friend listened for a long, long time, but finally interrupted her to ask about the home and the mortgage. Harriet, concealing nothing from her, told her the exact conditions of the mortgage. The friend suggested the idea of having her life story written as a means of getting money to pay off the mortgage. Harriet nodded her head in full agreement with what her friend was proposing, and asked if she would write the story. The friend counted aloud the days before the mortgage had to be paid off, and, realizing that they were not many, set herself at once to the task of writing the story of Harriet's life. Harriet sat with her friend day after day, each time telling of some incident in her life which she had not told before. The story was finally finished and published, and from the proceeds of it the mortgage was paid off. Harriet worked hard, saying all the time that she wished to free the home of debt so that she might give it to her race to be used as an old folks' home. When the property was almost free of debt and there were 20 aged women in the home, she went among them with a smile, dividing the little she had, until she was stricken with pneumonia and died. Following her death, the Harriet Tubman Club of New York City, together with the whole Empire State Federation of Negro Women's Clubs, erected to her memory a handsome monument. This monument is in the form of a shaft. One of the principal designs on this shaft is in the form of 3 oak logs, out of which flowers are growing. The citizens of Auburn held a memorial meeting for her at the Auditorium Theater. Booker T. Washington, the mayor, and the ex-mayor of Auburn were the speakers on that occasion. The lower floor of the theater was filled, and every box was occupied. In one box sat a group of Civil War veterans, and in another sat the leading society women of Auburn. On the stage sat the Auburn Festival Chorus and Orchestra and the guests. In the presence of this audience, Harriet Tubman's grand niece unveiled a large bronze tablet, the gift of the citizens of Auburn to the memory of Harriet Tubman. In accepting this tablet, the mayor of the city said, "In recognition of Harriet Tubman's unselfish devotion to the cause of humanity, the city of Auburn accepts this tablet dedicated to her memory." The tablet was placed in the county courthouse with the following inscription: "In memory of Harriet Tubman, born a slave in Maryland about 1821, died in Auburn, New York, March 10th, 1913. Called the Moses of her people during the Civil War. With rare courage she led over 300 negroes up from slavery to freedom, and rendered invaluable service as nurse and spy. With implicit trust in God, she braved every danger and overcame every obstacle. Withal she possessed extraordinary foresight and judgment, so that she truthfully said, 'On my Underground Railroad I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger.'" End of Harriet Tubman, the Moses of Her People, 1820-1913, from Unsung Heroes by Elizabeth Ross Haynes, published in 1921. Read by Sue Anderson.
Immanuel Kant's Letter on Swedenborg to Charlotte von Knobloch by Immanuel Kant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Immanuel Kant's Letter on Swedenborg to Charlotte von Knobloch. Footnote: the German original of this letter is contained in Borowski's Darstellung des Lebens und Charakters Immanuels Kant, Königsberg, 1804, pages 211 to 225. End footnote. I would not have deprived myself so long of the honor and pleasure of obeying the request of a lady who is the ornament of her sex, in communicating the desired information, if I had not deemed it necessary previously to inform myself thoroughly concerning the subject of your request. Permit me, gracious lady, to justify my proceedings in this matter, inasmuch as it might appear that an erroneous opinion had induced me to credit the various relations concerning it without careful examination. I am not aware that anybody has ever perceived in me an inclination to the marvellous, or a weakness tending to credulity. So much is certain that, notwithstanding all the narrations of apparitions and visions concerning the spiritual world, of which a great number of the most probable are known to me, I have always considered it to be most in agreement with sound reason to incline to the negative side, not as if I had imagined such a case to be impossible, although we know but very little concerning the nature of a spirit, but because the instances are not in general sufficiently proved. There arise, moreover, from the incomprehensibility and inutility of this sort of phenomena too many difficulties, and there are, on the other hand, so many proofs of deception, that I have never considered it necessary to suffer fear or dread to come upon me either in the cemeteries of the dead or in the darkness of the night. This is the position in which my mind stood for a long time, until the report concerning Swedenborg came to my notice. This account I received from a Danish officer who was formerly my friend and attended my lectures, and who, at the table of the Austrian ambassador Dietrichstein at Copenhagen, together with several other guests, read a letter which the ambassador about that time had received from Baron de Lutzow, the Mecklenburg ambassador in Stockholm, in which he says that he, in company with the Dutch ambassador, was present at the Queen of Sweden's residence at the extraordinary transaction respecting Swedenborg, which your ladyship will undoubtedly have heard. The authenticity thus given to the account surprised me, for it can scarcely be believed that one ambassador should communicate to another for public use a piece of information which related to the Queen of the court where he resided, and which he himself, together with a distinguished company, had the opportunity of witnessing if it were not true. Now, in order not to reject blindfold the prejudice against apparitions and visions by a new prejudice, I found it desirable to inform myself as to the particulars of this surprising transaction. I accordingly wrote to the officer I mentioned at Copenhagen, and made various inquiries respecting it. He answered that he had again had an interview concerning it with Count Dietrichstein, that the affair had really taken place in the manner described, and that Professor Schlegel also had declared to him that it could by no means be doubted. He advised me, as he was then going to the army under General St. Germain, to write to Swedenborg himself, in order to ascertain the particular circumstances of this extraordinary case. I then wrote to this singular man, and the letter was delivered to him in Stockholm by an English merchant. Information was sent here that Swedenborg politely received the letter and promised to answer it, but the answer was omitted. In the meantime I made the acquaintance of a highly educated English gentleman who spent the last summer at this place, and whom, relying on the friendship we had formed, I commissioned, as he was going to Stockholm, to make particular inquiries regarding the miraculous gifts which Swedenborg is said to possess. In his first letter he states that the most respectable people in Stockholm declare that the singular transaction alluded to happened in the manner you have heard it described by me. He had not then had an interview with Swedenborg, but hoped soon to embrace the opportunity, although he found it difficult to persuade himself that all could be true, which the most reasonable persons of the city asserted respecting his secret communication with the spiritual world. But his succeeding letters were quite of a different purport. He had not only spoken with Swedenborg himself, but had also visited him at his house, and he is now in the greatest astonishment respecting such a remarkable case. Swedenborg is a reasonable, polite, and open-hearted man. He is also a man of learning, and my friend has promised to send me some of his writings in a short time. He told this gentleman, without reserve, that God had accorded to him this remarkable gift of communicating with departed souls at his pleasure. In proof of this he appealed to certain well-known facts. As he was reminded of my letter, he said that he was aware that he had received it, and that he would already have answered it had he not intended to make the whole of this singular affair public before the eyes of the world. He would proceed to London in the month of May this year, where he would publish a book in which an answer to my letter in every point might be met with. In order, gracious lady, to give you two proofs of which the present existing public is a witness, and the person who related them to me had the opportunity of investigating them at the very place where they occurred, I will narrate to you the two following occurrences. Madame Herteville, Marteville, the widow of the Dutch ambassador in Stockholm, some time after the death of her husband, was called upon by Kroon, a goldsmith, to pay for a silver service which her husband had purchased from him. The widow was convinced that her late husband had been much too precise and orderly not to have paid this debt, yet she was unable to find this receipt. In her sorrow, and because the amount was considerable, she requested Mr. Swedenborg to call at her house. After apologizing to him for troubling him, she said that if, as all people say, he possessed the extraordinary gift of conversing with the souls of the departed, he would perhaps have the kindness to ask her husband how it was about the silver service. Swedenborg did not at all object to comply with her request. 3 days afterward the said lady had company at her house for coffee. Swedenborg called, and in his cool way informed her that he had conversed with her husband. The debt had been paid several months before his decease, and the receipt was in a bureau in the room upstairs. The lady replied that the bureau had been quite cleared out, and that the receipt was not found among all the papers. Swedenborg said that her husband had described to him how after pulling out the left-hand drawer a board would appear, which required to be drawn out, when a secret compartment would be disclosed, containing his private Dutch correspondence, as well as the receipt. Upon hearing this description, the whole company arose and accompanied the lady into the room upstairs. The bureau was opened. They did as they were directed. The compartment was found, of which no one had ever known before, and to the great astonishment of all, the papers were discovered there, in accordance with his description. The following occurrence appears to me to have the greatest weight of proof, and to place the assertion respecting Swedenborg's extraordinary gift beyond all possibility of doubt. In the year 1759, towards the end of September, on Saturday at 4:00 p.m., Swedenborg arrived in Gothenburg from England, when Mr. William Castle invited him to his house, together with a party of 15 persons. About 6 o'clock Swedenborg went out, and returned to the company quite pale and alarmed. He said that a dangerous fire had just broken out in Stockholm, at the Solderholm. Gothenburg is about 50 German miles from Stockholm, and that it was spreading very fast. He was restless and went out often. He said that the house of one of his friends, whom he named, was already in ashes, and that his own was in danger. At 8 o'clock, after he had been out again, he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank God! The fire is extinguished. The third door from my house." This news occasioned a great commotion throughout the whole city, but particularly amongst the company in which he was. It was announced to the governor the same evening. On Sunday morning Swedenborg was summoned to the governor, who questioned him concerning the disaster. Swedenborg described the fire precisely, how it had begun, and in what manner it had ceased, and how long it had continued. On the same day the news spread through the city, and as the governor thought it worthy of attention, the consternation was considerably increased, because many were in trouble on account of their friends and property, which might have been involved in the disaster. On Monday evening a messenger arrived at Gothenburg, who was dispatched by the Board of Trade during the time of the fire. In the letters brought by him the fire was described precisely in the manner stated by Swedenborg. On Tuesday morning the royal courier arrived at the governor's with the melancholy intelligence of the fire, of the loss which it had occasioned, and of the houses it had damaged and ruined, not in the least differing from that which Swedenborg had given at the very time when it happened, for the fire was extinguished at 8 o'clock. What can be brought forward against the authenticity of this occurrence? The conflagration in Stockholm. My friend who wrote this to me has examined all, not only in Stockholm, but also about 2 months ago in Gothenburg, where he is well acquainted with the most respectable houses, and where he could obtain the most authentic and complete information, for as only a very short time has elapsed since 1759, most of the inhabitants are still alive who were eye-witnesses of this occurrence. He has also given me an account of the manner in which, according to Swedenborg, his intercourse with other spirits takes place, and also the ideas which he communicates regarding the condition of departed spirits. This portrait is remarkable, but time fails me to describe it. How I wish that I might have questioned this remarkable man myself, for my friend is not so proficient in method as to ask just those questions which would throw the most light on the subject. I await with longing the book that Swedenborg is about to publish in London. I have made every provision for receiving it as soon as it shall leave the press. This is as much as I can do, up to the present, in satisfying your worthy desire. I do not know, gracious lady, whether you care to know what judgment I would pronounce on so slippery a matter. Much greater talents than the small one allowed to me have been able to arrive at little that is reliable. Still, whatever may be the worth of my opinion, I shall feel myself bound to communicate it to you in writing if you remain in the country, and I cannot confer with you in person. I regret to have abused the privilege of writing to you and detaining you too long with this hasty and awkward epistle, and am with deepest respect, etc., Immanuel, Kant, Königsberg, 10th August, 1758, 1761, 1763, 1768. End of Immanuel Kant's letter on Swedenborg to Charlotte von Knobloch. It is not so difficult to live the life that leads to heaven as is believed. By Emanuel Swedenborg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is not so difficult to live the life that leads to heaven as is believed. 528. Some believe that to live the life that leads to heaven, which is called spiritual life, is difficult, because they have been told that man must renounce the world, divest himself of the lusts called lusts of the body and flesh, and live spiritually. And by this they understand that they must reject worldly things, which consist chiefly in riches and honor, that they must walk continually in pious meditation about God, about salvation, and about eternal life, and that they must pass their life in prayers and in reading the Word and pious books. This they suppose to be renouncing the world and living in the Spirit and not in the flesh. But by much experience and from conversation with angels, I have learned that this is not so at all, and indeed that they who renounce the world and live in the Spirit in this manner procure to themselves a sorrowful life, which is not receptive of heavenly joy, for everyone's life remains with him. But in order that man may receive the life of heaven, he must needs live in the world and engage in its business and employments, and then by moral and civil life receive spiritual life. In no other way can spiritual life be formed with man or his spirit prepared for heaven. For to live internal life and not external at the same time is like dwelling in a house without any foundation, which gradually either sinks or becomes full of chinks and breaches, or totters till it falls. 529. If the life of man be viewed and explored by rational intuition, it is found to be threefold, namely spiritual, moral, and civil, and these three lives to be distinct from each other. For there are men who live a civil life, and yet not a moral and spiritual life, and there are men who live a moral life, and still not a spiritual, and there are those who live both a civil life and a moral life, and at the same time a spiritual life. The latter are they who live the life of heaven, but the former are they who live the life of the world, separate from the life of heaven. Hence it may be evident in the first place that spiritual life is not separate from natural life, or from the life of the world, but is conjoined with it as the soul with its body, and that if it were separated, it would be, as already said, like dwelling in a house without any foundation. For moral and civil life is the activity of spiritual life, since it is of spiritual life to will well, and of moral and civil life to act well. And if the latter be absent, then spiritual life consists merely in thought and speech, and will vanishes, because without support. And yet will is the very spiritual part of man. 530. That it is not so difficult as is believed to live the life which leads to heaven may be seen from what now follows. Who cannot live a civil life and moral life, since everyone from childhood is initiated into it, and from life in the world is acquainted with it? Everyone who does lead such a life, the bad as well as the good, for who does not wish to be called sincere, and who does not wish to be called just, almost all practice sincerity and justice outwardly, so far as to appear as it were sincere and just in heart, or as if they acted from real sincerity and justice. The spiritual man should live in like manner, which he can do as easily as the natural man, but with this difference only, that he believes in the divine, and acts sincerely and justly not merely because it is according to civil and moral laws, but also because it is according to divine laws. For the spiritual man, because he thinks about divine things when he acts, communicates with the angels of heaven, and so far as he does this, is conjoined with them, and thus his internal man is opened, which viewed in itself is a spiritual man. When man is of such a character, he is then adopted and led by the Lord while he himself is not aware of it, and then in doing acts of sincerity and justice which are of moral and civil life, he does them from a spiritual origin. And to do what is sincere and just from a spiritual origin is to do it from sincerity and justice itself, or to do it from the heart. His justice and sincerity in outward form appear quite like the justice and sincerity with natural man, even with evil and infernal man, but in inward form they are wholly unlike. For evil men act justly and sincerely merely for the sake of themselves and the world, and therefore if they did not fear the law and its penalties, also the loss of reputation, of honor, of gain, and of life, they would act altogether insincerely and unjustly, since they neither fear God nor any divine law, and so are not restricted by any internal bond. They would therefore in such case to the utmost of their power defraud, plunder, and spoil others, and this from enjoyment. That they are inwardly of this nature is very apparent from those of this kind in the other life, where every one's externals are removed and his internals are opened, in which he then lives to eternity. Such persons as they then act without external restraints, fear of the law, of the loss of reputation, of honor, of gain, and of life, act insanely and laugh at sincerity and justice. But they who have acted sincerely and justly from regard to divine laws, when their externals are taken away and they are left to their internals, act wisely, because they are conjoined with angels of heaven, from whom wisdom is communicated to them. From these things it may now be evident that the spiritual man can act quite like the natural man as to civil and moral life, provided he be conjoined to the divine as to his internal man, or as to his will and thought. 531. The laws of spiritual life, the laws of civil life, and the laws of moral life are also delivered in the 10 precepts of the Decalogue. In the first 3 the laws of spiritual life, in the following 4 the laws of civil life, and in the last 3 the laws of moral life. The merely natural man lives in outward form according to the same precepts in like manner as the spiritual man, for he in like manner worships the divine, goes to church, listens to preachings, composes his face to devotion. He does not commit murder, nor adultery, nor theft, does not bear false witness, does not defraud his companions of their goods. But all this he does merely for the sake of himself and the world, to keep up appearances. And the same person in inward form is just opposite to what he appears outwardly, since in heart he denies the divine, in worship acts the hypocrite, and when left to himself and his own thoughts, laughs at the holy things of the church, believing that they merely serve as a restraint for the simple multitude. Consequently he is wholly disjoined from heaven, and so because he is not a spiritual man, he is neither a moral man nor a civil man. For even though he does not commit murder, still he hates everyone who opposes him, and from hatred burns with revenge against him. So that if he were not restrained by civil laws and external bonds, which are fears, he would kill him. And because he lusts after this, it follows that he is continually committing murder. Albeit he does not commit adultery, still inasmuch as he believes it allowable, he is all the while an adulterer. For as far as he can and has opportunity, he commits it. Although he does not steal, yet he covets the goods of others, and regards fraud and evil acts as not contrary to civil law. In intent he is continually acting the thief. The case is similar as to the precepts of moral life, which teach not to bear false witness, and not to covet the goods of others. Such is the nature of every man who denies the divine, and who has not a conscience grounded in religion. That such is his real nature appears manifestly from those who are of this sort in the other life, when, on the removal of their externals, they are left to their internals. Then, since they are separated from heaven, they act in unity with hell, and so are in fellowship with those who are in hell. It is otherwise with those who have in heart acknowledged the divine, and in the acts of their lives have had respect to divine laws, and have acted according to the first 3 precepts of the Decalogue, equally as according to the rest. When these, on the removal of externals, are let into their internals, they are wiser than when in the world. For when they come into their internals, it is like coming from shade into light, from ignorance into wisdom, and from a sorrowful life into a blessed one, inasmuch as they are in the divine, thus in heaven. These things are said to the intent that it may be known what the one kind of man and what the other really is, though both have lived a similar external life. 532. Everyone may know that thoughts are conveyed and tend according to intentions, or whither a man intends. For the thought is man's inward sight, which is like the outward sight in this, that to whatever point it is bent and intended, thither it turns and there it rests. If therefore the inner sight or thought is turned to the world and rests there, it follows that the thought becomes worldly. If turned to self and self-honor, it becomes corporeal. But if it is turned to heaven, it follows that it becomes heavenly, and consequently is elevated. If to self, it is drawn down from heaven, and immersed in what is corporeal. And if to the world, it is also bent down from heaven, and is diffused upon those objects which are before the eyes. It is man's love which makes his intention, and which determines his internal sight or thought to its objects. Thus the love of self to self and its objects, the love of the world to worldly objects, and the love of heaven to heavenly objects. Thus it may be known what is the state of man's interiors, which are of his mind, provided his love be known, namely, that the interiors of him who loves heaven are elevated toward heaven and are open above, and that the interiors of him who loves the world and of him who loves himself are closed upwards and are open outward. From this it may be concluded that if the higher regions of the rational mind are closed upward, man can no longer see the objects which are of heaven and the church, and those objects are with him in thick darkness, and the things which are in thick darkness are either denied or not understood. Hence it is that they who love themselves and the world above all things, since the higher regions of their minds are closed in heart, deny divine truths, and if they speak at all about them from memory, still they do not understand them. They regard them also in the same manner as they regard worldly and corporeal things. Such being their nature, they can give attention only to the things that enter through the senses of the body, with which they are alone delighted, among which are many things that are likewise filthy, obscene, profane, and wicked. These cannot be removed, because with such persons there is no influx from heaven into their minds, which are closed above, as was said. Man's intention, from which his internal sight or thought is determined, is his will, for what a man wills he intends, and what he intends he thinks. If therefore his intention is toward heaven, his thought is determined thither, and with it his whole mind, which is thus in heaven, whence he then sees the things of the world beneath him, as one looking down from a roof. Hence the man who has the interiors of his mind open can see the evils and falsities that are with him, for these are beneath the spiritual mind. And on the other hand, the man whose interiors are not open cannot see his own evils and falsities, because he is in them and not above them. From these things we may conclude whence man has wisdom and whence insanity. Also what he will be after death, when he is left to will and think, and also to act and speak, according to his interiors. These things are said also, that it may be known what a man is interiorly, however he may appear outwardly like another. 533. That it is not so difficult to live the life of heaven as is believed, is evident now from this, that it is only necessary for man to think, when anything presents itself to him which he knows to be insincere and unjust, and to which he is inclined, that it ought not to be done because it is contrary to the divine precepts. If man accustoms himself so to think, and from so accustoming himself acquires a habit, he then by degrees is conjoined to heaven. And so far as he is conjoined to heaven, the higher regions of his mind are opened, and so far as those are opened, he sees what is insincere and unjust, and so far as he sees these evils, so far may they be shaken off, for no evil can be shaken off until it is seen. This is the state into which man may enter from free will. For who is not able from free will to think in this manner? But when he has made a beginning, then the Lord quickens all that is good in him, and causes him not only to see evils as evils, but also not to will them, and finally to be averse to them. This is meant by the Lord's words, "My yoke is easy, and my burden is light." Matthew 11:30. It is, however, to be known that the difficulty of so thinking, and likewise of resisting evils, increases in so far as man from the will commits them, for just so far he accustoms himself to them, until at length he does not see them, and afterwards loves them, and from the enjoyment of love excuses them, and by all kinds of fallacies confirms them, saying that they are allowable and good. But this is the case with those who in the age of early youth plunge into evils without restraint, and then at the same time reject divine things from the heart. 534. There was once represented to me the way which leads to heaven, and that which leads to hell. There was a broad way extending to the left or the north, and many spirits appeared going in it. But at a distance was seen a large stone where the broad way came to an end. From that stone went afterward 2 ways, one to the left, and one in the opposite direction to the right. The way that extended to the left was narrow or straight, leading through the west to the south, and thus into the light of heaven. The way that extended to the right was broad and spacious, leading obliquely downward toward hell. All at first seemed to go the same way, until they came to the stone at the head of the 2 ways. But when they came to that point they were divided. The good turned to the left and entered the straight way that led to heaven, but the evil did not see the stone, and fell upon it and were hurt. And when they rose up, they ran on in the broad way to the right, which extended to hell. It was afterward explained to me what all these things signified. in the first way that was brought, in which many, both good and evil, went together and conversed with one another as friends, because no difference between them was apparent to the sight, were represented by those who in externals live alike sincerely and justly, and who are not distinguished to the sight. By the stone at the head of the two ways, or at the corner, upon which the evil fell, and from which they then ran into the way leading to hell, was represented divine truth, which is denied by those who look toward hell, and in the supreme sense by the same stone was signified the divine human of the Lord. And they who acknowledged divine truth, and at the same time the divine of the Lord, were led on by way that led to heaven. From these things it was again made plain that in externals the wicked lead the same kind of life as the good, or go the same way, thus one as easily as the other, and yet that they who acknowledge the divine from the heart, especially they within the church who acknowledge the divine of the Lord, are led to heaven, and they who do not acknowledge are brought to hell. The thoughts of man which proceed from intention or will are represented in the other life by ways. Ways also are there presented to appearance just according to the thoughts of intention, and everyone likewise walks according to his thoughts that proceed from intention. Hence it is that the quality of spirits and of their thoughts is known from their ways. From these words it was likewise evident what is meant by the Lord's words. Enter ye in through the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there are who go in thereat. Narrow is the way and strait the gate which leadeth to life, and few there are who find it. Matthew 7:13 and 14. That the way is narrow which leads to life is not because it is difficult, but because there are few who find it, as is here said. From the stone seen at the corner where the broad and common way terminated, and from which two ways were seen to lead in opposite directions, it was made evident what is signified by the words of the Lord. Have ye not read what is written? The stone which the builders rejected is become the head of the corner. Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken. Luke 20:17 and 18. Stone signifies divine truth, and the stone of Israel the Lord, as to the divine human. The builders are they who are of the church. The head of the corner is where the two ways are. To fall and to be broken is to deny and perish. 535. It has been granted me to speak with some in the other life who had removed themselves from worldly affairs, that they might live piously and holily, and likewise with some who had afflicted themselves by various methods, because they believed that this was to renounce the world, and subdue the lusts of the flesh. But most of these, inasmuch as they had thus contracted a sorrowful life, and had removed themselves from the life of charity, which life can only be led in the midst of the world, cannot be consociated with angels, because the life of angels is a life of gladness from bliss, and consists in performing good deeds, which are works of charity. Moreover, they who have led a life abstracted from worldly employments are excited with the idea of their own merits, and are continually desiring heaven on this account, and thinking of heavenly joy as a reward, not knowing at all what heavenly joy is. And when they are introduced among angels and into their joy, which is without merit and consists in active labors and practical services, and in blessedness from the good which they thereby perform, they are surprised like persons who discover something quite foreign to their belief, and since they are not receptive of that joy, they depart and ally themselves with spirits of their own kind, who have lived a similar life in the world. But they who have lived an outwardly holy life, being continually in temples and engaged in prayers, and who have afflicted their souls, and at the same time have thought continually of themselves that they would for this be esteemed and honored before others, and in the end after death be accounted saints in the other life, are not in heaven, because they have done such things for the sake of themselves. And since they have defiled divine truths by the self-love in which they have immersed them, some of them are so insane as to think themselves gods, on which account they are in hell among those like themselves. Some are cunning and deceitful, and are in the hells of the deceitful. These are they who have made such pretenses in outward conduct by cunning arts and craftiness, and by this means have induced the common people to believe that a divine sanctity was in them. Of this character are many of the Roman Catholic saints, with some of whom also it has been granted me to speak, and then their life was plainly portrayed as it had been in the world, and as it was afterward. These things are stated in order that it may be known that the life which leads to heaven is not a life abstracted from the world, but a life in the world, and that a life of piety without a life of charity, which is possible only in the world, does not lead to heaven, but a life of charity, which consists in acting sincerely and justly in every function, in every business, and in every work, from an interior, thus from a heavenly motive, and this motive is in that life when man acts sincerely and justly, because it is according to the divine laws. Such a life is not difficult, but a life of piety abstracted from a life of charity is difficult, and yet it leads away from heaven, as much as it is believed to lead toward heaven. And it is not so difficult to live the life that leads to heaven as is believed. By Immanuel, Swedenborg. From Heaven and its Wonders and Hell, from Things Heard and Seen. Published in Latin in 1758. Translated in 1892.
Obituary, John Ruskin, by Mr. F.W.H. Myers, President of the Society for Psychical Research, from the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, March 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obituary, John Ruskin. Ruskin then has sunk to rest. The bracken and bilberries of the lakeland which he loved so well have hidden the mortal shape of the greatest man of letters. The loftiest influence which earth still retained, have enwrapped the man dear to the muses and by the nymphs not unbeloved. We may rejoice that the long waiting is over, but memory all the more goes slipping back to that delightful time when he was with us in his force and fire, when it was still granted to hearken to his utterance, to feel the germ of virtue quickened by his benignant soul. For those who had the privilege of knowing Ruskin, the author came second to the man, and in his brief notice of the honorary membership of our society, I may perhaps be pardoned if I dwell in reminiscence without attempting any formal review. I met him first in my own earliest home, beneath the spurs of Skiddaw, its long slopes, bronzed with deepest radiance, as the boy Wordsworth had seen them long since in even such an evening's glow. Since early morning Ruskin had lain and wandered in the folds and hollows of the hill, and he came back grave as from a solemn service, from day-long gazing on the heather and the blue. Later came many another scene, pacings in the old court of Trinity with Edmund Gurney, who met those generous paradoxes with humorous play, graver hours at Oxford in the sick-room of the Duke of Albany, who, coming back to earth life from perilous illness, found nowhere a guidance fitter than Ruskin's for eager and royal youth. but chiefliest I think of him in that home of high thoughts, where his interest in our inquiry first upgrew. For the introduction to the new hope came to him as to Edmund Gurney, and to myself through a lady whom each of us held in equal honor, and it was on the stately lawns of Broadlands, and in that air as of sabbatical repose, that Ruskin enjoyed his one brief season since the failure of his youthful Christian confidence, of blissful trust in the unseen. To one among that company a vision came, as of a longed-for meeting of souls beloved in heaven, a vision whose detail and symbolism carried conviction to Ruskin's heart. While that conviction abode with him, he was happy as a child. But presently he suffered what all are like to suffer who do not keep their minds close pressed to actual evidence by continuous study. That impress faded, and leaving the unseen world in its old sad uncertainty, he went back to the mission which was laid on him, that mission of humanizing the earth, and being humanized thereby, which our race must needs accomplish, whatever be the last doom of man. Earth fills his lap with pleasures of her own, yearnings she hath in her own natural kind, and even with something of a mother's mind, and no unworthy aim, the homely nurse doth all she can to make her foster child, her inmate man, forget the glories he hath known, and that imperial palace whence he came. But Ruskin's task, however it might be pursued in forgetfulness of that unrememberable home, was surely still the task, as Bacon called it, to prepare and adorn the bride chamber of the mind and the universe, and that melior natura, which seemed to be Ruskin's, as it was Bacon's, divinity has never shone more radiantly upon the inward shrine of any lover of men. It was half in jest that I would complain to him that to earth he gave up what was meant for infinity, and bent a cosmic passion upon this round, wet pebble of rock and sea. Ah, my friend, he answered, once when I spoke of life to come, if you could only give me 50 years longer of this life on earth, I would ask for nothing more. And half that season was granted to him, and all in vain, for what Tithonus may tread for ever unweary the, quote, gleaming halls of morn, unquote. Then, as that fervent life wore on, Ruskin turned more and more from the outward pageant to the human passion, from Alp and sunset to the sterner beauty of moral law. From the publication of Unto This Last, one may trace that slowly growing revolt against the age which led him to preach in the end, with such despairing emphasis, the duty of protest, of renunciation, of sheer self-severance from most of the tendencies of modern life. The strength of this emotion in him was made, I remember, strangely plain on one occasion when some of those who cared most for him had clubbed together at Lord Mount Temple's suggestion to surprise him on his recovery from a serious illness with the present of a picture of Turner's, which he had once possessed and still dearly loved, but of which he had despoiled himself to meet some generous impulse. Never were givers more taken aback by the issue of their gift, for the sudden sight of the lovely landscape hung in his bedroom drew from him a letter of almost heart-broken pain at the thought that those whom he would so fain have helped, who were thus willing to do this thing, or almost anything to please him, were yet not willing to do that other thing for their own souls' sake, to come out from the iniquity, to shake off the baseness of the age, to bind themselves in the St. George's Guild with that small remnant who clung to things pure and true. Indeed, there was something naive, something childlike in his brotherhoods, his leagues, his solemn covenants against the onflowing tide of things. But a stern reality beneath all this became strongly present to us then, a deep compassion for the lonely heart, which so much needed love, yet could scarcely accept a fellowship in love, which was not also a fellowship in all that he held for virtue. There are some who fear lest too pervading a belief in that other world may make men indifferent to the loveliness and irresponsive to the woes of this. Yet must that needs be so? Or might we not treat even this world's problems with steadier heart, could we regain from some surer foothold in the invisible that ancient serenity of the saints? Watching that ardent soul whose very raptures trembled on the brink of pain, I have thought that even from Ruskin's delight in nature something of bitter yearning might have been soothed away, could he have seen in stream and moorland, nay, even in great Skidaw's self, who shrouds his double head among Atlantic clouds, and pours forth streams more sweet than Castaly. Could he have seen, I say, in these, as Plato saw in Castaly or in Hymettus, only the transitory adumbration and perishing symbol of somewhat more enduring and more fair? Nay, even from his compassion for stunted and erring souls might not the burning pain have gone? Could he have seen those souls as ere the Paphlagonian saw them, marshalled in an everlasting order, of which but a moment's glimpse is shown, till even this last of men shall follow out, through all vicissitude, his endless and his mounting way? And turning then, with heart full of such like fancies, to that well-loved leader's fate, imagining his baffled isolation, and the disheartenment of solitary years, I have pictured him waiting in the Coniston woodlands as Oedipus in Colonus Grove, waiting in mournful memory, in uncomplaining calm, till he should hear at last the august summons. Nay, sounded it not like the loving banter of the unguessed accompanying god? Come, Oedipus, why linger on our journey? Thou hast kept me waiting long. F. W. H. M. End of Obituary, John Ruskin.
Letter from Joanna Southcott to a Gentleman from London, by Joanna Southcott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I shall now answer a letter sent me by a gentleman from London. Having read my second book, he desired to have these two questions answered, namely, 1. Whether the woman deceived the serpent, and did not first eat the forbidden fruit. 2. Will a foreign enemy land in England? This I shall publicly answer, as many of my readers may be of the same mind. The woman ate of the forbidden fruit, and gave it to her husband. So she did not cheat the serpent that way, as she knew no arts, she could practice none. She was betrayed in a state of perfect innocence. But the way she cheated the serpent was in casting the blame on him. And now, to make it more plainly appear, I will answer it from the judge of Assize. Bring a criminal before a judge, and he is condemned for stealing. And he brings the person who was confederate with him, and drew him in at first to do the deed, by assuring him there was no harm in what he did, as the property was his own, and therefore he had a right to take it, and thereby deceives an ignorant and innocent person. Now, when such a case is brought before a just judge, if the law obliges him to punish the one, would not justice compel him to punish the other, knowing the innocent was betrayed by the guilty? Let two such stand before a just judge, and which do you think he would be most ready to punish? He that was betrayed through ignorance, or he that deceived him through deceitful arts, to make the innocent as bad as himself? Any just man can be a just judge in such a cause as this. For Satan was an old offender in heaven, and drew the third part after him, and so he began upon earth to draw in man the same. But the woman turned, as you say, king's evidence, and betrayed her betrayer. Now judge the cause. When the Lord beginneth like man, he that turneth king's evidence is freed, and so is man. God will deal with man perfectly after the manner of men. Therefore it is written, our secret thoughts must be had into judgment, and the saints must judge the earth. My secret thoughts are gone out into the world, and the day of judgment is already begun with man. This I shall explain more clearly in my next book, as I cannot answer all the first inquiry in this, for my book was too near its end before I received the letter. But you will see every particular answered in my next book. Now I shall answer the other inquiry in part from a dream or vision that was shown me in 1795. I dreamt I had a basket of birds, and that I left them at a house I knew not where, and left them to the care of the people. But when I came to seek them, they were gone, and I thought I went from place to place to find them, but to no purport. At last I saw 2 monks and 2 friars. I asked them if they had seen them. I thought they scornfully answered me, they knew nothing of the birds, nor had they seen them. After a long and fruitless search I gave them up for lost, and went away with a heavy heart, despairing of ever seeing them more. At last, to my great comfort, some one said they had brought my basket of birds, and opened them, but they were so changed I did not know them. They stood on their feet like children, with the most beautiful feathers I ever saw, hanging in the most curious manner. Those who brought them, and others that were with me, stood and gazed with amazement at the beauty of the birds. I shall give the explanation in part, as it was explained on the following day. 2 monks and friars I will never stoop. Let France beware, it is not there my gospel is made known. And let the Romish soldiers fear, it is not so in Spain. Then let the feathered fowls appear, if they be in your land. For though my basket seemeth lost, I'll bring it to thy hand. And as the feathers seem to hang in such a curious strain, such birds I'll surely make them here as ne'er were seen by men. No foreign nation you've to fear will now invade your land, but of your own you may take care, be wise, and understand. O England, I'd have you take care, a house now divided, I'd have you beware. A city divided, oh how will ye stand? With wisdom decide it, and so keep your land. In heart be united when you have a peace. If my warnings are slighted, your griefs will increase. The monks nor the friars my gospel don't see. My honor shall keep you if you will agree. I'll warn you of dangers when they do appear, and in my next volume I'll show you more clear what doors I've to open to bring to your view. The woman hath spoken, you'll find it all true. So let May be over and June but appear. Then weigh well my writings, and withal compare your nobles and country, see how all doth stand, and then I'll inform you how to judge your land. But all must look to the old style. I have not given you all the explanation of the dream in 1795, but I have set a mark of what is spoken now from the 2 woes, when the verse begins to change. Now I am come to the end of the 3rd volume of a work on which men of learning and ministers are at a loss to form a judgment, whether I am inspired by the Spirit of the Lord, or whether my head is a little deranged. Ministers have acknowledged they are at a loss, and will not therefore decide hastily. But I can assure them my head is no way deranged, but by the visitation of some spirit invisible, and what spirit that is may be easily discovered from the vision seen in 1794, when I was perfectly awake. If then 3 books puzzle the heads of the learned, the 4th will puzzle them much more, when they see the day of judgment explained. It must first take place upon earth before it takes place with the Lord. Shall I astonish my readers to tell them men must judge the Lord before the Lord judgeth men? And as the war was begun in heaven, so it will now end upon earth, which meaneth men will be divided concerning Christ's kingdom. Joanna Southcott, Exeter, May 19th, 1801. End of. Letter from Joanna Southcott to a Gentleman from London, by Joanna Southcott. Schelling, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von, from the Ridpath Library of Universal Literature, published by John Clark Ridpath, 1840 to 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Schelling, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von, a German philosopher, born at Leyenberg, Württemberg, January 27, 1775. Died at Ragatz, Switzerland, August 20, 1854. He studied at Tübingen and Jena, devoting himself mainly to speculative philosophy, and may properly be considered as the founder of a school, of which the fundamental idea, as finally developed, is an attempted reconciliation of philosophy with positive Christian theology. In his earlier speculations, however, he dwells more especially upon the identity of mind with nature. In 1808 he was made secretary of the Academy of Arts at Munich, where he became professor of philosophy in 1827. In 1841 he was called to Berlin, where he delivered a course of lectures on the philosophy of revelation. His chief works are Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur, Ideas toward the Philosophy of Nature, 1797. Von der Weltseele eine Hypothese der höheren Physik zur Erläuterung der Organismus, of the world soul, an hypothesis of the higher physics in elucidation of the universal organism, 1798. Erste Entwurf eines Systems der Naturphilosophie, first attempt at a systemic philosophy of nature, 1799. System des transzendentalen Idealismus, system of transcendental idealism, 1800. Bruno, oder über das göttliche und natürliche Prinzip der Dinge. Bruno, a dialogue concerning the divine and natural principle of things, 1802. And Philosophie und Religion, 1804. His works were published in 14 volumes, 1856 to 1861. Local guardian spirits. There is a peculiar and mysterious power that dwells concealed in a locality. Certain tenets or views of the world are found indigenous in certain defined localities, and not only on large continents as in the East, but in small districts, and such as lie in the midst of regions inhabited by people of an alien creed. Were not the ancient oracles confined to certain places, and may we not thence infer generally that locality in its relations with the higher life is not such an indifferent thing as has been commonly supposed? How often should we be surprised to find, if we had not the confirmed habit of seeing only outward things, that the circumstances which we mistake for causes are merely means and conditions, and that while we are little thinking of it, spirits are active around us, and ready to lead us either to good or to evil, according as we yield to the influence of the one or the other? May it not be assumed that the souls of the men who have long had reverence paid to them in certain districts may, through the magic influence of faith, actually become the guardian spirits of those localities? I speak of the men who first brought into the forest the light of the faith, who first planted vines on these hills, and corn in these valleys, and who were thus the authors of a more humanized life in regions previously wild and almost inaccessible. Is it not natural, I say, that they should retain a permanent interest in the district which they brought to a state of culture, and in the people whom they led to union in one faith? The sympathy of mind with nature. O springtime, the season of aspiration. With what delight of life thou fillest the hearth! On one side, the spiritual world is attracting us, and we feel assured that only in its closest bond of union can our true happiness be found. On the other hand, nature, with her thousandfold witcheries, calls back our hearts and our senses to her own external life. It is hard that neither the internal nor the external can fully satisfy our desires, and that the souls in which the two are united are so few. A life purely spiritual cannot satisfy us. There is something in us that has a longing for reality. As the thoughts of the artist can find no rest until he has embodied them in an external representation, as the man of genius, when inspired by an ideal, strives either to find it or to reveal it in a bodily form, so the object of all our aspiration is to find in the perfect material the counterpart and reflection of the perfect spiritual. It is the springtime that has awakened in me this blossoming of thoughts and hopes. I see it clearly and feel it deeply. We are the children of nature. We belong to her by our birth, and we can never be wholly separated from her. And if nature does not belong to God, we also cannot belong to him. Not we alone aspire, but all nature longs to return to the source of her existence. True, she is now made subject to the law of externality, but this firm structure of the world will at last be resolved into a spiritual life. The divine fire that now lies imprisoned there will finally prevail, and will consume all that now exists only by means of a repression of nature's true inner life. End of Schelling, Frederick Wilhelm Joseph von. From the Ridpath Library of Universal Literature. Published by John Clark Ridpath, 1840 to 1900.
Murder and Suicide Case. Theory in Moreheart Case. From the Bluffton Chronicle, November 1st, 1916. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Murder and Suicide Case. Theory in Moreheart Case. Further reports received from Coffeyville, Kansas, indicate that M.J. Moreheart, former Indiana oil well shooter who lived at Portland before going west, killed his wife and then committed suicide at their home in Coffeyville, instead of both being murdered, the first report received in Indiana. There was no one at the Moreheart home when the tragedy occurred, and the first conclusion arrived at was that Mr. Moreheart, while probably temporarily insane, had killed his wife and then put a bullet hole through his own brain. The relatives, however, advanced the theory of the double murder, being prompted in this belief by the fact that Mr. Moreheart had twice been summoned to California to testify in the dynamiting conspiracy cases which he had become inadvertently mixed up in, through being deceived and prompted to sell a quantity of nitroglycerin to representatives of the McManigal gang of dynamiters. Chief of Police Thornton of Coffeyville, among the first called to examine the bodies and surrounding circumstances, says that Morehart's revolver had been found lying close to his right side, and says also that the right hand showed evidence of powder burns from the escape of smoke around the cylinder of the weapon. Neighbors had seen the couple come in their car from a ride into the country near Coffeyville shortly before they heard the shots fired, and say they were laughing and joking as though in good spirits. When the shots were heard, no one paid an attention, as firearms had been used frequently in the vicinity on account of blackbirds. According to the story told by a little son of Moreheart, his father was subject to melancholy spells and headaches, and one explanation is that he became temporarily demented. It is said that he believed that the men whom he would be called to testify against would seek his life, and this is given as one cause of his worry. 2 children, a boy and a girl, survive. End of Murder and Suicide Case, Theory in Moreheart Case, from the Bluffton Chronicle, November 1st, 1916, page 3.
On the Kaleidoscope by Sir David Brewster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Kaleidoscope, from A Treatise on Optics by Sir David Brewster. When 2 plane mirrors are combined in a particular manner and placed in a particular position relative to an object or a series of objects and the eye, they constitute the kaleidoscope, an instrument which I invented for creating and exhibiting beautiful forms. If AC, BC, for example, be sections of 2 plane mirrors, and MN an object placed between them or in front of each, the mirror AC will form behind it an image mn of the object MN in the manner shown in Figure 16. In like manner, the mirror BC will form an image MN' behind it. But, as we have formerly shown, these images may be considered as new objects, and therefore the mirror AC will form behind it an image MN" of the object or image MN', and BC will form behind it an image mn' of the object or image mn. In like manner it will be found that mn" will be the image of the object or image MN" formed by BC, and of the object or image mn' formed by AC. Hence, mn" will actually consist of 2 images overlapping each other and forming one, provided the angle ACB is exactly 60 degrees, or the 6th part of a circumference of 360 degrees. In this case, all the 6 images, 2 of the 6 forming only one, mn', will, along with the original object MN, form a perfect equilateral triangle. The object MN is drawn perpendicular to the mirror BC, in consequence of which MN and MN' form one straight line. But if MN is moved, all the images will move, and the figure of all the images combined will form another figure of perfect regularity, and exhibiting the most beautiful variations, all of which may be drawn by the methods already described. In reference to the multiplication and arrangement of the images, this is the principle of the kaleidoscope. But the principle of symmetry, which is essential to the instrument, depends on the position of the object and the eye. This principle will be understood from Figure 198, where ACE and BCE represent the 2 mirrors inclined at an angle ACB, and having CE for their line of junction or common intersection. If the object is placed at a distance, as at MN, then there is no position of the eye at or above E, which will give a symmetrical arrangement of the 6 images shown in Figure 197, for the corresponding parts of the one will never join the corresponding parts of the other. As the object is brought nearer and nearer, the symmetry increases, and is more complete when the object MN is quite close to ABC, the ends of the reflectors. But even here it will not be perfect, unless the eye is placed as near as possible to E, the line of junction of the reflectors. The following, therefore, are the three conditions of symmetry in the kaleidoscope. 1. That the reflectors should be placed at an angle which is an even or an odd aliquot part of a circle, when the object is regular and similarly situated with respect to both the mirrors, or an even aliquot part of a circle when the object is irregular. 2. That out of an infinite number of positions for the object, both within and without the reflectors, there is only one position where perfect symmetry can be obtained, namely, by placing the object in contact with the ends of the reflectors, or between them. 3. That out of an infinite number of positions for the situation of the eye, there is only one where the symmetry is perfect, namely, as near as possible to the angular point, so that the whole of the circular field can be distinctly seen, and this point is the only one at which the uniformity of the reflected light is greatest. In order to give variety to the figures formed by the instrument, the objects, consisting of pieces of colored glass, twisted glass of various curvatures, etc., are placed in a narrow cell between the two circular pieces of glass, leaving them just room to tumble about, while this cell is turned round by the hand. The pictures thus presented to the eye are beyond all description splendid and beautiful, an endless variety of symmetrical combinations presenting themselves to view, and never again recurring with the same form and color. For the purpose of extending the power of the instrument and introducing into symmetrical pictures external objects, whether animate or inanimate, I apply the convex lens LL, figure 198, by means of which an inverted image of a distant object, MN, may be formed at the very extremity of the mirrors, and therefore brought into a position of greater symmetry than can be effected in any other way. In this construction the lens is placed in one tube and the reflectors in another, so that by pulling out or pushing in the tube next the eye, the images of objects at any distance can be formed at the place of symmetry. In this way, flowers, trees, animals, pictures, busts may be introduced into symmetrical combinations. When the distance EB is less than at which the eye sees objects distinctly, it is necessary to place a convex lens at E to give distant vision of the objects in the picture. See my Treatise on the Kaleidoscope. End of On the Kaleidoscope by Sir David Brewster.
People of Color in Louisiana, Part 1, by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. People of Color in Louisiana, Part 1, by Alice Dunbar Nelson. The title of a possible discussion of the Negro in Louisiana presents difficulties, for there is no such word as Negro permissible in speaking of this state. The history of the state is filled with attempts to define, sometimes at the point of the sword, oftenest in civil or criminal courts, the meaning of the word Negro. By common consent, it came to mean in Louisiana, prior to 1865, slave, and after the war, those whose complexions were noticeably dark. As Grace King so delightfully puts it, the pure-blooded African was never called colored, but always Negro. The gens de couleur, colored people, were always a class apart, separated from and superior to the Negroes, ennobled, were it only by one drop of white blood in their veins. The caste seems to have existed from the first introduction of slaves. To the whites, all Africans who were not of pure blood were gens de couleur. Among themselves, however, there were jealous and fiercely guarded distinctions: griffes, briquet, mulatto, quadroons, octoroons, each term meaning one degree's further transfiguration toward the Caucasian standard of physical perfection. Negro slavery in Louisiana seems to have been early influenced by the policy of the Spanish colonies. De las Casas, an apostle to the Indians, exclaimed against the slavery of the Indians, and finding his efforts of no avail, proposed to Charles V in 1517 the slavery of the Africans as a substitute. The Spaniards refused at first to import slaves from Africa, but later agreed to the proposition and employed other nations to traffic in them. Louisiana learned from the Spanish colonies her lessons of this traffic, took over certain parts of the slave regulations, and imported bondmen from the Spanish West Indies. Others brought thither were Congo, Banbara, Yaloff, and Mandingo slaves. People of color were introduced into Louisiana early in the 18th century. In 1708, according to the historian Gaillard, the little colony of Louisiana, at the point on the Gulf of Mexico now known as Biloxi, in the present state of Mississippi, had been in existence 9 years. In 1708, the population of the colony did not exceed 279 persons. The land about this region is particularly sterile, and the colonists were little disposed to undertake the laborious task of tilling the soil. Indian slavery was attempted but found unprofitable and exceedingly precarious. So Bienville, lacking the sympathy of De las Casas for the Indians, wrote his government to obtain the authorization of exchanging Negroes for Indians with the French West Indian islands. "We shall give," he said, "3 Indians for 2 Negroes. The Indians, when in the islands, will not be able to run away, the country being unknown to them, and the Negroes will not dare to become fugitives in Louisiana, because the Indians would kill them." Bienville's suggestion seems not to have met with a very favorable reception. Yet in 1712 the King of France granted to Anthony Crozat the exclusive privilege for 15 years of trading in all that immense territory which, with its undefined limits, France claimed as Louisiana. Among other privileges granted Crozat were those of sending, once a year, a ship to Africa for Negroes. When the first came is not known, but in 1713 20 of these Negro slaves from Africa are recorded in the census of the little colony on the Mississippi. In 1717 John Law flashed meteor-wise across the world with his huge scheme to finance France out of difficulty with his Mississippi bubble. Among other considerations mentioned in the charter for 25 years, which he obtained from the gullible French government, was the stipulation that before the expiration of the charter he must transport to Louisiana 6,000 white persons and 3,000 Negroes, not to be brought from another French colony. These slaves, so said the charter, were to be sold to those inhabitants who had been 2 years in the colony for 1/2 cash and the balance of 1 year's credit. The new inhabitants had 1 or 2 years' credit granted them in the first year. The Law Company transported from Africa 1,000 slaves. In 1720 500, the same number the next March, and by 1721 the pages of legal enactments in the West Indies were being ransacked for precedents in dealing with this strange population. But of all these slaves who came to the colony by June 1721, but 600 remained. Many had died, some had been exported. In 1722, therefore, the Mississippi Company was under constraint to pass an edict prohibiting the inhabitants of Louisiana from selling their slaves for transportation out of the colony to the Spaniards or to any other foreign nation under the penalty of the fine of 1,000 livres and the confiscation of the negroes. But already the curse of slavery had begun to show its effects. The new colony was not immoral. It may best be described as unmoral. Indolence on the part of the masters was physical, mental, and moral. The slave population began to lighten in color and increase out of all proportion to the importation and natural breeding among themselves. La Harpe comments in 1724 upon the astonishing diminution of the white population and the astounding increase of the colored population. Something was undoubtedly wrong, according to the Caucasian standard, and it has remained wrong to our own day. The person of color was now, in Louisiana, a part of its social system, a creature to be legislated for and against, a person lending his dark shade to temper the inartistic complexion of his white master. Now he began to make history, and just as the trail of his color persisted in the complexion of Louisiana, so the trail of his personal influence continued in the history of the colony, the territory, and the state. Bienville, the man of far-reaching vision, saw the danger menacing the colony, and before his recall and disgrace before the French court, he published, in 1724, the famous Black Code. This code followed the order of that of the West Indies, but contained some provisions to meet local needs. The legal status of the slave was that of movable property of his master. Children born of Negro parents followed the condition of their mother. Slaves were forbidden to carry weapons. Slaves of different masters could not assemble in crowds by day or night. They were not permitted to sell commodities, provisions, or produce without permission from their masters, and had no property which did not belong to their masters. Neither free-born blacks nor slaves were allowed to receive gifts from whites. They could not exercise such public functions as arbitrator or expert, could not be partners to civil or criminal suits, could not give testimony except in default of white people, and could never testify against their masters. If a slave struck his master or one of the family so as to produce a bruise or shedding blood in the face, he had to be put to death. Any runaway slave who continued to be so from the day his master denounced him suffered the penalty of having his ears cut off and being branded on his shoulder with a fleur de lis. For a second offense, the penalty was to hamstring the fugitive and brand him on the other shoulder. For the third such offense, he suffered death. Freed or free-born Negroes who gave refuge to fugitive slaves had to pay 30 livres for each day of retention, and other free persons 10 livres a day. If the freed or free-born Negroes were not able to pay the fine, they could be reduced to the condition of slaves and sold as such. The slaves were socially ostracized. Marriage of whites with slaves was forbidden, as was also the concubinage of whites and manumitted or free-born blacks with slaves. The consent of the parents of a slave to his marriage was not required. That of the master was sufficient, but a slave could not be forced to marry against his will. There were, however, somewhat favorable provisions which made this code seem a little less rigorous. The slaves had to be well fed, and the masters could not force them to provide for themselves by working for their own account certain days of the week, and slaves could give information against their owners if not properly fed or clothed. Disabled slaves had to be sent to the hospital. Husbands, wives, and their children under the age of puberty could not be seized and sold separately when belonging to the same master. The code forbade the application of the rack to slaves under any pretext, on private authority, or mutilation of a limb, under penalty of confiscation of the slave and criminal prosecution of the master. The master was allowed, however, to have his slave put in irons and whipped with rods or ropes. The code commanded officers or justices to prosecute masters and overseers who should kill or mutilate slaves, and to punish the murder according to the atrocity of the circumstance. Other provisions were still more favorable. The slaves had to be instructed in the Catholic religion. Slaves appointed by their masters as tutors to their children were held set free. Moreover, manumitted slaves enjoyed the same rights, privileges, and immunities that were enjoyed by those born free. "It is our pleasure," reads the document, "that their merit in having acquired their freedom shall produce in their favor, not only with regard to their persons, but also to their property, the same effects that our other subjects derive from the happy circumstance of their having been born free." From the first appearance of the gens de couleur in the colony of Louisiana dates the class. The gens de couleur libre, the record of the legal tangles which resulted from the attempts to define this race in Louisiana is most interesting. Up to 1671, all Creoles, mulattoes, free Negroes, etc., paid a capitation tax. In February 12 of that year, M. de Bas, Governor General of Martinique, issued an order exempting the Creoles. Those mulattoes who were also designated as Creoles claimed the same exemption, and resisted paying the tax. M. Patoulet, intendant, rendered a decision in 1683, and said, "The mulattoes and free Negroes claim to be exempt from the capitation tax. I have made them pay without difficulty. I decide that these mulattoes born in vice should not receive the exemption, and that for the free Negro the master could give him freedom, but could not give him the exemption that attaches to the whites originally from France." The next year the mulattoes refused to pay, and the successor of Minister Patoulet, M. Michel Bigot, asked for a law to compel them. In 1696 an agreement was reached exempting the mulattoes and Creoles, leaving only the free black subject to the tax. But in 1712 a M. Robert, in a decision on a subject, again included the mulattoes, without, however, mentioning the Creoles, so that only the free Negroes and mulattoes paid. Thus they were held as a class apart. A free Negro woman, Magdeleine de Berne, further contested the matter, and in 1724, in the colony of Louisiana, won a decision exempting free Negroes and mulattoes, and again placing them on the same footing with the Creole. The Creoles had a decided advantage, however, because through the favor of those in authority there was always a disposition to exalt them. It is in the definition of the word Creole that another great difficulty arises. The native white Louisianan will tell you that a Creole is a white man, whose ancestors contain some French or Spanish blood in their veins. But he will be disputed by others, who will gravely tell you that Creoles are to be found only in the lower delta lands of the state, that there are no Creoles north of New Orleans, and will raise their hands in horror at the idea of being confused with the Cajuns, the descendants of those Nova Scotians whom Longfellow immortalized in Evangeline. Setting down the mass of conflicting definitions, it appears that to a Caucasian a Creole is a native of the lower parishes of Louisiana, in whose veins some traces of Spanish, West Indian, or French blood runs. The Caucasian will shudder with horror at the idea of including a person of color in the definition, and the person of color will retort with his definition that a Creole is a native of Louisiana, in whose blood runs mixed strains of everything, un-American, with the African strain slightly apparent. The true Creole is like the famous gumbo of the state, a little bit of everything, making a whole delightfully flavored, quite distinctive and wholly unique. From 1724 to the present time, frequent discussions as to the proper name by which to designate this very important portion of the population of Louisiana waged more or less acrimoniously. It was this Creole element who, in 1763, obtained a decision from Louis XV that all mixed bloods who could claim descent from an Indian ancestor, in addition to a white, outranked those mixed bloods who had only white and African ancestors. In Jamaica, in 1733, there was passed a law that every person who could show that he was 3 degrees removed from a Negro ancestor should be regarded as belonging to the white race, and could sit as a member of the Jamaica Assembly. In Barbados, any person who had a white ancestor could vote. These laws were quoted in Louisiana and influenced legislation there. Governor Perrier succeeded Bienville as governor of Louisiana. His task was not a light one. The colony staggered under terror of attack from the Indians, sudden alarms, false hopes, anxious suspense, militia levies, colonial paper instead of good money, industrial stagnation, the care of homeless refugees, and worst of all, the restiveness of the slaves. The bad effects of slaveholding began to show themselves. Many of the slaves had been taken in war, and were fierce and implacable. Some were of that fiercest of African tribes, the Banbaras. A friendliness, born of common hatred and despair, began to show itself between the colored people and the fierce Choctaw Indians surrounding the colony, when Governor Perrier planned a masterstroke of diplomacy. Just above New Orleans lived a small tribe of Indians, the Chouchas, who, not particularly harmful in themselves, had succeeded in inspiring the nervous inhabitants of the city with abject fear. Perrier armed a band of slaves in 1729 and sent them to the Chouchas with instructions to exterminate the tribe. They did their work with an ease and dispatch that should have been a warning to their white masters. In reporting the success of his plan, Perrier said, "The Negroes executed their mission with as much promptitude as secrecy. This lesson taught them by our Negroes kept in check all the nations higher up the river." Thus, by one stroke, the wily governor had intimidated the tribes of Indians, allayed the nervous fears of New Orleans, and effected a state of hostility between the Indians and the Africans, who were beginning to be entirely too friendly with each other. Then Perrier used the slaves to make the entrenchments about the city. Thus we have the first instance of the arming of the Negro in Louisiana for the defense of the colony. On the 15th of January, 1730, Governor Perrier sent a boat containing 20 white men and 6 Africans to carry ammunition to the Illinois settlement up the Mississippi River, whence tales of massacre and cruelty by the Indians filtered down. The arming of the slaves in defense of the whites gave impetus to the struggle for their own freedom. In the massacre of the French by the Natchez, at the village of that name, over 300 women and slaves were kept as prisoners; and in January of the same year, which witnessed the massacre of the Chouchas, the French surprised the Natchez Indians with the intention of recovering their women and slaves, and avenging the death of their comrades. Some of the Africans who had been promised their freedom if they allied themselves with the Natchez Indians fought against their erstwhile masters. Others were loyal and helped the French. The battle became an issue, as it were, between the slaves. Over 100 of them were recovered from the Indians. The first tribute we have paid to the black man as a soldier in Louisiana was paid by Governor Perrier in this war in his dispatch to the French government. 15 Negroes, he wrote, in whose hands we had put weapons, performed prodigies of valor. If the blacks did not cost so much, and if the labors were not so necessary to the colony, it would be better to turn them into soldiers, and to dismiss those we have, who are so bad and so cowardly that they seem to have been manufactured purposely for this colony." But the tiger had tasted blood. Perier's cruel logic was reactionary. Since he had used blacks to murder Indians in order to make bad blood between the races, the Indians retaliated by using blacks to murder white men. In August of that same fateful year, the Chickasaws, who had given asylum to the despoiled Natchez in order to curb the encroachments of the white men, stirred the black slaves to revolt. We have noted before the prevalence of the Banbara Negroes in the colony. It was they who planned the rebellion. Their plan was, after having butchered the whites, to establish a Banbara colony, keeping as slaves for themselves all blacks not of their nation. The conspiracy was discovered by the hints of a woman in the revolt before it had time to ripen, and the head of the revolt, a powerful black named Samba, with 8 of his confederates, was broken on the wheel, and the woman hanged. Governor Perrier's administration did not lack interest. The next year, in 1731, we find him still struggling with his old enemies, the Natchez. His dispatches mention that a crew under one de Coulanges, with Indians and free blacks, had been massacred by the Indians. One dispatch has the greatest interest for us, because of the expression "free blacks" used. Here is one of the great mysteries of the person of color in Louisiana. Whence the free black? We are told explicitly that up to this time all Negroes imported into Louisiana were slaves from Africa, for the West Indian migration did not occur until a half century later. This dispatch from Governor Perrier recalls articles in the Black Code of 1724, where explicit directions are given for the disposition of the children of free blacks. In the regulations of police under the governorship of the Marquis of Vandreuil, 1750, there is an article regulating the attitude of free Negroes and Negresses toward slaves. Here is the very beginning of that aristocracy of freedom so fiercely and jealously guarded until this day, a free person of color being set as far above his slave fellows as the white man sets himself above the person of color. 3 explanations for this aristocracy seem highly probable. Some slaves might have been freed by their masters because of valor on the battlefield, others by buying their freedom in terms of money, and not a few slave women by their owners because of their personal attractions. It makes little difference in this story which of the 3, or whether all of the 3, were contributors to the rise of this new class. It existed as early as 1724, 12 years after the first recorded slave importation. It was in 1766 that some Acadians, complaining of their treatment to the governor, Ulloa, represented that Negroes were freemen, while they were slaves. Bienville returned to the colony as its governor in 1733, after an absence of 8 years, and it is recorded that in 1735, when he reviewed his troops near Mobile, while making preparations for an Indian war, he found that his army from New Orleans consisted of 544 white men, excluding the officers, and 45 Negroes commanded by free blacks. Here we note free black officers of Negro troops in 1735. If not actually the first regular Negro troops to appear in what is now the United States, they were certainly the first to be commanded by Negro officers. The engagement with the Choctaw Indians was not altogether successful for the French. Disaster succeeded disaster, and the day closed with the French army, deeply humiliated, and making a retreat as dignified as possible under the circumstances. A number of the French officers, as Gayarré tells us, stood under the shade of a gigantic oak discussing the defeat, and with them Simon, a free black, the commander of the troop of Negroes. He was deeply vexed because his troops had not stood fire, and expressed himself with so much freedom and disgust that the French officers kept bantering him without mercy at the timidity of his soldiers, soothing their own wounded pride by laughing at his mortification. Stung to the heart, Simon finally exclaimed wrathfully, "A Negro is as brave as anybody, and I will show it to you." Seizing a rope which was dangling from one of the tents, he rushed headlong toward one of the horses, which were quietly slaking their thirst under the protection of the Indian muskets. To reach a white mare, to jump on her back with the agility of a tiger, and to twist around her head and mouth the rope with which to control her, was the affair of an instant. But that instant was enough for the apparently sleeping Indian village to show itself awake, and to flash forth into a hail of bullets. Away dashed Simon toward the Indian village, and back to the French camp, where he arrived safe amid the cheering acclamations of the troops, and without having received a wound from the shots of the enemy. This feat silenced at once the jests of the French officers, of which Simon thought himself the victim. The beginning of the Revolutionary War in 1776 found Louisiana a Spanish province, and the natives of the colony beginning to tolerate and even to like their erstwhile hated Spanish masters. Don Bernardo de Galvez was governor of the colony. His administration has a peculiar interest to us, because it was during his rule that the court of Madrid, fully alive to the policy of extending the agriculture of Louisiana, issued a decree permitting the introduction of Negroes into Louisiana by French vessels, from whatever ports they might come. This was the beginning of the rapid migration from the West Indian islands. While Andrew Jackson was still a child, Louisiana had a deliverer from the British in the person of this brave Governor Galvez. The strategical importance of the Mississippi River and of New Orleans was at once apparent to the British commanders, and Louisiana, being neutral territory, offered a most fascinating field of operation. Galvez, in July 1777, had secured declaration of neutrality from the 25,000 or more Creeks, Choctaws, and Chickasaws, but even this did not seem to satisfy the combatants. New Orleans was at the mercy of first the American troops and then the British. The mediation of Spain between France and England having been rejected in the courts of Europe, Spain decided to join France in the struggle against Great Britain. So, on May 8, 1779, Spain formally declared war against Great Britain, and on July 8 authorized all Spanish subjects in America to take their share in the hostilities against the English. No news could be more welcome to the dashing young Galvez, to whom a policy of neutrality was decidedly distasteful. He decided to forestall the attack on New Orleans, which he had learned was to be made by the British, by attacking first, and on August 26 gathered his little army together. From New Orleans, as Garth tells, were 170 veteran soldiers, 330 recruits, 20 carabineers, 60 militiamen, and 80 free blacks and mulattoes. On the way up the river they were reinforced by 600 men from the coast of every condition and color, besides 160 Indians. On the march, the colored men and Indians were ordered to keep ahead of the main body of troops, at a distance of about 3/4 of a mile, and closely to reconnoiter the woods. In capturing the two forts of Baton Rouge and Natchez, which were held by the British, Galvez found a considerable number of Negro slaves who had been armed by the British. Many of these he set free. In his dispatch to his government at Madrid, Galvez reports that the companies of free blacks and mulattoes, who had been employed in all the false attacks, and who, as scouts and skirmishers, had proved exceedingly useful, behaved on all occasions with as much valor and generosity as the white soldiers. But not alone were the exploits of Galvez's little army celebrated in history. Poetry added her laurel wreath to its crown. Julien Poydras de Lalande, known to all Louisianians as Poydras, celebrated the victory in a poem, "The God of the Mississippi," wherein the brave deeds of the army, white and colored, are hailed in French verse, lame and halting, it may be in places, but impartial in its tribute. The close of the Revolutionary War found the colony partially paralyzed as to industry. During the Spanish domination the indigo industry declined, tobacco was difficult to raise, and the production of cotton was not then profitable. Sugar raising was the only other industry to which they could turn. In 1751 the Jesuit fathers had received their first seed, or rather layers, from Santo Domingo, and from that time sugar cane had been grown with more or less success. But it was a strictly local industry. The Louisianians were poor sugar makers. The stuff was badly granulated and very moist, and when in 1765 an effort was made to export some of the sugar to France, it was so wet that half of the cargo leaked out of the ship before it could make port. It was just at this psychological moment, in 1791 to 1794, when the planters of the lower delta saw ruin staring them in the face, that there came to the rescue of the colony a man of color, one of the refugees from Santo Domingo, where the blacks had risen in 1791. From the failure of this abortive attempt to emulate the spirit of the white man, refugees flew in every direction, and Louisiana welcomed them, if not exactly with open arms, at least with more indifference than other colonies. And these black refugees were her saviors, for they had been prosperous sugar makers, and the efforts to make marketable sugar in Louisiana, which had ceased for nearly 25 years, were revived. Two Spaniards, Mendez and Solis, erected on the outskirts of New Orleans, the one a distillery, the other a battery of sugar kettles, and manufactured rum and syrup. Still the efforts were not entirely successful, until Etienne de Boré appeared. Face to face with ruin because of the failure of the indigo crop, he staked his all on the granulation of sugar. He enlisted the services of these successful Santo Dominicans and went to work. In all American history there can be fewer scenes more dramatic than the one described by careful historians of Louisiana, the day when the final test was made and there was passed around the electrical word, "It granulates." That year de Boré marketed $12,000 worth of super or sugar. The agriculture of the Delta was revolutionized. 7 years afterwards New Orleans marketed 2,000,000 gallons of rum, 250,000 gallons of molasses, and 5,000,000 pounds of sugar. It was the beginning of the commercial importance of one of the most progressive cities in the country. Imagination refuses to picture what would have been the case but for the refugees from San Domingo. But the same revolution which gave to Louisiana its prestige to the commercial world almost starved the province to death. In the year 1791 the trade which had flourished briskly between Santo Domingo and New Orleans was closed because of the uprising, and but for Philadelphia famine would have decimated the city. 1,000 barrels of flour were sent in haste to the starving city by the good Quakers of Philadelphia. The members of the Cabildo, the local council, prohibited the introduction of people of color from Santo Domingo, fearing the dangerous ideas of the Brotherhood of Man. But it was too late. The news of the success of the slaves in Santo Domingo and the success of the French Revolution, says Gaillard, had penetrated into the most remote cabins of Louisiana, and in April 1795, on the plantation of the same Poydras who had sung the glory of the army of Galvez, a conspiracy was formed for a general uprising of the slaves throughout the parish of Pointe Coupée. The leaders were three white men. The conspiracy failed because one of the leaders was incensed at his advice not being heeded, and through his wife the authorities were notified. A struggle ensued, and the conspiracy was strangled in its infancy by the trial and execution of the slaves most concerned in the insurrection. The three white men were exiled from the colony. This finally ended the importation of slaves from the West Indies. End of People of Color in Louisiana, Part 1, by Alice Dunbar Nelson. People of Color in Louisiana, Part 2, by Alice Dunbar Nelson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. People of Color in Louisiana, Part 2. Louisiana was transferred to Spain, but was not long to be secure in the possession of that country. France again claimed her in 1800, and Napoleon, busy with his English war and realizing the dangers of a province so open to British attack as was this bounded by the Mississippi and the Gulf of Mexico, readily listened to the proposition of the United States. 20 days after the French tricolor waved in place of the Spanish flag in the old Place d'Armes, the American stars and stripes proclaimed the land American territory. The Creoles, French though they were in spirit, in partisanship, in sympathy, could not but breathe a sigh of relief, for Napoleon had dangerous ideas concerning the freedom of slaves, and already had spoken sharply about the people of color in the province. Were the terrors of San Domingo to be reenacted on the banks of the Mississippi? The United States answered with a decided negative. Men of color, however, were to be important factors in the maintenance of order in the province. Lasalle, the colonial prefect of France, placed in charge of Louisiana in 1803, tells how the old Spanish governor Salcedo, in his anxiety to keep the province loyal to Spain, had summoned all the military officers of the militia to come to his lodgings and declare whether they intended to remain in the service of the King of Spain. The Marquis, writes Lasalle to his friend Decrès, went so far as to exact a declaration in the affirmative from two companies of men of color in New Orleans, which were composed of all the mechanics whom that city possessed. Two of these mulattoes complained to me of having been detained 24 hours in prison to force them to utter the fatal yea which was desired of them. Within the next 6 years New Orleans doubled in population, and that population was far from white. Those refugees from San Domingo who had escaped to Cuba were now forced by the hostilities between France and Spain again to become exiles. Within 60 days between May and July in 1 year alone, 1809, 34 vessels from Cuba set ashore in the streets of New Orleans, nearly 5,800 persons, 4,000 of these being free colored and blacks. Later others came from Cuba, Guadeloupe, and neighboring islands until they amounted to 10,000. The first American governor of Louisiana certainly had no easy task before him. Into the disorganized and undisciplined city, enervated by frequent changes and corruption of government, torn by dissensions, uncertain whether its allegiance was to Spain or to France, reflecting the spirit of upheaval and uncertainty which made Europe one huge brawl, into this cosmopolitan city swarmed 10,000 white, yellow, and black West Indian islanders, some with means, most of them destitute, all of them desperate. Americans, English, Spanish, French, all cried aloud. Claiborne begged the consuls of Havana and Santiago de Cuba to stop the movement. The laws forbidding the importation of slaves were more rigidly enforced, and free people of color were ordered point blank to leave the city. Where they were to go, however, no one seemed to care, and as the free people of color had no intention of going, the question was not discussed. For some reason, the enforcement of the law was not insisted upon. When a meager attempt was made, it proved unsuccessful, and the complexion of Louisiana was definitely settled for many years to come. The administration of Governor Claiborne from 1803 to 1816 was one long wrestle, not only with the almost superhuman task of adjusting a practically foreign country to American ideals of government, but of wrestling with the color problem. Slowly and insidiously, it had come to dominate every other problem. The people of color had helped to settle the territory, had helped to make it commercially important, had helped to save it from the Indians and from the English, and they seemed likely to become the most important factors in its history. The Louisianians were greatly mortified at the enforcement by Claiborne of the law against the importation of slaves. They were undecided whether to blame Claiborne for enforcing the law or to blame Philadelphia for harboring the first abolition society, which met in 1804 and promulgated doctrines as dangerous as those of Napoleon regarding human slavery. Slaves were daily smuggled into the territory by way of Barataria Bay, the lakes, and all the innumerable outlets to Spanish possessions. Claiborne was alternately accused of conniving at this smuggling, and abused for trying to suppress it. Jean and Pierre Lafitte, infamous in history for their feats of smuggling and piracy, made capital of the slave trade, and but for their stalwart Africans would have been captured and hung long before Louisiana had suffered from their depredations and the bad reputation which they gave her. The Lafittes appealed to the romantic temperament of the French, and the fact that the American governor, Claiborne, had set a price upon their heads was almost sufficient in itself to secure them immunity from the Creoles. Americans, says Grace King, were despised and ridiculed. Men, women, and children of color, free and slave, united to insult the American Negro, or Américain coquin, as they called him. The French and the Spaniards, moreover, united in using the people of color to further their own interests, or to annoy the new American government, while the intrigues of Spain and France weakened the feeble territory. It was difficult to know how to treat this almost alien people. Governor Claiborne found the militia in the territory entirely inadequate for the purposes of protection should Spain make an attempt to wrest the land back from the United States. In one of his anxious dispatches to headquarters, he says plaintively, "With respect to the mulatto corps in this city, I am indeed at a loss to know what policy is best to pursue." The corps, old and honorable as it was, had been ignored by the previous Legislative Council and was now disaffected. The neglect had soured them considerably with the American government. Claiborne, however, determined to procure a census of free people of color in the city. He estimated that there were 500 capable of bearing arms, and added that he would do all in his power to conciliate them and secure a return of their allegiance to the American government. One Stephen, a free black man, had appeared before Claiborne and declared on oath that the people of color were being tampered with by the Spanish government. This caused the governor to redouble his energies toward conciliating the doubtful militia. Louisiana bordered on the Spanish territory, Texas, and a constant desertion of people of color to this foreign land continued, Spain doing all in her power to make the flight of these free men and slaves interesting. Colored men were furnished the Spanish cockades, and dances were given in their honor when they escaped over the border. The disaffected adherents of Aaron Burr on the borderland of Texas kept up the underhand warfare against the government through these people of color. Perhaps it was as a means of protection that Louisiana and a much restricted Louisiana was admitted as a state in 1812. Writers describing the New Orleans of this period agree in presenting a picture of a continental city, most picturesque, most un-American, and as varied in color as a street of Cairo. There they saw French, Spaniards, English, Bohemians, Negroes, mulattoes, varied clothes, picturesque white dresses of their fairer women, brilliant cottons of the darker ones. The streets, banquettes, we should say, were bright with color, the nights filled with song and laughter. Through the scene the people of color add the spice of color. In the life they add the zest of romance. Such was the situation in the city of New Orleans. The condition of the free people of color in Louisiana as a whole, however, and the form of slavery which existed in that state are somewhat difficult to determine because of the conflicting statements of observers who did not distinguish between the conditions obtaining in the metropolis and those obtaining in the parishes. All seem to agree, however, that on account of the extensive miscegenation so common in the French colonies, there had been produced in that state various classes of mixed breeds enjoying degrees of freedom in conformity with their proximity or separation from the white race. Paul Alliot said in his Reflection on Louisiana in 1803, "The population of that city, counting the people of all colors, is only 12,000 souls. Mulattoes and Negroes are openly protected by the government. He who was to strike one of those persons, even though he had run away from him, would be severely punished. Also 20 whites could be counted in the prisons of New Orleans against one man of color. The wives and daughters of the latter are much sought after by the white men, and white women at times esteem well-built men of color." Elsewhere the same writer, in speaking of the white men, said that few among them married, choosing rather to live with their slaves or with women of color. A generation later the situation was apparently the same, despite the reactionary forces which seemed likely to change the social order. While on a tour through this country in 1818, Evans saw much in New Orleans to interest him. "Here," said he, "may be seen in the same crowds quadroons, mulattoes, Sambos, mustizos, Indians and Negroes, and there are other commixtures which are not yet classified. As to the Negroes, I may ask that whilst in this place I saw one who was perfectly white. This peculiarity, however, is rarely witnessed in this country." Thereafter the tendency seemed to be not to check promiscuous miscegenation, but to debase the offspring resulting therefrom. In the midst of this confusing commixture of population and unstable society of mixed breeds of three nations, the second war between England and the United States came like a thunderbolt to upset the already seething administration of Claiborne. As of old, Louisiana was the strategical point upon which both powers had their eyes. It was the intention of England to weaken the United States by capturing Louisiana and handing it over in its entirety to the Spanish government, waiting greedily over the border of Texas. On the same day that Governor Claiborne sent the communication to the Secretary of War containing this astounding piece of information which he had obtained from authentic sources, he wrote to General Jackson, the despised Red Indian of the aristocratic Louisianians. He had reason, he said in this letter, to doubt the loyalty of many men in the state because of their known adherence to foreign nations. But he hopefully adds, "Among the militia of New Orleans there is a battalion of chosen men of color, organized under a special act of legislature, of which I enclose a copy for your perusal." Under the Spanish government The men of color of New Orleans were always relied upon in times of difficulties, and on several occasions evinced in the field the greatest firmness and courage. With these gentlemen, Colonel Fortier and Major Lacoste, and the officers attached to companies, Claiborne continued, I had an interview on yesterday, and assured them that, in the hour of peril, I should rely on their valor and fidelity to the United States. In return, they expressed their devotion to the country and their readiness to serve it. Claiborne then ordered the taking of a census of the men of color in the city capable of bearing arms, and found that they numbered nearly 800. In his appeal to General Jackson, Claiborne said, "These men, sir, for the most part sustain good characters. Many of them have extensive connections and much property to defend, and all seem attached to arms. The mode of acting toward them at the present crisis is an inquiry of importance. If we give them not our confidence, the enemy will be encouraged to intrigue and corrupt them." General Jackson took the cue from Governor Claiborne and enlisted the services of the battalion of men of color, addressing them in stirring and thrilling words. There were not wanting objections to this address. Its publication was delayed a few days to give him time to reconsider the matter, since advisers of Governor Claiborne thought it a little too free with its suggestions of perfect equality between the companies. But the well-known temper of General Jackson precluded the possibility of any retraction, and the address came down in history as he originally drafted it. The American soldiers on the field aggregated 3,600, among whom were 430 colored. The first battalion of men of color was commanded by Major Lacoste, a wealthy white planter. In reviewing the troops, General Jackson was so pleased with Major Lacoste's battalion that he deemed it prudent to levy a new battalion of the same description. Jean-Baptiste Savary, a colored man who had fled from Santo Domingo during the struggle there, undertook, therefore, to form a battalion of his countrymen. Savary obtained the rank of captain and was remarkably successful. The new battalion was put under the command of Major Jean Daquin, also a native of Santo Domingo. Whether or not Major Daquin was a white man, as Gayarré tells us, or a quadroon, as other writers assert, is a disputed question. But not only was this regiment of freemen of color to have all the honor of the struggle. The colored men were enlisted in more ways than one. Slaves were used in throwing up the famous entrenchments. The idea of a fortification of cotton bales, which we are told practically saved the city, was that of a colored man, a slave from Africa, who had seen the same thing done in his native country. It was the cotton breastworks that nonplussed the British. Colored men, free and slave, were used to reconnoiter, and the pirate Lafitte, true to his word to come to the aid of Louisiana should she ever need assistance, brought in with his Baratarians a mixed horde of desperate fighters, white and black. On the British side was a company composed of colored men, and historians like to tell of their cowardice compared with the colored men of the American side. Evidently a scarlet coat does not well fit a colored skin. To the eternal credit of the state troops composed of the men of color, not one act of desertion or cowardice is recorded against them. There was a most lamentable exhibition of panic on the right bank of the river by the American troops, but the battalion of the men of color was not there. They were always in the front of the attack. In the celebration of the victory which followed in the great public square, the Place des Armes, now Jackson Square, where a statue of the commander rears itself in the center, the colored troops came in for their share of glory. The train which brought in the 400 wounded prisoners was met by the colored women, the famous nurses of New Orleans, who have in every war from the Revolutionary until the Spanish American held the reputation of being some of the best nurses in the world. The men of color were apparently not content with winning the victory. They must furnish material for dissension for many days afterwards. When the British army withdrew from Louisiana on January 27, 1815, they carried away with them 199 slaves, whom they had acquired by the very easy method of taking them willy-nilly. The matter of having these bondsmen restored to their original owners, of convincing the British that the Americans did not see the joke of the abduction, caused one of the most acrimonious discussions in the history of the state. The treaty between the two countries, England and America, was distorted by both sides to read anything they wished. The English took a high stand of altruism, of a desire to free the oppressed. The Louisianians took as high a stand of wishing to grow old with their own slaves. It was an amusing incident which the slaves watched with interest. In the end the colored men were restored, and the interpretation of the treaty ceased. Following the War of 1812, the free people of color occupied a peculiar position in Louisiana, especially in New Orleans. There were distinct grades of society. The caste system was almost as strong as that of India. Free people of color from other states poured into Louisiana in a steady stream. It was a haven of refuge. Those were indeed halcyon times, both for the Creole and the American, who found in the rapidly growing city a commercial El Dorado. For the people of color it was indeed a time of growth and acquisition of wealth. Three famous streets in New Orleans bear testimony to the importance of the colored people in the life of the city. Congo Square, one of the great open squares in the old Creole quarter, was named for the slaves who used to congregate in its limits and dance the weird dances to the tunes of blood-stirring minor strains. Those who know the weird leitmotif of Coleridge Taylor's Bamboula dance have heard the tune of the Congo dance, which every child in New Orleans could sing. Gottschalk's Danse des Nègres is almost forgotten by this generation, but in it he recorded the music of the West Indians. Camp Street, today one of the principal business streets in the city, was so called because it ran back of the old Campo de Negros. Julia Street, which runs along the front of the so-called New Basin, a canal of great commercial importance, connecting, as it does, the city with Lake Pontchartrain, and consequently the greater Gulf trade, was named for one Julia, a free woman of color, who owned land along the banks. What Julia's cognomen was, where she came from, and whence she obtained the valuable property are hidden in the silent grave in which time encloses mere mortals. Somewhere in the records of the city it is recorded that one Julia, a F.W.C., free woman of color, owned this land. The minor distinctions of complexion and race, so fiercely adhered to by the Creoles of the old regime, were at their height at this time. The glory and shame of the city were her quadroons and octoroons, apparently constituting two aristocratic circles of society, the one as elegant as the other, the complexions the same, the men the same, the women different in race, but not in color, nor in dress, nor in jewels. Writers on fire with the romance of this continental city love to speak of the splendors of the French Opera House, the first place in the country where grand opera was heard, and tell of the tiers of beautiful women with their jewels and airs and graces. Above the orchestra circle were four tiers, the first filled with the beautiful dames of the city, the second filled with a second array of beautiful women, attired like those of the first, with no apparent difference. Yet these were the octoroons and quadroons, whose beauty and wealth were all the passports needed. The third was for the hoi polloi of the white race, and the fourth for the people of color, whose color was more evident. It was a veritable sandwich of races. With the slaves, especially those outside of New Orleans, the situation was different. The cruelty of the slave owners in the state was proverbial. To be sent down the Mississippi became a byword of horror a bogey with which slaveholders all over the South threatened their incorrigible slaves. The slave markets, the tortures of the old plantations, even those in the city, which Cable has immortalized, help to fill the pages of romance which must be cruel as well as beautiful. The reaction against the Negro was then well on its way in Louisiana, and evidences of it soon appeared in New Orleans, where their condition for some time yet differed much from that of the blacks in the parishes. Moved by the fear of a rising class of mixed breeds resulting from miscegenation, the whites endeavored to diminish their power by restraining the free people of color from exercising influence over the slaves, who were becoming insurrectionary, as in the case of those of the parish of St. John the Baptist in 1811. The state had in 1807 and 1808 made additional provisions for the regulation of the coming of free Negroes into Louisiana, but when there came reports of the risings of the blacks in various places in the seaboard states, and of David Walker's appeal to Negroes to take up arms against their masters, it was deemed wise to prohibit the immigration of free persons into that commonwealth. In 1830 it was provided that whoever should write, print, publish, or distribute anything having the tendency to produce discontent among the slaves should, on conviction thereof, be imprisoned at hard labor for life, or suffer death at the discretion of the court. It was further provided that whoever used any language or became instrumental in bringing into the state any paper, book, or pamphlet inducing discontent should suffer practically the same penalty. Any person who should teach or permit or cause to be taught any slave to read or write should be imprisoned not less than 1 month nor more than 12. Under the revised Black Code of Louisiana, special care was taken to prevent free Negroes from coming in contact with bondmen. Free persons of color were restricted from obtaining licenses to sell spirituous liquors, because of the fear that intoxicants distributed by this class might excite the Negroes to revolt. The law providing that there should be at least 1 white person to every 30 slaves on a plantation was reenacted so as to strengthen the measure. The police system for the control of Negroes was reorganized to make it more effective, and slaves, although unable to own property, were further restricted in buying and selling. Those taken by masters beyond the limits of the state were on their return to be treated as free Negroes. But it was later provided, on the occasion of the institution of proceedings for freedom by a slave who had been carried to the Northwest Territory, that "no slave shall be entitled to his or her freedom under the pretense that he or she has been, with or without the consent of his or her owner, in a country where slavery does not exist, or in any of the states where slavery is prohibited." After that the condition of the Negroes in Louisiana was decidedly pitiable, although in certain parts of the state, as observed by Bishop Polk, Timothy Flint, and Frederick Law Olmsted at various times, there were some striking exceptions to this rule. About this time Captain Marryat made some interesting remarks concerning this situation. "In the Western States," said he, "comprehending Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, and Alabama, the Negroes are, with the exception, perhaps, of the latter States, in a worse condition than they were in the West India Islands. This may be easily imagined," continued he, "when the character of the white people who inhabit the larger portion of these States is considered; a class of people the majority of whom are without feelings of honor, reckless in their habits, intemperate, unprincipled, and lawless, many of them having fled from the Eastern States as fraudulent bankrupts, swindlers, or committers of other crimes, which have subjected them to the penitentiaries, miscreants, defying the climate, so that they can defy the laws. Still this representation of the character of the people inhabiting these States must, from the chaotic state of society in America, be received with many exceptions. In the city of New Orleans, For instance, and in Natchez and its vicinity, and also among the planters, there are many honorable exceptions. I have said the majority, for we must look to the mass. The exceptions do prove the rule. It is evident that slaves under such masters can have but little chance of good treatment, and stories are told of them at which humanity shudders. The free people of color, however, kept on amassing wealth and educating their children as ever in spite of opposition, for it is difficult to enforce laws against a race when you cannot find that race. Being well to do, they could maintain their own institutions of learning, and had access to parochial schools. Some of them, like their white neighbors, sent their sons to France and their daughters to the convents to continue their education beyond the First Communion. The first free school ever opened for colored children in the United States was the École des Orphelins Indigents, a school for indigent orphans, opened in 1840. Madame Couvent, a free woman of color, died, leaving a fund in trust for the establishment and maintenance of this institution. It has been in continuous operation ever since. Later, it was aided by Aristide Mary, a well-to-do Creole of color who left $5,000 for its support, and by Tommy Lafon, also a colored Creole, one of the noted benefactors of the city. Until now the instruction is in both English and French, and many children, not orphans, are willing to pay a fee to obtain there the thorough education obtainable. In 1859 John F. Cook, afterwards of Washington, D.C., went to New Orleans from St. Louis, Missouri, and organized a school for free children of color. This was just at the time when discontent among Southern states was rife, when there was much war talk and secession was imminent. Mr. Cook had violated two laws. He was an immigrant, and he opened a school for children of persons of color. He continued as a successful instructor for 1 year, at the expiration of which he was forced to leave, being warned by one John Parsons, a barber, who had been told by his white friends that Mr. Cook was to be arrested and detained. Mr. Trotter, in his Music and Some Musical People, gives unwittingly a picture of the free people of color of this epoch in fortune and education. He quotes the New Orleans Picayune in its testimony to their superior taste for and appreciation of the drama, particularly Shakespeare, and their sympathetic recognition of the excellence of classical music. Grace King aptly says, "Even the old slaves, the most enthusiastic of theatre goers, felt themselves authorized to laugh any modern theatrical pretension to scorn." Trotter records a number of families whose musical talent has become world-wide. The Lambert family, one of whom was decorated by the King of Portugal, became a professor in Paris, and composer of the famous Si j'étais roi, l'Africaine, and La Somnambula. In the same field, Basile Barré also achieved unusual fame. Natives of New Orleans remember now how some years ago Edmond Dédé came from Paris, whence he had been sent in 1857 by an appreciative townspeople to complete his musical education. He became director of the orchestra of l'Alcazar in Bordeaux, and a great friend of Gounod. When he returned to New Orleans after an absence of 46 years, to play for his native city once more, he was old, but not worn, nor bent. The fire of youth still flashed in his eye, and leapt along the bow of his violin. One may mention a long list of famous musicians of color of this state, but our picture must be filled in rather with the broad sweep of the mass, not of the individual. Across the cloudless sky of this era of unexampled commercial, artistic, and social sphere, the war cloud crept with ominous grimness. It burst and drenched the state with blood. Louisiana made ready to stand with the South. On the 23rd of November, 1861, there had been a grand review of the Confederate troops stationed in New Orleans. An Associated Press despatch announced that the line was 7 miles long. The feature of the review, however, was one regiment composed of 1,400 free colored men. The state militia was reorganized entirely for whites, but Governor Moore ordered the men of color into the army. Another grand review followed the next spring. The New Orleans Picayune made the following comment: "We must also pay a deserved compliment to the companies of free colored men, all very well drilled and comfortably uniformed. Most of these companies, quite unaided by the administration, have supplied themselves with arms without regard to cost or trouble." On the same day, one of these colored companies was presented with a flag, and every evidence of public approbation was manifested. These men of color in New Orleans were the only organized body of Negro soldiery on the Confederate side during the Civil War. They were accepted as part of the state militia, forming 3 regiments and 2 batteries of artillery. In the report of the Select Commission on the New Orleans riots, Charles W. Gibbons testified that when the war broke out, the Confederacy called on all free people to do something for the seceding states, and if they did not, a committee was appointed to look after them, to rob, kill, and despoil their property. Gibbons himself was advised by a policeman to enlist on the Confederate side or be lynched. This accounts for the seeming disloyalty of these free men of color. The first victories of the South made their leaders overconfident thereafter, and the colored troops were dismissed. When Unionists finally got control of New Orleans, they found it a city of problems. Wherever there was a Union fort, slaves, the famous contrabands of war, made their appearance, and in a few months General Butler, then in command, found himself face to face with one of the most serious situations ever known in the history of a state. Obviously, the only thing to do was to free all of the slaves, but with General Hunter's experience in South Carolina to warn him, and with Lincoln's caution, Butler was forced to fight the problem alone. He did the best he could under the circumstances with the mass of black and helpless humanity. The whipping posts were abolished. The star cars, early Jim Crow street cars, were done away with. Those slaves who had been treated with extreme cruelty by their masters were emancipated, and by enforcing the laws of England and France, which provided that no citizen of either country should own slaves, many more were freed. But the problem increased, the camps filled with runaway slaves, the feeling grew more intense, and the situation more desperate every day. General Butler asked repeatedly for aid and reinforcement from the North. Vicksburg was growing stronger. Port Hudson, above the city, became a menace with its increasing Confederate batteries, and Mobile and a dozen camps near the city made the condition alarming. No help coming from the North, General Butler turned to the free men of color in the city for aid, and as usual, they responded gallantly to his appeal. The free people of color in Louisiana then furnished the first colored contingent of the Federal army, just as they had furnished the first colored contingent of the Confederate army. The army records likewise show that Louisiana furnished more colored troops for the war than any other state. By the 27th of September, 1862, a full regiment of free men of color entered the service of the government, many of them being taken over from the state militia. It was in the beginning called the First Regiment of the Louisiana Native Guards. In June, 1863, its designation was changed to the First Regiment Corps d'Afrique, and later to the 73rd Regiment, USC Infantry. In October, 1862, another regiment was formed, and the following month a regiment of heavy artillery was organized. About the same time a 4th regiment of men of color answered the call. General Butler was succeeded in Louisiana by General Banks, who was so pleased with the appearance and drill of the colored regiments that he issued an order for the organization of more in 1863, contemplating 18 regiments, comprising infantry, artillery, and cavalry. These were entirely officered by colored men. At first, but, as Colonel Lewis tersely puts it after the battle of Port Hudson, "a steeplechase was made by the white men to take our places." These troops thereafter acquitted themselves with great honor in this battle and also at that of Milliken's Bend. The Emancipation Proclamation of January 1863 was a most complicated matter in Louisiana, for the reason that out of the 48 parishes in the state, 13 were under Federal control, and consequently the slaves there were left in their original state. Many of the masters, even in those parishes where the slaves were declared emancipated, sent their most valuable slaves to Alabama and Texas, some of them themselves fleeing with them. In parishes far removed from Union headquarters, news of the Emancipation Proclamation did not reach the slaves until long after it had been issued. Even then, in many cases, the proclamation had to be read at the point of the sword, Federal soldiers compelling the slave owners to tell their chattels the news. From the time of the accession of General Banks to 1876, the history of Louisiana becomes a turmoil of struggle, centering around the brother in black. It is no longer romance, it is grim war, and the colored man is the struggle, not the cause of it. Political parties in 1862 were many and various. The Free State Party was in favor of abolishing slavery, but wanted representation based altogether on the white population. This was opposed by the Union Democrat Party, which repudiated secession, but wished slavery continued, or rather revived, believing that emancipation was only a war measure, and that after cessation of hostilities, slavery could be reestablished. But the plans of both parties fell to the ground. The colored man became more and more of a political factor from day to day. Cognomens here, too, proved to be another difficulty. Louisiana had two classes of colored men, freedmen and freemen, a delicate but carefully guarded distinction, the latter distinctly aristocratic. In 1863 the freemen of color held a meeting and appealed to Governor Shepley for permission to register and vote. In the address to him they reviewed their services to the United States from the time of General Jackson through the Civil War, and stated that they were then paying taxes on over $9,000,000. Several petitions of this sort failed to move General Banks, for he thought it unfeasible to draw the line between free men of color and the recently emancipated Negroes. The War of Reconstruction in Louisiana was fairly well launched in the Constitutional Convention of 1864. The issue on which this body divided was what treatment should be accorded the freedmen. The two parties had much difficulty in reaching an agreement. P.M. Torn was sent to Washington to see President Lincoln. He had already suggested the ratification of the Emancipation Proclamation and the education of the colored youth. In a letter congratulating the recently elected Governor Hahn on his election as the first Free State Governor of Louisiana in 1864, Lincoln suggested suffrage for the more intelligent Negroes and those who had served the country in the capacity of soldiers. This letter of Lincoln's, says Blaine, was the first proposition from any authentic source to endow the Negro with the right of suffrage. In his last public utterance on April 11, 1865, Lincoln again touched the subject of suffrage in Louisiana, repeating that he held it better to extend to the more intelligent colored men the elective franchise, giving the recently emancipated a prize to work for in obtaining property and education. The convention tried in vain to declare what constituted a Negro, giving it up in disgust. It did abolish slavery in general, granted a suffrage to those whites who were loyal to the government, and to colored men according to educational and property qualifications. In 1865 the 13th Amendment was ratified and the body adjourned. The culmination of the fight between the Democrat and the Radical was in the struggle over the adoption of the 14th Amendment in July 1866. An attempt was made to reopen the Constitutional Convention of 1864. The delegates who favored the reopening of the convention formed in the streets of New Orleans and proceeded to march to the famous Mechanics' Hall, the scene of almost every political riot in the history of the city. The paraders became involved in a brawl with the white spectators. The police were called in, and the colored members of the convention and their white sympathizers fled to the hall, where they attempted to barricade themselves. A general fight ensued, and over 200 were killed. The effect of this riot was electrical, not only in Louisiana, but in the North, where it was construed as a deliberate massacre and an uprising against the United States government by the unreconstructed Louisianians. Efforts were made to bring about changes satisfactory to all. In 1867, Sheridan, in charge of the Department of Louisiana, dismissed the Board of Aldermen of New Orleans on the ground that they impeded the work of reconstruction and kept the government of the city in a disorganized condition. He appointed a new board of aldermen, some of whom were men of color, and in the next month this council appointed 4 assistant recorders, 3 of whom were colored, and 2 colored city physicians. In this month, September 1867, the first legal voting of the colored man under the United States government was recorded, that being their voting for delegates to the Constitutional Convention of 1868. This body proved to be an assemblage of ardent fighters for the rights of the factions they represented. Pinckney, Benton, Stewart, Pinchback proposed the adoption of the Civil Rights Bill and the abolition of separate schools. In the convention were proposed the most stringent of all suffrage laws, which would practically disfranchise many whites. Mr. Pinchback voted against this. He saved the day for the Republican party by opposing Wickliffe and other demagogues who wished to use the vote of the colored man by promising a majority of the offices to Negroes. Pinchback maintained that offices should be awarded with reference not to race, but to education and general ability. In this he was fiercely opposed by many who were anxious for office, but not for the good of the state. Louisiana did not long delay in returning to the Union. On the same day on which she voted for the Constitution which restored her to the Union, H.C. Warmoth was elected governor, and Oscar J. Dunn, a colored man, lieutenant governor. Pinchback was then a state senator. When the state legislature met in New Orleans in 1868, more than half of the members were colored men. Dunn was president of the Senate, and the temporary chairman of the lower house was R.H. Isabelle, a colored man. The first act of the new legislature was to ratify the 14th Amendment. And then ensued another halcyon period for the colored man in Louisiana, a period about which the average historian has little but sneers. Government in Louisiana by the colored man was different from that in other Southern states. There the average man who was interested in politics had wealth and generations of education and culture back of him. He was actuated by sincerest patriotism, and while the more ignorant of the recently emancipated were too evidently under the control of the unscrupulous carpetbagger, there were not wanting more conservative men to restrain them. The period following the meeting of the state legislature in 1868 was a stirring one. The Louisiana Free People of color had a larger share in their government than that class had in any other Southern state. Among their representatives were Lieutenant Governor Oscar J. Dunn, State Treasurer Antoine Dubuclet, State Superintendent of Education William G. Brown, Division Superintendent of Education General T. Morris Chester, a Pennsylvanian by birth, Congressmen William Nash and J. Willis Menard, the first colored representative elected, although he was not seated. Colonel Lewis became sergeant of the Metropolitan Police, following his service as collector of the port. Upon the death of Dunn, C.C. Antoine, who had served his country as a captain in the famous 7th Louisiana and then in the State Senate, succeeded him. Antoine was lieutenant governor for 8 years, first under Governor Kellogg and then re-elected to serve under Governor Packard. But the most thrilling part of the whole period centers about the person of that redoubtable fighter, Pinchback. He was nominated for governor, and to save his party accepted a compromise on the Kellogg ticket. In 1872 he ran the great railroad race with Governor Warmoth, being lieutenant governor and acting governor in the absence of the governor from the state. His object was to reach the capital and sign 2 acts of the legislature which involved the control of the state and possibly the national government. It was a desperate undertaking, and the story of the race, as told by Governor Pinchback himself, reads like a romance. By a clever trick and the courage to stay up and fight in the Senate all night, he saved the Senate to the Republicans, and perpetuated their rule 4 years longer in Louisiana than it would have continued. By the impeachment of Governor Warmoth in December 1872, he became acting governor of the state until January 1873, when the term expired and the Kellogg government was inaugurated, with C.C. Antoine lieutenant governor. That period when Pinchback was governor of Louisiana was the stormiest ever witnessed in any state in the Union, but he was equal to the emergency. Then followed his long 3 years' fight for the seat in the United States Senate, with the defeat after the hard struggle. The campaign of 1874 was inaugurated. The White Camellias, a league formed of Southern white men determined to end the existing government, stood armed and ready. The governor was garrisoned at the Custom House, a huge citadel, and the fight was on between the White League and the Metropolitan Police. It was characteristic of this community that the fight should take place on Sunday. The struggle lasted all day, September 14, 1874, and by the evening the citizens were in command of the situation. President Grant ordered troops to the place. The insurgents were ordered to disperse in 5 days, and the governor resumed his office. But it was the end of the government by the men of color and their allies in the state. President Hayes, in order to conciliate his constituents in the South, withdrew federal support, and the downfall was complete. The history of the Reconstruction and the merits and demerits of the men who figured in that awful drama belong to the present generation. The unstable Reconstruction regime was overthrown in 1874, and the whites, eliminating the freedmen and the free people of color from the government, established what they are pleased to call Home Rule. The Negroes, who had served the state, however, deserved well of their constituents. It should be said to the credit of these black men that upon an investigation of the Treasurer's office, which had for years been held by Antoine Dubuclet, a man of color, the committee of which Chief Justice Edward D. White of the United States Supreme Court was then chairman, made a report practically exonerating him. Although making some criticisms as to the irregularities and minor illegalities, the committee had to report that the Treasurer certainly by a comparison deserves commendation for having accounted for all moneys coming into his hands, being in this particular a remarkable exception. A minority report signed by C.W. Keating and T.T. Allain thoroughly exonerated him. The expected impeachment proceedings which were to follow this investigation did not materialize. More about the people of color in Louisiana might be written. It is a theme too large to be treated save by a master hand. It is interwoven with the poetry, the romance, the glamour, the commercial prosperity, the financial ruin, the rise and fall of the state. It is hung about with garlands, like the garlands of the cemeteries on All Saints' Day. It may be celebrated in song, or jeered at in charivaris. Some day the proper historian will tell the story. There is no state in the Union, hardly any spot of like size on the globe, where the man of color has lived so intensely, made so much progress, been of such historical importance, and yet about whom so comparatively little is known. His history is like the Mardi Gras of the city of New Orleans, beautiful and mysterious and wonderful, but with a serious thought underlying it all. May it be better known to the world some day. End of People of Color in Louisiana, Part 2, by Alice Dunbar Nelson.
Preface to Kai Lung's Golden Hours by Hilaire Belloc. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Homo faber. Man is born to make. His business is to construct, to plan, to carry out the plan, to fit together, and to produce a finished thing. That human art in which it is most difficult to achieve this end, and in which it is far easier to neglect it than in any other, is the art of writing. Yet this much is certain, that unconstructed writing is at once worthless and ephemeral, and nearly the whole of our modern English writing is unconstructed. The matter of survival is perhaps not the most important, though it is a test of a kind, and it is a test which every serious writer feels most intimately. The essential is the matter of excellence, that a piece of work should achieve its end. But in either character, the character of survival or the character of intrinsic excellence, construction deliberate and successful is the fundamental condition. It may be objected that the mass of writing must in any age neglect construction. We write to establish a record for a few days, or to send 1,000 unimportant messages, or to express for others or for ourselves something very vague and perhaps very weak in the way of emotion, which does not demand construction and at any rate cannot command it. No writer can be judged by the entirety of his writings, for these would include every note he ever sent round the corner, every memorandum he ever made upon his shirt cuff. But when a man sets out to write as a serious business, proclaiming that, by the nature of his publication and presentment, that he is doing something he thinks worthy of the time and place in which he lives and of the people to whom he belongs, then if he does not construct, he is negligible. Yet, I say, the great mass of men to-day do not attempt it in the English tongue, and the proof is that you can discover in their slipshod pages nothing of a seal or stamp. You do not, opening a book at random, say at once, "This is the voice of such and such a one." It is no one's manner or voice. It is part of a common babble. Therefore, in such a time as that of our decline, to come across work which is planned, executed, and achieved, has something of the effect produced by the finding of a wrought human thing in the wild. It is like finding, as I once found, deep hidden in the tangled, rank grass of autumn in Burgundy, on the edge of a wood not far from Dijon, a neglected statue of the 18th century. It is like coming round the corner of some wholly desolate upper valley in the mountains, and seeing before one a well-cultivated close and a strong house in the midst. It is now many years, I forget how many, it may be 20 or more, or it may be a little less, since the wallet of Kai Lung was sent me by a friend. The effect produced upon my mind at the first opening of its pages was in the same category as the effect produced by the discovery of that hidden statue in Burgundy, or the coming upon an unexpected house in the turn of a high Pyrenean gorge. Here was something worth doing and done. It was not a plan attempted and only part achieved, though even that would be rare enough to-day, and a memorable exception. It was a thing intended, wrought out, completed, and established. Therefore it was destined to endure, and what is more important, it was a success. The time in which we live affords very few of such moments of relief. Here and there a good piece of verse in the New Age or in the now defunct Westminster, here and there a lapidary phrase such as a score or more of Blatchford's which remain fixed in my memory, Here and there a letter written to the newspapers in a moment of indignation when the writer, not trained to the craft, strikes out the metal justly at white heat. But I say the thing is extremely rare, and in the shape of a complete book, rarest of all. The Wallet of Kai Lung was a thing made deliberately, in hard material, and completely successful. It was meant to produce a particular effect of humor by the use of a foreign convention, the Chinese convention, in the English tongue. It was meant to produce a certain effect of philosophy, and at the same time it was meant to produce a certain completed interest of fiction, of relation, of a short epic. It did all these things. It is one of the tests of excellent work that such work is economic, that is, that there is nothing redundant in order or in vocabulary, and at the same time nothing elliptic, in the full sense of that word, that is, no sentence in which so much is omitted that the reader is left puzzled. That is the quality you get in really good statuary, in Houdon, for example, or in that triumph, the archaic archer in the Louvre. The Wallet of Kai Lung satisfied all these conditions. I do not know how often I have read it since I first possessed it. I know how many copies there are in my house, just over a dozen. I know with what care I have bound it constantly for presentation to friends. I have been asked for an introduction to this, its successor, Kai Lung's Golden Hours. It is worthy of its forerunner. There is the same plan, exactitude, working out, and achievement, and therefore the same complete satisfaction in the reading, or to be more accurate, in the incorporation of the work with oneself. All this is not extravagant praise, nor even praise at all in the conventional sense of that term. It is merely a judgment, a putting into as carefully exact words as I can find the appreciation I make of this style and its triumph. The reviewer in his art must quote passages. It is hardly the part of a preface writer to do that, but to show what I mean, I can at least quote the following. "Your insight is clear and unbiased," said the gracious sovereign, "but however entrancing it is to wander unchecked through a garden of bright images, are we not enticing your mind from another subject of almost equal importance?" Or again, "It has been said," he began at length, withdrawing his eyes reluctantly from an unusually large insect upon the ceiling, and addressing himself to the maiden, "that there are few situations in life that cannot be honorably settled, and without any loss of time, either by suicide, a bag of gold, or by thrusting a despised antagonist over the edge of a precipice on a dark night." Or again, "After secretly observing the unstudied grace of her movements, the most celebrated picture-maker of the province burned the implements of his craft, and began life anew as a trainer of performing elephants." You cannot read these sentences, I think, without agreeing with what has been said above. If you doubt it, take the old test and try to write that kind of thing yourself. In connection with such achievements it is customary today to deplore the lack of public appreciation, either to blame the hurried millions of chance readers because they have only bought a few thousands of a masterpiece, or, what is worse still, to pretend that good work is for the few and that the mass will never appreciate it, in reply to which it is sufficient to say that the critic himself is one of the mass, and could not be distinguished from others of the mass by his very own self were he a looker-on. In the best of times, the most stable, the least hurried, the date at which general appreciation comes is a matter of chance, and today the presentation of any achieved work is like the reading of Keats to a football crowd. It is of no significance whatsoever to English letters whether one of its glories be appreciated at the moment it issues from the press, or 10 years later, or 20, or 50. Further, after a very small margin is passed, a margin of a few hundreds at the most, it matters little whether strong permanent work finds 1,000 or 50,000 or 1,000,000 of readers. Rock stands and mud washes away. What is indeed to be deplored is the lack of communication between those who desire to find good stuff and those who can produce it. It is in the attempt to build a bridge between the one and the other that men who have the privilege of hearing a good thing betimes write such words as I am writing here. Hilaire Belloc. End of Preface to Kai Lung's Golden Hours by Hilaire Belloc. Read by David Wales. Robert Emmet's extempore court speech before his execution in the Irish Rebellion of 1803. By Robert Emmet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patriotic Speech of Mr. Emmet, as delivered at the Session House, Dublin, before Lord Norbury. My Lords, what have I to say why sentence of death should not be pronounced on me according to law? I have nothing to say that can alter your predetermination, nor that it will become me to say with any view to the mitigation of that sentence which you are here to pronounce and I must abide by. But I have that to say which interests me more than life, and which you have labored, as was necessarily your office in the present circumstances of this oppressed country, to destroy. I have much to say why my reputation should be rescued from the load of false accusation and calumny which has been heaped upon it. I do not imagine that, seated where you are, your minds can be so free from impurity as to receive the least impression from what I am going to utter. I have no hopes that I can anchor my character in the breast of a court constituted and trammelled as this is. I only wish, and it is the utmost I expect, that your lordships may suffer it to float down your memories untainted by the foul breath of prejudice, until it find some more hospitable harbor to shelter it from the storm by which it is at present buffeted. Was I only to suffer death after being adjudged guilty by your tribunal, I should bow in silence, and meet the fate that awaits me without a murmur. But the sentence of law which delivers my body to the executioner will, through the ministry of that law, labor in its own vindication, to consign my character to obloquy. For there must be guilt somewhere, whether in the sentence of the court or in the catastrophe. Posterity must determine. A man in my situation, my lords, has not only to encounter the difficulties of fortune and the force of power over minds which it has corrupted or subjugated, but the difficulties of established prejudice. The man dies, but his memory lives. That mine may not perish, that it may live in the respect of my countrymen, I seize upon this opportunity to vindicate myself from some of the charges alleged against me. When my spirit shall be wafted to a more friendly port, when my shade shall have joined the bands of those martyred heroes who have shed their blood on the scaffold and in the field, in defence of their country and of virtue, this is my hope. I wish that my memory and name may animate those who survive me, while I look down with complacency on the destruction of that perfidious government which upholds its domination by blasphemy of the Most High, which displays its power over man as over the beasts of the forest, which sets man upon his brother and lifts his hand in the name of God against the throat of his fellow who believes or doubts a little more or a little less than the government standard, a government which is steeled to barbarity by the cries of the orphans and the tears of the widows which it has made. Here Lord Norbury interrupted Mr. Emmet, saying that the mean and wicked enthusiasts who felt as he did were not equal to the accomplishment of their wild designs. I appeal to the immaculate God. I swear by the throne of heaven, before which I must shortly appear, by the blood of the murdered patriots who have gone before me, that my conduct has been through all this peril and all my purposes governed only by the convictions which I have uttered, and by no other view than that of their cure and the emancipation of my country from the super-inhuman oppression under which she has so long and too patiently prevailed. And that I confidently and assuredly hope that, wild and chimerical as it may appear, there is still union and strength in Ireland to accomplish this noble enterprise. Of this I speak with the confidence of intimate knowledge, and with the consolation that appertains to that confidence. Think not, my lord, I say this for the petty gratification of giving you a transitory uneasiness. A man who never yet raised his voice to assert a lie will not hazard his character with posterity by asserting a falsehood on a subject so important to his country, and on an occasion like this. Yes, my lords, a man who does not wish to have his epitaph written until his country is liberated will not leave a weapon in the power of envy, nor a pretense to impeach the probity which he means to preserve even in the grave, to which tyranny consigns him. (Here he was again interrupted by the court.) Again I say that what I have spoken was not intended for your lordship, whose situation I commiserate rather than envy. My expressions were for my countrymen. If there is a true Irishman present, let my last words cheer him in the hour of his affliction. Here he was again interrupted. Lord Norbury said he did not sit there to hear treason. I have always understood it to be the duty of a judge, when a prisoner has been convicted, to pronounce the sentence of the law. I have also understood that judges sometimes think it their duty to hear with patience and to speak with humanity, to exhort the victim of the laws, and to offer with tender benignity his opinions of the motives by which he was actuated in the crime, of which he had been adjudged guilty. That a judge has thought it his duty so to have done, I have no doubt. But where is the boasted freedom of your institutions? Where is the vaunted impartiality, clemency, and mildness of your courts of justice, if an unfortunate prisoner, whom your policy and not pure justice is about to deliver into the hands of the executioner, is not suffered to explain his motives sincerely and truly, and to vindicate the principles by which he was actuated? My lords, it may be a part of the system of angry justice to bow a man's mind by humiliation to the purposed ignominy of the scaffold. But worse to me than the purposed shame or the scaffold's terrors would be the shame of such foul and unfounded imputations as have been laid against me in this court. You, my lord, are a judge. I am the supposed culprit. I am a man. You are a man also. By a revolution of power we might change places, though we never could change characters. If I stand at the bar of this court and dare not vindicate my character, what a farce is your justice! If I stand at this bar and dare not vindicate my character, how dare you calumniate it? Does the sentence of death, which your unhallowed policy inflicts on my body, also condemn my tongue to silence and my reputation to reproach? Your executioner may abridge the period of my existence, but while I exist I shall not forbear to vindicate my character and motives from your aspersions. And as a man to whom fame is dearer than life, I will make the last use of that life in doing justice to that reputation which is to live after me, and which is the only legacy I can leave to those I honor and love, and for whom I am proud to perish. As men, my lord, we must appear at the great day at one common tribunal, and it will then remain for the Searcher of all hearts to show a collective universe who was engaged in the most virtuous actions, or actuated by the purest motives, my country's oppressors, or Here he was interrupted and told to listen to the sentence of the law. My lord, will a dying man be denied the legal privilege of exculpating himself in the eyes of the community of an undeserved reproach thrown upon him during his trial by charging him with ambition and attempting to cast away for a paltry consideration the liberties of his country? Why did your lordship insult me? Or rather, why insult justice in demanding of me why sentence of death should not be pronounced? I know, my lord, that form prescribes that you should ask the question. The form also presumes a right of answering. This, no doubt, may be dispensed with, and so might the whole ceremony of trial, since sentence was already pronounced at the castle before your jury was empannelled. Your lordships are but the priests of the oracle, and I submit. But I insist on the whole of the forms. (Here the court desired him to proceed.) I am charged with being an emissary of France. An emissary of France! And for what end? It is alleged that I wish to sell the independence of my country. And for what end? Was this the object of my ambition? And is this the mode by which a tribunal of justice reconciles contradictions? No, I am no emissary, and my ambition was to hold a place among the deliverers of my country, not in power nor in profit, but in the glory of the achievement. Sell my country's independence to France? And for what? Was it for a change of masters? No, but for ambition. Oh, my country! Was it personal ambition that could influence me? Had it been the soul of my actions? Could I not, by my education and fortune, by the rank and consideration of my family, have placed myself among the proudest of my oppressors? My country was my idol. To it I sacrificed every selfish, every enduring sentiment. And for it I now offer up my life. O God! No, my lord, I acted as an Irishman, determined on delivering my country from the yoke of a foreign and unrelenting tyranny, and from the more galling yoke of a domestic faction, which is its joint partner and perpetrator in the parricide, for the ignominy of existing with an exterior of splendor and of conscious depravity. It was the wish of my heart to extricate my country from this doubly riveted despotism. I wished to place her independence beyond the reach of any power on earth. I wished to exalt you to that proud station in the world. Connection with France was indeed intended, but only as far as mutual interest would sanction or require. Were they to assume any authority inconsistent with the purest independence, it would be the signal for their destruction. We sought aid, and we sought it, as we had assurances we should obtain it, as auxiliaries in war and allies in peace. Were the French to come as invaders or enemies, uninvited by the wishes of the people, I should oppose them to the utmost of my strength. Yes, my countrymen, I should advise you to meet them on the beach, with a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. I would meet them with all the destructive fury of war, and I would animate my countrymen to immolate them in their boats before they had contaminated the soil of my country. If they succeeded in landing, and if forced to retire before superior discipline, I would dispute every inch of ground, burn every blade of grass, and the last entrenchment of liberty should be my grave. What I could not do myself, if I should fall, I should leave as a last charge to my countrymen to accomplish, because I should feel conscious that life any more than death is unprofitable when a foreign nation holds my country in subjection. But it was not as an enemy that the succors of France were to land. I looked indeed for the assistance of France, but I wished to prove to France and to the world that Irishmen deserved to be assisted, that they were indignant at slavery and ready to assert the independence and liberty of their country. I wished to procure for my country the guarantee which Washington procured for America, to procure an aid which by its example would be as important as its valor, disciplined, gallant, pregnant with science and experience, who would perceive the good and polish the rough points of our character. They would come to us as strangers and leave us as friends, after sharing in our perils and elevating our destiny. These were my objects, not to receive new taskmasters, but to expel old tyrants. These were my views, and these only became Irishmen. It was for these ends I sought aid from France, because France, even as an enemy, could not be more implacable than the enemy already in the bosom of my country. (Here he was interrupted by the court.) I have been charged with that importance in the efforts to emancipate my country as to be considered the keystone of the combination of Irishmen, or, as your lordship expressed it, the life and blood of conspiracy. You do me honor overmuch. You have given to the subaltern all the credit of a superior. There are men engaged in this conspiracy who are not only superior to me, but even to your own conceptions of yourself, my lord. Men before the splendor of whose genius and virtues I should bow with respectful deference, and who would think themselves dishonored to be called your friend, and who would not disgrace themselves by shaking your blood-stained hand. (Here he was interrupted.) What, my lord, should you tell me on the passage to that scaffold which that tyranny, of which you are only the intermediary executioner, has erected for my murder, that I am accountable for all the blood that has and will be shed in this struggle of the oppressed against the oppressor? Shall you tell me this, and must I be so very a slave as not to repel it? I do not fear to approach the omnipotent Judge to answer for the conduct of my whole life. And am I to be appalled and falsified by a mere remnant of mortality here? By you, too, who, if it were possible to collect all the innocent blood that you have shed in your unhallowed ministry in one great reservoir, your lordship might swim in it. (Here the Judge interfered.) Let no man dare, when I am dead, to charge me with dishonor. Let no man attaint my memory by believing that I could have engaged in any cause but that of my country's liberty and independence, or that I could have become the pliant minion of power in the oppression or the miseries of my countrymen. The proclamation of the provisional government speaks for our views. No inference can be tortured from it to countenance barbarity or debasement at home, or subjection, humiliation, or treachery from abroad. I would not have submitted to a foreign oppressor for the same reason that I would resist the foreign and domestic oppressor. In the dignity of freedom I would have fought upon the threshold of my country, and its enemy should enter only by passing over my lifeless corpse. Am I, who lived but for my country, and who have subjected myself to the dangers of the jealous and watchful oppressor, and the bondage of the grave, only to give my countrymen their rights, and my country her independence? And am I to be loaded with calumny, and not suffered to resent or repel it? No! God forbid! If the spirits of the illustrious dead participate in the concerns and cares of those who are dear to them in this transitory life, O ever dear and venerated shade of my departed father, look down with scrutiny upon the conduct of your suffering son, and see if I have even for a moment deviated from those principles of morality and patriotism which it was your care to instill into my youthful mind, and for which I am now to offer up my life. My lords, you are impatient for the sacrifice. The blood which you seek is not congealed by the artificial terrors which surround your victim. It circulates warmly and unruffled through the channels which God created for noble purposes, but which you are bent to destroy for purposes so grievous that they cry to heaven. Be yet patient. I have but a few words more to say. I am going to my cold and silent grave. My lamp of life is nearly extinguished. My race is run. The grave opens to receive me, and I sink into its bosom. I have but one request to ask at my departure from this world. It is the charity of its silence. Let no man write my epitaph, for as no man who knows my motives dare now vindicate them, let not prejudice or ignorance asperse them. Let them and me repose in obscurity and peace, and my tomb remain uninscribed until other times and other men can do justice to my character, when my country takes her place among the nations of the earth, then, and not till then, let my epitaph be written. I have done. End of Robert Emmet's extempore court speech before his execution in the Irish Rebellion of 1803. Read by David Wales.
"24 Hours of a Sailor's Life at Sea" by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One of the visions of youth is that the life of a sailor is all fun, frolic, and happiness. Can there be anything more delightful, they think, than sailing about on the wide ocean, visiting far distant regions of the earth, and seeing the strange manners of different countries? Little are they aware of the constant toil to which the poor mariner is exposed, the perils he encounters, the thankless life he is generally doomed to lead. He is, in fact, compelled to endure pretty much the lot of a slave, for, as is well known, government on shipboard is a species of despotism, often a cruel tyranny. Remonstrance in nearly every circumstance is in vain. It is mutiny. No matter how roughly orders are issued, they must be implicitly obeyed. Do ye murmur? Hold your tongue, you rascal, or I'll put you in irons. Such is not a particularly uncommon form of address to the sailor who so far forgets his position as to even hint a difference of opinion. Possibly it is quite right, for the sake of discipline, and the safety of all concerned, that severity should be employed. We merely note the circumstance. In the very best conducted ships, however, there must necessarily be toils and trials of temper. The most tormenting thing in a sailor's profession is the want of that regular alternation of work through the day, and repose through the night, which is enjoyed by ordinary mortals. This is a matter on which so little is known that we are induced to expatiate upon it. Dear landsman, would you like to know how idly and jovially a foremast Jack gets through his 24 hours at sea? Listen, and when we have said our say, envy poor Jack his romantic calling, and begrudge him his £2 10s. Or £3 per month, as much as you can find in your hearts. We are in the chief mate's watch, the larboard, and come on deck for the middle watch, that is at 12 p.m., having had our spell below of 4 hours during the first night watch, 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. It is a cold, dark, squally night, with frequent heavy showers of rain, in fact, what seamen emphatically call dirty weather, and our pea jackets and sou'westers are necessary enough. Hardly have we got on deck ere the mate, who is a bit of a driver, begins to order this brace to be pulled, that yard to be squared, this sheet to be belayed, that sail to be clewed up, and t'other set. The wind howls, the rain beats, the ship staggers, the salt spray flies over us from time to time. During the space of 3 bells we have our hands pretty full, and then the mate bawls, "For'ard there! In with jib! Lay out, men!" The vessel is buried to her bight heads every plunge she takes, and sometimes the solid sea pours over her bowsprit as far as the butt end of the flying jib boom. But to hear is of course to obey, and while some of our messmates spring to the downhaul of the jib and rattle it down the stay, we and another man get out along the bowsprit, and with our feet resting on the slippery knotted foot rope to windward, we clutch hold of the jib, which is hanging down and lashing over to leeward. Pitch, pitch, splash, dash, go the bows. At one moment we are tossed high in the air, and the next we sink so low that the water reaches up to our knees as the ship settles down again, only to rise for a plunge heavier than before. We have just got the jib half stowed, after a fashion, when our messmate sings out, "Hold hard, Jack!" and we cling for dear life. The next instant a wave rolls a fathom high over our head, and we emerge, spluttering and gasping from a genuine cold salt water bath, such as the hydropathists have no idea of. Before our nice little job is completed, we get 2 or 3 more comfortable duckings, and finally crawl on board, half drowned, and thankful that we were not altogether washed away, as many better fellows have been, at that same blessed task of jib furling on a stormy night. We have just given ourselves a good shake, like a Newfoundland dog, when 4 bells, 2 a.m., strike, and the man at the wheel is of course relieved, his time being up. It happens to be our turn, or trick, at the wheel, and we must at once take to it, all dripping and exhausted as we are. The ship steers wildly, and we have continually to ease her when she pitches. Yet, do what we can, the grumbling mate has many a complimentary word for us, flatteringly intimating his opinion that we know no more about steering than our grandmother, but he'll work our old iron up to some tune before he's done with us. Ere our trick is out, our arms feel as stiff as iron bars, from the violent and unremitting strain on their muscles. The mate has steaming hot coffee brought him, but there's not a drop for poor Jack, if it would save his life. Oh, how we long to hear 8 bells strike! At length they do strike, and the watch below are bid to "Tumble up, beauties, and have a look at the lovely scenery." We are then relieved at the wheel, and go below with our watch, hoping to enjoy 4 hours of blessed oblivion. We swing ourself into our hammock, or berth as it may happen, and are fast asleep in a minute. But we have not been an hour in the land of Nod, ere 3 heavy blows from a handspike are struck on the forecastle hatch, which is then slid back, and a hoarse voice bawls, "All hands ahoy! Tumble up to reef topsails!" Out we bundle, and grope for our clothes, the forecastle being as dark as a dog's mouth, get them on somehow, and hurry-scurry on deck. We find the weather and sea altered much for the worse, and the old man, captain, himself on the quarter-deck, giving orders to the mates, who are tearing about, bawling and swearing like demons, while the idlers, that is to say, the carpenter, steward, cook, and boys, who keep no regular watch, have all been roused up to bear a hand and pull their pound. Halyards are let go, reef tackles hauled chock-a-block, and we lay aloft helter-skelter, best man up first, and bend over the yard till the weather-earing is secured, and then comes the welcome cry, "Haul to leeward!" It is done, and then we all knot away with the reef points. The reef having been taken, or 2 perchance, we shin down again to masthead the topsails, and get all in sailing trim. A grog is now served out, and we go below, to sleep out the rest of our 4 hours, one of which we have been deprived of by this reefing job. Sometimes it happens, however, that we lose 3 or all 4 when there is absolute necessity for all hands on deck. Here we pause a moment to say a word on the serving of grog, a composition of rum and water. The use of this stuff is of old date in the Navy, and would seem to be considered essential to navigation. In what are called temperance ships no grog is served, neither after reefing topsails nor at any other time; but what is very shameful, in many instances no substitute is allowed. If sailors might have coffee instead of rum, they would thankfully accept the substitute, for coffee is incomparably a better stimulant. The invigoration from rum is only momentary, and afterwards is perhaps rather pernicious; but the wholesome effect of coffee is felt for an hour. So they very excusably observe, "Better grog than nothing." To resume the tenor of our narrative. At 8 bells, 8 a.m., we are summoned on duty again, and find that the squall has passed over, and that it is now a fine, sunshiny morning, with all available sail set, and only a heavy swell of the sea to tell what the night has been. We now get our breakfast, half an hour allowed for that, and the other watch, which has been 8 hours up to our 4, gets a forenoon watch below, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Alterations of sails and rigging, and no end of small jobs, keep us hard at work till 8 bells, noon, once more strike, and we then get our luxurious dinner of 1.5 pounds of salt junk, with biscuits. But junk is capital stuff for sheathing material, when it is good. Unfortunately, however, it too frequently is old horse, and whatever its quality happens to be, all the nice juicy pieces are invariably picked out for the cabin table. Anything will do for poor Jack. His biscuits, too, are sometimes quite alive with weevils, especially on a long voyage in hot latitudes. After dinner all hands are on deck, and kept there till dark. In very large merchantmen, and all warships, this rule is departed from, and the watch is not so torturing. So true is it that the servants in small establishments, whether on sea or land, are always the worst treated. However, we suppose that the hands are on deck. The breeze has now almost died away, and the sea runs in long, low, slow swells, the ship gently rocking, and the sails occasionally collapsing with a crash against the creaking masts. Surely, thinks the landsman, there is now nothing for Jack to do but turn his quid, crack his joke, smoke his pipe, or overhaul his chest, and put the things to rights in the forecastle, after the hurrah's nest created by the squall in the past night. Ah, friend, it is very evident that you don't know the ropes. When on deck, a sailor is never idle in the daytime. Even if rain is pouring, something is found for him to do. And in fine weather, like the day we are describing, there is a superabundance of work. The carpenter has his bench out, for a ship is like a lady's watch, always out of repair. The steward is polishing the brass work of the quarter-deck, the cook is scouring his pots and pans, the sailmaker is stitching away in the waist, and the crew are, one and all, engaged in picking oakum, spinning yarns, not such yarns as those amiable gentlemen, the naval novelists, talk so much about, but rope yarns, by the aid of spinning winches, plaiting sinnet, preparing chafing gear, bowsing slack rigging taut, painting boats and bullocks, scraping yards and masts, fitting new running rigging, overhauling the spare sails, and 50 other things, doing in fact everything but idling. And, mind, no conversation is allowed among the men, not a word more than necessary for the performance of their several duties. If they chat at all when on deck, it is on the sly, and out of sight and hearing of the vigilant officers, who have eyes like the lynx, and ears as sharp as needles. At 4 p.m. commences the dog watch, that is, the ordinary watch of 4 hours divided into 2 watches of half that length, and the use of them is to shift the rotation of the night watches. About 6 p.m. we get supper, and all hands are on deck till 8 bells, 8 p.m., when the starboard watch go below, and we, the larboard watch, have the first night watch, just as they had it last night, and will the next after. There is very probably plenty of work to do in shifting and trimming sails and rigging till 8 bells again strike, 12 p.m., and then we summon the other watch with "Starbowlings, ahoy!" and go below in turn. And so ends our day. We have given a fair enough specimen of the 24 hours of a sailor's life at sea, but of course he sometimes has an easier and sometimes a much harder life of it, depending on the kind of ship, the nature of the voyage, the state of the weather, and the character of the captain. Some sea captains are excellent, kind-hearted men, and make the unavoidably hard duties of their crew as easy as it is possible; but others, and very many, we fear, are terrible salt-water tyrants. A captain is the absolute master of all on board. His government, as we have said, is a despotism, and this ever-present sense of his will being law while afloat, too often hardens and brutalizes an originally kind heart. Landsmen, do you now envy and begrudge a living to the poor bluejackets, who risk limb and life to carry on your commerce with the uttermost ends of the earth, and who man the wooden walls that alone render Britain the invincible mistress of the world? Ladies, dear, tender-hearted ladies, do you feel indifferent to the hard lot of the gallant fellows who sail the trackless ocean to supply you with silks and diamonds, with sugar and tea, and every conceivable luxury of dress and food? Be kind, we implore you, to poor Jack, wherever you meet him, for he would shed the last drop of blood in his veins to defend you. Make every Christian allowance for his follies and his sins when ashore. Do all you can, and we think you might do much if you would, to ameliorate his physical condition, and you will improve his moral one at the same time. For ourselves, we can only say that we ever shall own poor Jack as a messmate and a brother, and while we have a shot in the locker, he shall freely share it, God help him. End of 24 Hours of a Sailor's Life at Sea, by Anonymous.
Familiar talk with my fellow housekeeper and reader. From Common Sense in the Household by Marion Harland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A talk as woman to woman, in which each shall say I, and you, and my dear, and you know, as freely as she pleases. It would not be a womanly chat if we omitted these forms of expression. An informal preface to what I mean shall be an informal book, bristling with I's all the way through. If said bristles offend the critic's touch, let him remember that this work is not prepared for the library, but for readers who trouble themselves little about editorial wheeze and the circumlocutions of literary modesty. I wish it were in my power to bring you, the prospective owner of this volume, in person, as I do in spirit, to my side on this winter evening, when the bairnies are folded like the flocks, the orders for breakfast committed to the keeping of Bridget or Gretchen or Chloe, or the plans for the morrow definitely laid in the brain of that ever-busy but most independent of women, the housekeeper who does her own work. I should perhaps summon to our cosy conference a very weary companion, weary of foot, of hand, and I should not deserve to be your confidant did I not know how often heart-weary with discouragement, with much producing of ways and means, with a certain despondent looking forward to the monotonous grinding of the household machine, to the certainty, proved by past experience, that toilsome as has been this day, the morrow will prove yet more abundant in labours, in trials of strength and nerves and temper. You would tell me what a dreary problem this of woman's work that is never done is to your fainting soul. How, try as you may and as you do to be systematic and diligent, something is always turning up in the treadmill to keep you on the strain. How you often say to yourself, in bitterness of spirit, that it is a mistake of Christian civilization to educate girls into a love of science and literature, and then condemn them to the routine of a domestic drudge. You do not see, you say, that years of scholastic training will make you a better cook, a better wife or mother. You have seen the time, nay, many times, since assuming your present position, when you would have exchanged your knowledge of ancient and modern languages, belles-lettres, music, and natural science, for the skill of a competent kitchen-maid. The learning how is such hard work. Labour too uncheered by encouraging words from mature housewives, unsoftened by sympathy even from your husband, or your father or brother, or whoever may be the one to whom you make home lovely. It may be that in utter discouragement you have made up your mind that you have no talent for these things. I have before me now the picture of a wife, the mother of 4 children, who, many years ago, sickened me for all time with that phrase. In a slatternly morning gown at 4 in the afternoon, leaning back in the laziest and most ragged of rocking chairs, dust on the carpet, on the open piano, the mantel, the mirrors, even on her own hair, she rubbed the soft palm of one hand with the grimy fingers of the other, and with a sickly sweet smile whined out, "Now I am one of the kind who have no talent for such things. The kitchen and housework and sewing are absolutely hateful to me, utterly uncongenial to my turn of mind. The height of my earthly ambition is to have nothing to do but to paint on velvet all day." I felt then, in the height of my indignant disgust, that there was propriety as well as wit in the Spectator's suggestion that every young woman should, before fixing the wedding day, be compelled by law to exhibit to inspectors a prescribed number of useful articles as her outfit, napery, bed linen, clothing, etc., made by her own hands, and that it would be wise legislation which should add to these proofs of her fitness for her new sphere a practical knowledge of housework and cookery. If you have not what our Yankee grandmothers termed a faculty for housewifery, yet are obliged, as is the case with an immense majority of American women, to conduct the affairs of a household, bills of fare included, there is the more reason for earnest application to your profession. If the natural taste be dull, lay to it more strength of will, resolution born of a just sense of the importance of the knowledge and dexterity you would acquire. Do not scoff at the word profession. Call not that common and unclean which Providence has designated as your life work. I speak not now of the labours of the culinary department alone, but, without naming the other duties which you and only you can perform, I do insist that upon method, skill, economy in the kitchen depends so much of the well-being of the rest of the household that it may safely be styled the root, the foundation of housewifery. I own it would be pleasanter in most cases, especially to those who have cultivated a taste for intellectual pursuits, to live above the heat and odour of this department. It must be very fine to have an efficient aide-de-camp in the person of a French cook, or a competent sub-manager, or an accomplished head waiter, who receives your orders for the day in your boudoir or library, and executes the same with zeal and discretion that leave you no room for anxiety or regret. Such mistresses do not need cookery books. The few, and it must be borne in mind that in this country these are very few, born in an estate like this, would not comprehend what I am now writing, would not enter into the depths of that compassionate yearning which moves me as I think of what I have known for myself in the earlier years of my wedded life, what I have heard and seen in other households of honest intentions brought to contempt, of ill-directed toil, of mortification, and the heavy, wearing sense of inferiority that puts the novice at such a woeful disadvantage in a community of notable managers. There is no use in enlarging upon this point. You and I might compare experiences by the hour without exhausting our store. And then, you sigh, with a sense of resentment upon you, however amiable your disposition, for the provocation is dire. Cookery books and young housekeepers' assistants and all that sort of thing are such humbugs, dark lanterns at best, too often will-o'-the-wisps. My dear, would you mind handing me the book which lies nearest you on the table there? Dickens, of course. You will usually find something of his in every room in this house, almost as surely as you will a Bible. It rests and refreshes one to pick him up at odd times and dip in anywhere. Hear the bride, Mrs. John Rokesmith, upon our common grievance. She was under the constant necessity of referring for advice and support to a sage volume entitled The Complete British Family Housewife, which she would sit consulting, with her elbows upon the table and her temples in her hands, like some perplexed enchantress poring over the black art. This, principally because the complete British housewife, however sound a Briton at heart, was by no means an expert Briton at expressing herself with clearness in the British tongue, and sometimes might have issued her directions to equal purpose in the Kamchatkan language. Don't interrupt me, my long-suffering sister. There is more of the same sort to come. There was likewise a coolness on the part of the complete British housewife which Mrs. John Rokesmith found highly exasperating. She would say, "Take a salamander," as if a general should command a private to catch a Tartar. Or she would casually issue the order, "Throw in a handful," of something entirely unattainable. In these, the housewife's most glaring moments of unreason, Bella would shut her up and knock her on the table, apostrophising her with the comment, "Oh, you are a stupid old donkey! Where am I to get it, do you think?" When I took possession of my first real home, the prettily furnished cottage to which I came as a bride, more full of hope and courage than if I had been wiser, 5 good friends presented me with as many cookery books, each complete and all by different compilers. One day's investigation of my menage convinced me that my lately hired servants knew no more about cookery than I did, or affected stupidity to develop my capabilities or ignorance. Too proud to let them suspect the truth, or to have it bruited about as a topic for pitying or contemptuous gossip, I shut myself up with my complete housewives, and inclined seriously to a study of the same, comparing one with the other, and seeking to shape a theory which should grow into practice in accordance with the best authority. I don't like to remember that time. The question of disagreeing doctors and the predicament of falling between 2 stools are trivial perplexities when compared with my strife and failure. Said the would-be studious countryman, to whom a mischievous acquaintance lent Webster's Unabridged Dictionary as an entertaining volume, "I wrastled and I wrastled and I wrastled with it, but I couldn't get up much of an interest." My wrestling begat naught save pitiable confusion, hopeless distress, and a 3 days' sick headache, during which season I am not sure that I did not darkly contemplate suicide as the only sure escape from the meshes that girt me. At the height, or depth, of my despondency, a friend, one with a great heart and steady brain, came to my rescue. Her cheerful laugh over my dilemma rings down to me now, through all these years, refreshingly as it then saluted my ears. "Bless your innocent little heart," she cried, in her fresh, gay voice. 99 out of 100 cookbooks are written by people who never kept house, and the 100th by a good cook who yet doesn't know how to express herself to the enlightenment of others. Compile a receipt book for yourself. Make haste slowly. Learn one thing at a time, and when you have mastered it, make a note on it, as Captain Cuttle says, never losing sight of the principle that you must do it in order to learn how. Then she opened to me her own neatly written manual, the work of years, recommending, as I seized it, that I should commence my novitiate with simple dishes. This was the beginning of the hoard of practical receipts I now offer for your inspection. For 20 years I have steadily pursued this work, gleaning here and sifting there, and levying such remorseless contributions upon my friends that I fear the sight of my paper and pencil has long since become a bugbear. For the kindness and courtesy which have been my invariable portion in this quest, I hereby return hearty thanks. For the encouraging words and good wishes that have ever answered the hint of my intention to collect what had proved so valuable to me into a printed volume, I declare myself to be yet more a debtor. I do not claim for my compend the proud preeminence of the complete American housewife. It is no boastful system of cookery taught in 12 lessons, and I should write myself down a knave or a fool were I to assert that a raw cook or ignorant mistress can, by half a day's study of my collection, equal Sawyer or Blot, or even approximate the art of a half-taught scullion. We may as well start from the right point if we hope to continue friends. you must learn the rudiments of the art for yourself. Practice, and practice alone, will teach you certain essentials. The management of the ovens, the requisite thickness of boiling custards, the right shade of brown upon bread and roasted meats. These and dozens of other details are hints which cannot be imparted by written or oral instructions. But once learned, they are never forgotten, and henceforward your fate is in your own hands. You are mistress of yourself, though servants leave. Have faith in your own abilities. You will be a better cook for the mental training you have received at school and from books. Brains tell everywhere, to say nothing of intelligent observation, just judgment, a faithful memory, and orderly habits. Consider that you have a profession, as I said just now, and resolve to understand it in all its branches. My book is designed to help you. I believe it will, if for no other reason, because it has been a faithful guide to myself, a reference beyond value in seasons of doubt and need. I have brought every receipt to the test of common sense and experience. Those which I have not tried myself were obtained from trustworthy housewives, the best I know. I have enjoyed the task heartily, and from first to last the persuasion has never left me that I was engaged in a good cause. Throughout I have had you, my dear sister, present before me, with the little plait between your brows, the wistful look about eye and mouth that revealed to me, as words could not, your desire to do your best. In a humble home and in a humble way, I hear you add, perhaps. You are not ambitious. You only want to help John, and to make him and the children comfortable and happy. Heaven reward your honest, loyal labours. Would you mind if I were to whisper a word in your ear? I don't care to have progressive people here, although progress is a grand thing when it takes the right direction. My dear, John and the children, and the humble home, make your sphere for the present, you say. Be sure you fill it, full, before you seek one wider and higher. There is no better receipt between these covers than that. Leave the rest to God. Everybody knows those 4 lines of George Herbert's, which ought to be framed and hung up in the workroom of every house. A servant with this clause makes drudgery divine, who sweeps a room as for thy laws, makes that and th'action fine. I wonder if the sainted poet knows, in that land where drudgery is one of the rough places forever overpast, and work is unmingled blessing, to how many sad and striving hearts those words have brought peace. And, by way of helping John, not only by saving money and preparing palatable and wholesome dishes for his table, but by sparing the wife he loves many needless steps and much hurtful care, will you heed a homely hint or two relative to the practice of your art? Study method, and economy of time and strength, no less than of materials. I take it for granted that you are too intelligent to share in the vulgar prejudice against labour-saving machines. A raisin seeder costs a trifle in comparison with the time and patience required to stone the fruit in the old way. A good egg-beater, the Dover, for instance, is a treasure. So with farina kettles, syllabub churns, apple corers, potato peelers and slicers, clothes wringers and sprinklers, and the like. Most of these are made of tin, are therefore cheap and easily kept clean. Let each article have its own place in the closet and kitchen, to which restore it so soon as you have done using it. Before undertaking the preparation of any dish, read over the receipt carefully, unless you are thoroughly familiar with the manufacture of it. Many excellent housewives have a fashion of saying loftily, when asked how such things are made, "I carry all my receipts in my head. I never wrote out one in my life." And you, if timid and self-distrustful, are smitten with shame, keep your receipt book out of sight, and cram your memory with ingredients and measures, times and weights, for fear Mrs. Notable should suspect you of rawness and inefficiency. Whereas the truth is, that if you have a mind worthy of the name, Its powers are too valuable to be laden with such details. Master the general principles, as I said just now, and for particulars look to your marching orders. Having refreshed your memory by this reference, pick out from your household stores and set in convenient order, within reach of your hand, everything you will need in making ready the particular compound under consideration. Then take your stand in the midst, or sit if you can. It is common sense, oftentimes a pious duty, to take judicious care of your physical health. I lay it down as a safe and imperative rule for kitchen use: never stand when you can do your work as well while sitting. If I could have John's ear for a minute, I would tell him that which would lead him to watch you and exercise wholesome authority in this regard. Next, prepare each ingredient for mixing, that the bread, cake, pudding, soup, or ragout may not be delayed when half finished because the flour is not sifted, or the shortening warmed, the sugar and butter are not creamed, the meat not cut up, or the herbs not minced. Don't begin until you are ready, then go steadily forward, without haste, without rest, and think of what you are doing. Dickens again? Why not, since there is no more genial and pertinent philosopher of common life and everyday subjects. To quote, then. "It was a maxim of Captain Swosser's," said Mrs. Badger, speaking in his figurative naval manner, "that when you make pitch hot, you cannot make it too hot, and that if you have only to swab a plank, you should swab it as if Davy Jones were after you. It appears to me that this maxim is applicable to the medical as well as the nautical profession." "To all professions," observed Mr. Badger. "It was admirably said by Captain Swosser, beautifully said." But it will sometimes happen that, when you have heated your pitch, or swabbed your deck, or made your pudding according to the lights set before you, the result is a failure. This is especially apt to occur in a maiden effort. You have wasted materials and time, and suffered, moreover, acute demoralization, are enwrapped in a wet blanket of discouragement, instead of the seemly robe of complacency. Yet no part of the culinary education is more useful, if turned to proper account, than this very discipline of failure. It is a stepping stone to excellence, sharp, it is true, but often sure. You have learned how not to do it right, which is the next thing to success. It is pretty certain that you will avoid, in your second essay, the rock upon which you have split this time. And, after all, there are few failures which are utter and irremediable. Scorched soups and custards, sour bread, biscuit yellow with soda, and cake heavy as lead, come under the head of hopeless. They are absolutely unfit to be set before civilized beings and educated stomachs. Should such mishaps occur, lock the memory of the attempt in your own bosom, and do not vex or amuse John and your guests with the narration, still less with a visible proof of the calamity. Many a partial failure would pass unobserved, but for the clouded brow and earnest apologies of the hostess. Do not apologize, except at the last gasp. If there is but 1 chance in 10 that a single person present may not discover the deficiency which has changed all food on the table to dust and gravel-stones to you, trust to the 1 chance, and carry off the matter bravely. You will be astonished to find, if you keep your wits about you, how often even your husband will remain in blissful ignorance that aught has gone wrong, if you do not tell him. You know so well what should have been the product of your labour, that you exaggerate the justice of others' perceptions. Console yourself, furthermore, with the reflection that yours is not the first failure upon record, nor the 1,000,001st, and that there will be as many tomorrows as there have been yesterdays. Don't add to a trifling contretemps the real discomfort of a discontented or fretful wife. Say blithely, if John note your misfortune, "I hope to do better another time," and do not be satisfied until you have redeemed your pledge. Experience and your quick wit will soon teach you how to avert impending evils of this nature, how to snatch your preparations from imminent destruction, and, by ingenious correctives or concealments, to make them presentable. These you will soon learn for yourself, if you keep before you the truism I have already written, to wit, that few failures are beyond repair. Never try experiments for the benefit of invited guests, nor, when John is at home, risk the success of your meal upon a new dish. Have something which you know he can eat, and introduce experiments as by-play. But do not be too shy of innovations in the shape of untried dishes. Variety is not only pleasant, but healthful. The least pampered palate will weary of stereotyped bills of fare. It is an idea which should have been exploded long ago, that plain roast, boiled and fried, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, codfish on Friday, with pork and beans every Saturday, are means of grace because economical. And with this should have vanished the prejudice against warmed-over meals, or réchauffés, as our French friends term them. I have tried, in the following pages, to set forth the attractions of these, and their claims to your attention as being savoury, economical, nourishing, and often elegant. In preparing these acceptably, everything depends upon your own taste and skill. Season with judgment, cook just enough, and not a minute too long, and dish nicely. The recommendation of the eye to the palate is a point no cook can afford to disregard. If you can offer an unexpected visitor nothing better than bread and butter and cold ham, he will enjoy the luncheon twice as much if the bread be sliced thinly and evenly, spread smoothly, each slice folded in the middle upon the buttered surface and piled symmetrically. If the ham be also cut thin, scarcely thicker than a wafer, and garnished with parsley, cresses or curled lettuce. Set on mustard and pickles, let the tablecloth and napkin be white and glossy, the glass clear and plate shining clean, and add to these accessories to comfort a bright welcome, and my word for it, you need fear no dissatisfaction on his part, however Epicurean may be his tastes. Should your cupboard be bare of aught more substantial than crackers and cheese, do not yield to dismay. Split the crackers if splittable, toast the inside lightly and butter while hot. Grate your cheese into a powdery mound, garnishing the edges of the plate. If you have no beverage except water to set before him, let this be cool, and pour it out for him yourself, into an irreproachable glass. A dirty tablecloth, a smeared goblet, or a sticky plate will spoil the most luxurious feast. A table well set is half spread. I have not said 1/10 of that which is pressing upon my heart and mind, yet I fear you may think me trite and tedious. One suggestion more, and we will proceed to the details of business. I believe that, so far as care can avail in securing such a result, my receipts are accurate. But, in the matter of seasoning and other minor details, consult your judgment and John's taste. Take this liberty with whatever receipt you think you can improve. If I chance to find in your work-basket, or upon the kitchen dresser, a well-thumbed copy of my beloved Common Sense, with copious annotations in the margin, I shall, so far from feeling wounded, be flattered in having so diligent a student, and, with your permission, shall engraft the most happy suggestions upon the next edition, for the speedy issue of which the petitioner doth humbly pray. End of Familiar Talk with my fellow housekeeper and reader by Marian Harland. Read by Cori Samuel.